much than their tendencies already.
Yeah. The fishing expeditions that Aspas is going on are definitely ambitious, to say the least. The first round, it almost netted them potentially a way back in, but just not methodical enough so far. And I think those are the types of things you expect Loud to certainly get better at as the game and tournament progresses.
It was interesting to hear the coach from Loud talk about it. Like there is a heavy dose of confidence.
Yeah.
There is a heavy dose of faith in this team. They feel very good about the fact that they have, or I mean, I guess we'll find out if they have or if they haven't, but they believe they've come into this tournament having shored up.
Halo guys, cek.
Their run in Copenhagen. And
Hello, mantap. Hello bro, what's up?
Yeah, it also kind of felt like he was hedging a little bit on their performance through their regional stages, right?
Sure.
Because he was talking a lot about how they're getting, you know, experience against the other Brazilian teams, and when you come to an international event, it's completely different. I think Zeta is a formidable opponent when it comes specifically.
Halo Bang Yon, malam, woi Raka, halo.
Disciplined to take down a Zeta division team who is going to be disciplined on their end. You're not going to see the same types of ranked peaking that you're seeing in Brazil that he's talking about, right?
Sampai PRX nggak Yor? Ah, PRX ntar malam main ya? Gokil, kita nonton PRX ya adik-adik. Udah di rumah gini yoi. Oh nggak Yor, halo Bang Yor, halo. Halo Yor, halo. Gas sampai PRX, gas.
Such a treat to see Zeta.
Gila, home sweet home adik-adik. PRX mas striker gokil. Yor coba batuk nama. Dari mana emang Yor? Gue dari Bali, terus Semarang, terus balik. Oh ini kita bikin poll juga adik-adik. Loud. Iya ketemu dulu, yoi jalan-jalan dulu lah gua. Ya nggak? Gua healing dulu. Prediksi boom lo notik harusnya menang nggak tahu sih kalau harus ya. Cuma kalau misalkan kalau ngomongin di atas kertas harusnya menang ini ya, menang optik ya. Cuma kita nggak tahu, lihat nanti lah. Halo Yer, halo. Bisa nggak boom menang lo notik? Bisa-bisa aja, nggak ada nggak bisa bro. Cuma kalau misalkan ngomongin masalah statistik dan lain-lain kan optik kan udah pernah juara ya. Jadi bisa dibilang ya harusnya optik diunggulkan oleh segi mental ya. Halo Yer, halo. Pokoknya sampai PRX ke nomornya gas. Habis reset rekening Saweria ya bang. Mukanya. Malam kok malam Dapin. Halo Paci. Jangan lupa di like ya adik-adik. Besok live biasa ya, tergantung. Kalau misalkan gue capek, lihat nanti aja gimana, oke? Absen tot. Halo. Zowie buset deh, kasar banget anjing. Buru nyampe babi. Seenggaknya jangan sampai easy game. Halo Mas Yer, halo. Good vibes banget nih gue lihat yoi, kan baru balik. Masa gue abis balik liburan gue murung kan gak mungkin. Bisa di Turki yoi. Absen noko Yer, halo Itflahami. Famosi. Selamat September nyanyi dulu gak sih yoi. Nanda, thank you Nanda. Gokil. Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Like my father come to pass. 7 years has gone so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Here comes the rain again. Come na na na. Aduh, belum sampai ref, enak banget padahal ya. Wake me up when September ends. Ini kemarin kalau gue di rumah Lita nggak bisa guys. Gue harus jaga image ya. Harus jaga image ya. Maksudnya dia perlu nyanyi September nomor 1. Gokil. Mana Milestone Subatonnya? Lah iya. Haruskah gue Subaton adik-adik? Banyak nonton. Thank you ya Bang Nanda. Gokil.
Loud as well.
Now, Les has to be careful.
Lah, si ini ganti crosshair lagi dah kocak. Scam apaan sih?
They see the prowler, it doesn't land, and he
Woo!
shots on 10 instead. The thing is, though, they've lost all mid control. They have no presence across that area of the map, and you see Depp is already looking to take that space away.
And the alarm bot is just in time too. Penkata can retreat to help Les.
Thank you Bang Nanda, gokil. Sama-sama Bang.
Take this 3v4.
Malrem. Wake me up. Gokil. Pasti kamu Nanda anak 90-an ya. Kamu pasti anak 90-an kan? Ngaku kamu. Kamu pasti anak 90-an.
And Les just destroyed the top mid flank. That was
Coach Bali jadi guest analis kok. Iya tahu kok.
Because even in that final situation, it could have
Pasti
been
kamu anak
one on side.
90-an.
As the player from A-Main maybe had a chance to flank, but
Itu lagu
completely
gokil
shut
sih.
down.
Maaf Bang 2002. Oh iya.
And I was mentioning the struggles that Zeta had
Gas
in both
Subaton.
rounds. That's the first one.
Besok kali ya?
Continues to certainly be a problem. I think Loud played that great though. The way
Gila, Aspas.
entirely, their execute starts.
Wah, ini sih harusnya ini menurut gue menang Loud sih. Soalnya si Zeta-nya nggak pakai si
For them to go, they know that there's
Loh.
space.
katanya si Ten ini cedera. Gimana sih? Apa sih? Katanya si Ten cedera. Lah, iya recovery dulu gua, bro. Siapin itu dulu ya. Samain Wilson apa sih? Gimmick doang Ten. Iya. Mana nih?
Great night from Laz.
Thank you, Lazuardi. Welcome, bro. Thank you, bro. Bisa digituin nggak anjing? Hokinya dah. Bisa ditembusin kayak gitu dah apaan?
Misses. There's going to be a good bit of utility there.
They have so much space.
Anjing.
Going fast with the lockdown. This keeps them off of the site. This could be huge.
Aspas behind them, creeping his way forward, and they've spotted him. He's been dropped. Now Laz using his own ult. It's a 2v2.
Anjay! Anjay!
Lockdown.
No, 10 gets it to half. Is he going to hold it the entire way?
Gila!
The turret providing cover.
Unbelievable decision.
Nonton dari Twitch atau YouTube kok? Dari Twitch. Waktunya samain Wilson. Apaan? Wilson emang berapa? Wilson 60 jam kan? Gila juga. Gokil Ten. Ada Twitch drop kok. Emang iya Twitch drop. Ini bete banget sih Sugar Zero, cuman untung menang anjir.
Just gets unlucky, but they still win the round. Remember, that was a 4 versus 5 from Loud.
243 jam, gila. Si Kacau tinggal berapa jam ya?
2 big ults here from Loud though. The KO ult already popped. The lockdown too. They could use that in the post plant.
Akun Twitch gua udah connect gua. Terus gua harus gimana?
The problem here is they're broke too. They might have won the last round, but
Ih, dapat anjir.
lost all players.
Dia menang tapi miskin ya guys ya. Lu lihat ya. Menang tapi miskin. 5 jaman Kacau di Sleepy juga ada. Gua kan YouTube guys. Jadi gua harus gimana sih? Gua gak ngerti nih maksudnya. Semangat streamnya Bang Kacau. Hey bangke, gua Ior. Udah lu nonton aja. Iya terus gua harus ngapa-ngapain kan. Emang dropnya apa sih? Dapat apa sih dropnya? Oh kalau gue stream di Twitch, gue kemarin bisa request kalau ada drop gitu guys. Jadi kalau misalkan gue stream di Twitch ada bisa request. Coba kan gue streamnya di YouTube. Title sama card, anjay. Cuma nonton aja bang, udah dapat gun body, skin champion. Oke. Gue harusnya bikin ya guys ya. Harusnya gue double stream ya. Cuma gue gak ngerti caranya. Hari ini kembali ke setelah pabrik kami. Hey, kemarin gue gak bisa guys. Kemarin tuh mode Kevin guys. Ior tuh gak ada. Kemarin tuh Ior lu sebenarnya gue kalau misalkan lu panggil gue Ior gak nyaut sih gue sebenarnya. Susah anjing.
burst, then the second cloud burst. Cover still his. The flash in his face. The door goes down. What do they do? Do they try to shoot it down? Do they try
Wah,
to-
gila. Gila sengaja banget lu mereka lu. Masuknya lama banget lu lihat dah. Karena tahu ada smoke jir.
The door.
Karena ada smoke di side kan, mereka nggak mau maju juga.
He's got a chance to blow this thing up.
Jadi mereka nahan jir. Lu lihat dah.
Lane his way. No, it's
Loud.
not. Les takes
Gokil,
care of
gokil,
3v2
gokil.
in favor of Loud. Note that Les still has
Sama karena di ini juga sih, karena di delay juga sih sebenarnya. Haha.
How do they get out?
Kemarin Kevin sekarang yoi, nanti ada giveaway 2 kali kan yang kemarin sama hari ini.
Not able to get it. He
Iya.
doesn't do any of it himself. He drops one. But that's all it's going to be. We're tied up at 3 piece.
And a great round again from Loud. They're just
Giveaway ayo lu kenceng lu kocak lu. Ingat aja lu kocak Andrew. Biasanya lu tiap hari hujat gua babi. Binatang lu ya. Emang gua nggak tahu anjing.
And again, they have good cover. Les continues to play in tiles, and he's got that area of map control.
Ini 1920 ya.
And then you have the flank you have to consider.
Famos!
Even when you get what you want.
Well, also it's conditioning too. You're gonna be able to see certain things, at least in the side of Zeta Division. Where is Les? Is he in mid? They're probably still going for their deep.
Famos!
But at the same time, there's room here for Zeta to spot certain things because
Vamos!
it's been predictable, I think, so far from Loud.
Ini baru ya Kokra tidak seperti kemarin. Bacot anjing.
Very little utility being thrown
Kevin udah pulang.
anywhere else on the map as they
Kevin udah pulang. Bacot anjing. Famos! Famos!
because they're aware of how Sugar Zero is playing on the site. He's playing really passive, right? He's just trying to jump spot, see if there's utility coming through, then he pops his smokes, and he's trying to play around them on site. There's actually a nice volley thrown as well from 10 to try to support and potentially fight on that site. But it's just too slow.
Zeta, as you can see, call attack.
Kok beda ya sama yang Watch Party kemarin? Bedanya kenapa?
Very close affair.
Apa yang menjadi perbedaan antara Watch Party sekarang sama yang kemarin?
Going either which way.
Yang main family friendly.
The wave crumbles. We are tied.
Nonton sampai PRX gayor. Yoi, kita tonton. PRX game berapa sih emang?
Their default or
Kita berdoa aja supaya 2-0 ya adik-adik.
spots, right? Something a little different.
Sure. I think it should be.
Ya Persija kapan? Apa yang kapan? Kemarin didulang.
I'm curious though, because
Bacot
right now in
anjing.
this round you're seeing them
Bacot.
swap the killjoy over towards the A side. You have
PRX jam 10 gabum anjing jam 10. Semoga game cepat iya ya. Semoga game cepat ya.
towards A, but
Langsung wake me up.
try to do, right? Where maybe that fake
Sekarang tuh tanggal berapa sih? September tanggal berapa sih? Oh baru tanggal 1 anjir. Pantesan.
Last one's
Oh adik. Oh iya.
knife. I believe tag 2 there outside of B main.
Iya nih patch ini 2-0 aja udah. Jadi kita nontonnya tadinya gue mikir aduh mau nonton sekarang atau mau nonton yang boom lama boom aja ya sama PRX jadi gue bisa istirahat dulu kan gue literally nih baru nyampe rumah beres-beres langsung live jir.
It's a great startup from Sugar Zero though. Laz is also playing backside. They haven't given up very much space.
They're in sight.
Yeah, they haven't given up.
Gila bro.
Now Sada can back out.
Smoke-nya najis sih.
We'll make it just one.
Gila Thrifty flawless cok.
Exactly the type of round as well
Anjing.
that gave them
Goks.
third place at Reykjavik. And they're doing it to the runner-ups.
Punten Bang Dre halo. Babi lu Bang Dre.
And again, that fast pace.
Yuk kita dukung Bumi Predator bacot anjing minimal mandi lah. Gue mandi cok, gue gampar ya.
All of a sudden, last falls off, he throws his nade lane.
Bilang gue stream pasti mandi, nggak mungkin nggak.
They had it with that smoke. They all just get in it, and it actually works really, really well. So Loud not prepared to break that as it falls behind them.
Free
So,
gun, babi
really,
yor.
really good stuff from Loud. Just mentioning. Wasn't really finding value.
Mandi ya, kamu mana ada, kamu jantung bohong dah, kamu bohong. Babi anjing. Babi ya babi, anjing lu gimana sih?
Playing tiles, the rest of the team working A in mid.
Yo dukung Zeta apa Laut, dukung mana aja lah yang penting 2-0 ya guys ya. Biar kita nonton boom ya, boom sama PRX nih.
Paranoia out from Pancata doesn't
Ya kemarin nggak mandi, gila gue mandi, baju gue aja beda cok.
has to give the space back up. Tree is lost, but Les finds a kill already.
Just spotted 10. I don't think he knows though. The molly to kill combo.
Fast. Being behind Jenny. 2 targets right before him. Little
Gila backup, sumpah.
but it wasn't enough.
Ini kalau menang, kalau stand bunuh satu lagi menang sih, sumpah lah. Oh enggak.
Again, they have to worry about the late flanks that are coming through, but they're wise to it yet again.
Gila orang-orang pada pakai ini ya, apa? Vandal yang biru-biru itu ya, biar kayak siapa?
Mentioned awareness and
Siapa?
perfectly timing his turn.
Deme siapa sih?
Potentially Sugar Zero a little
Sugetsu
fast.
anjing, jangan bohong dah lu belum saya gigil boya sampai sini. Kocak
Not a
lu.
single one used
Lu kebanyakan tinggal di dunia fantasi lu kocak.
help and fight
Ini ya
the
ketemu
players.
sama jembatan Ancol lu ya, anjing. Hai. Mike Kevin jadi nggak mandi, kalau sekarang Yo jadi mandi. Gue pasti mandi mungkin enggak ya. Kalau Litan itu tukang tipu li. Temennya Sasuke. Hei ape lu ape. Hei ape. Si Dep? Yang jadi Jetman bukan Ethan ya? Bukan ya? Lupa gua. Berisik lu Yor, anjing. Kalau gua nggak berisik, kalau misalkan gua nggak berisik, gua diem babi. Babi, lu maunya apa? Nggak mandi, nggak mandi, nggak usah play victim gini. Nggak ada yang hujat kok. Anjing, gua nggak hujat bro. Gua nggak, bukan gua yang hujat. Maksudnya gua membicarakan fakta. Kalau nggak mandi 1 juta kemarin kasih aku ya. Duitmu duitku. Duitku ya duitku. Oh gila, mereka nge-step lo, gokil lo. Sugar Zero di sini in the house bro. Gila Sugar Hero, Sugar Hero lagi Sugar Zero, anjing. Gak ada waktu lah. Oh ada ya. No time lah, lah Sachi lompat kocak. Lah. Sometimes salah tinggal bonus. Main anjir, ingat Yor, di balik cowok sukses ada cewek yang megang uangnya, entah cewek simpanan tapi tai, nggak gitu Cok. Lu jangan ngomong aneh-aneh Cok. Bahaya nih. Nice juga. Toss. Nice juga. Suga anjing dibawa-bawa orang Suga ada di Indo ya. Ya lu kan streamer kelas S belum dapat tawaran dari Sentinel ya. Apa sih? Kelas S. Gue streamer enggak siapa gue anjing. Sugar Zero ini temannya Jernom. Suga di telapak surga itu surga. Babi ini Bang Dre nih. Yo ibu puan, aduh. Tolonglah. Ini belum sejam loh gua live loh. Tolonglah. Baru 18 menit tai. Bener-bener ya baru 18 menit tai. Udah balik bro. Hei, aduh Bang Kro. Halo Bang Kro. Gimana Bang Kro? Anjing lu Bang Kro. Mas Pati bareng. Aduh, tolonglah. Baru mulai. Anjing ya. Baru nggak nyampe 20 menit loh. Gue lapar banget lagi. Lu orangnya anti. Aduh, kelas 120 kilo win 0 kaos. Apa sih? Nggak ada di depan. Nggak usah ngumpet. Pantekin aja bro. Oh iya kan bisa di flash ya. Bego banget dah. Toil. Cih. Tai. Kenapa ada banteng ngamuk babi lu? Anjing ya. Bangke. Kenapa jadi ada banteng ngamuk? Dua tiga wake up sini. Bapak diminta menghadap presiden.
And then as well, their lockdown just instantly obliterated by the nade. And that nade's not actually that easy to, I mean...
Wah, ngaco Banteng kalau ngomong. Tai lah! Ya Allah.
That's nice. That's a combination of the lockdown they were using inside of AMD. So he knows that potentially people are sitting in that corner.
Ini Zeta bisa kalah ini, bro. Gak, gue takutnya ini channel hilang aja. Enggak, gue jadi BA ntar. Santai guys. Lu orang mana ada BA-BA. Udah nggak zaman lagi BA-BA tim nih. BA-nya partai anjing. Aku nggak mau ya Yor kena lagi gimana. Gue juga nggak mau gimana. Tenang. Tenang. Tidak ada. Jujur ya guys ya. Selama ini ya. Gue udah nggak pernah nyentuh bakso lagi loh. Takut gue. Gue sama sekali nggak pernah makan bakso anjir. Gimana? Selama gue berapa bulan? Gue 3 bulan, 4 bulan gue nggak makan bakso cok. Gawat. Besok lah makan bakso. Gak bisa. Gawat itu. Ya, miss dong. Gila mundur loh mereka, gila. Gila, bunuh satu, udah 3 lawan 1 mundur, gokil. Kemarin udah sepik-sepik sama Ganjar bro. Kemarin kan gue udah cerita belum sih? Gue ketemu Ganjar bro. Gue pas out sama Ganjar sama Sandiaga Uno. Kayaknya feeling gue ya, gue tuh ada koneksi gitu deh. Kayak gue ketemu Ganjar, lu tau kan Ganjar dari faksi mana guys? Kayaknya gue ada koneksi gitu sih. Lu aja lu panggil Pak tuh, brother, buset. Lu mau gue di ini sama judannya bangke. Kayak deket banget Yor nyapa gaya.
Already above their averages. Already you're seeing players who needed to step up on land doing just that. But most
koneksi tipis ya. Gue kayak punya koneksi tipis ya deh kayak. Lu fans MU gak Yor? Nah masalahnya kan Pak Ganjar kan fans MU kan. Dia ngomong kalau setiap saya nonton MU selalu jedak-jeduk ketar-ketir. Gue bukan fans MU gue bukan fans siapa. Gue Ronaldo lah gue. Gue Ronaldo lover. Jam 2 MU main Yor lawan siapa? Udah saatnya jadi fans MU. Gimana ya Kro ya? Si Kro ini fans MU sejati loh Bang Dri loh. Dia itu fans MU cuman anjay. Kenapa Arsenal bisa di peringkat paling atas? Itu pertanyaan gua. Kenapa Arsenal? Kenapa Arsenal bisa di atas? Ayo Yor dimulai pelan-pelan jadi fans MU. Gue tuh mager nonton ini ya. Apa sih? Liganya Inggris apa sih? Premier League ya apa sih? Itu pagi-pagi semua guys. Gue tuh udah tidur.
Well, there is one thing that you guys did say. Sideshow did not believe in Zeta whatsoever.
Wah ini attack sih dapat 5 sih udah malah. Nonton Tarkam tuh siang.
I don't make the rules.
Gak salah sih, anjing juga. Ada yang jam 10 Yor siap paling sehat yoi. Gue tuh sekarang, waduh gue naik nih bangkek. Jam 10 ada Yor. Jam 10 siapa yang main? Masalahnya kalau misalkan ngomongin masalah MU itu selalunya jam berapa, jam ini nggak bisa nonton gua takut badan gua. Aduh. Pindah rumah ke Inggris, lu pikir pindah rumah ke Inggris gampang, lu tinggal pindah kosan anjing, goblok, tinggal ganti semua segala macem pindah. Halo, gua mau pindah kosan ya, bye bye gitu. Woi, Persija lagi menang-menang loh bolanya loh, gue lihat loh. Gokil gak? Minggu lalu jam 6.30 kok. Siapa yang main? Ini, aduh, gue geli banget lihat crosshair-nya dah asli. Ini jam 6.30 enggak masa sih? Gila, faksi sih lagi mantep banget kayak deh. Faksi di mana orang pakai faksi semua dah. Now on the attack, we get to see what they've prepped up in those executes. Loud though, they are a very strong defensive team, and especially with Aspas on that. Gila, guys, lu lihat orang-orang sponsornya apa nih? Burger King, bro. Burger King. Gila, tiap hari dia makan burger, jing. Gokil. Paling enak anjir begadang sama bokap saat nonton bola doang, mbak gua nggak nyuruh tidur karena bareng bokap. Itu karena nyokap lu lagi datang bulan aja kalau misalkan. Let's go Zeta, menangin cepat ya biar kamu ya menurut lu gue bakalan menang giveaway Tokopedia gak? Bisa. Aduh, nyokap orang diajak loh, bukan nyokap orang. Kan kalau misalkan biasa kan kalau udahlah. Faksi itu merek. Faksi FAXEE bukan FAX FAKSI. FAXEE itu merek, bro. Najis sih, sumpah najis banget. Lah.
And Josh said how important it is for them to win that pistol. You saw the very well rehearsed pistol round from Zeta Division inside of A main.
Lah, bukannya enak ya kalau lagi datang bulan biar nggak nambah adek. Apa sih ini ngomongin apa sih? Lah bukan nyokap orang, nyokap apa? HP kalau kata Aaron. Apa sih? Ngomongin apa sih ini? Anjing.
Vamos, caralho, o pistol é nosso, velho. Vamos, porra.
Furcara, repistor, furco, famoso. Furcara, repistol, fragraura, famoso.
Forget the 150 round so far that's been had in this game, one in the favor of Zeta. Loud grouping a lot here in mid. They're much more dynamic so far, but the push is coming in towards Pancata instead.
There's so much utility here too for glass, and there it is. The first nano goes through. You've got a paranoia out from Pancata, and now you heard that the glass gets breaking out. There's a paranoia. Hot not spotting anything. They've been so well concealed, and they're dealing all sorts of damage. Spike down A. Deb gets two, which is honestly more than I expected.
Gila, apa-apaan tuh? Bisa kayak gitu ya gerakannya ya, buset. Mainnya masih kurang gak sih, Yor? Zeta lo dibanding pemain ADG kemarin yang benar cuma Famos doang, Yor. Lah, tadi Fruta, berpistol, berapa Famos? Kalau orang Brazil tuh apa yang ngomong apa ya? Dia kan bahasanya apa sih, Portugis ya? Padahal Famos Famos, lu pikir Famos artinya cuman Famos. Famos di sana artinya let's go, Famos. Ya nggak ikut ke Istanbul sama Kaco, enggak guys, gua ini guys, gua kan dari Bali, kocak, gua pergi dulu udah berasa kayak duit gua tuh segaban anjing. Masih ngomong pantai muka lu anjing.
Look at the difference. We saw this exact situation happen on the bonus on the first half. The Zeta division did not get any kills. They didn't stay, and they're worried about going into A main.
Setahu kalau perkenalkan diri dalam bahasa Brazil tuh gini. Fala galera, Uno, Kevin. Nih, Fala galera. Fala galera. Fala galera. Fala galera. Fala galera. Brazil tuh apa sih? Portugis bukan sih? Brazil. Portugis. Oh, salah guys. FNX bro. Fala galera. Iya dong. Fala galera.
And my goodness, Saucy's not. They haven't even gotten it to half. He's gonna have to stick it. He's gonna have to hold it.
Ya Allah.
Half saves the day.
Menang bonus ya adik-adik. Wah GG nih kayaknya menang lot sih ini.
So clean.
Aduh pengen nonton boom aja nih. Ya nggak sih?
Well played from Loud on the shark attack, and they convert the bonus. The difference.
Gila. Gila ini pankada nih. Gue bingung ya. Yang jagain malah yang pakai ghost ya. Bukannya yang pakai vandal. Padahal temennya punya vandal, yang jagain yang punya ghost. Hebat emang. Tapi untung menang ya. Kalau kalah ya ribet lah. Fala galera. Nonton boom tuh ibarat nonton pacar berjalan sama mantan kita sendiri ya, yor tai. Itu tuh tai. Babik lah lu, Bang Dri, anjing ya, bener-bener lu binatang lu ya. Soalnya megang vandal cupu. Lu gak usah ngomong cupu, lu rank lu juga apa lu? Lu juga rank kocak diketawain sama siapa sih ceweknya, apa tim cewek yang brand itu? Alexi lu aja ditolak mental-mental gara-gara rank lu di bawah, kocak bisa-bisa ngomongin cupu, das binatang lu ya. Fala galera. Padahal kita kesalahan sama mantan kita. Tai lah. Gimana?
But then they're able to work back at it in such good fashion. I don't necessarily think they have the tools on this map specifically. I'm thinking
bisa-bisanya si Mamat Manja ngomong cupu, bisa-bisanya dia. Lu aja ditolak Alexi gara-gara rank, anjing. Bisa-bisanya lu. Anjing. Aduh timing. Yeah. Had no idea, but the bullets don't land. May have gotten a bit more than they bargained for here as LATAM heavily outnumbered. Buset! Sort of miracle, and perhaps the miracle comes in favor of Saucy, and now less. This was a 4v2 that they've snatched back. It's gotten down to a 1v1. Oh, and now they've got the lockdown. He's got the spike is nowhere near him. He's gonna have to clear that out and make a play for that space.
Plenty of space, and he has smokes too. If Les commits all the way back into spawn, he can get smoked off. And yep, there it is. Les wants to fight it.
61 HP.
Lah.
Now down to 21. The swing is there. Les lands the shots. They were so outnumbered.
Apa-apaan tuh, gila bro.
But they don't expect
Buset.
the Sova and the kill
Phantom moment sih. Phantom moment anjing. Emang gokil gila Phantom game ini.
You 100% expect. Yeah,
ini gara-gara si Sachi nih main film nih dia. Dia bentar lagi udah main film dia. Lu tau gak sih? Riot udah hire dia anjing. Scene dia banyak banget bro. Satu episode berapa duit ya dibayar ya?
2 rounds in a row. So final timeout used here. I think Loud played that really well, but specifically less.
Gimana ini Zeta, aku udah dukung-dukung sampai keringet masih kalah. Buset, sampai keringet. Kayak lu dukung-dukung sampai keringet, kayak keringet lu diambil, diminum sama Zeta anjing. Kenapa harus ngomongin keringet sih Jordan tai? Pala galer. Loh, Nih, gue bicara fakta, guys.
Magic because they're gonna have to pull out.
Dibilangin Vala Galera, FNX.
Super low economy,
FNX.
but it's getting to the point where Loud has so
FNX.
much rope.
MIBR
to work with.
Bootcamp. Blast.
If they go up to 11,
Blast.
just 2 rounds needed.
Ini bahasnya.
Fala galera, aqui é o FNX.
Tuh, lihat, dengar.
Fala galera, aqui é o FNX.
Fala galera, bisa Phoenix here.
Fala galera, aqui é o FNX.
Phoenix here, sama Ambassador Pipinya. Tuh, gue dibilangin batu sih lu orang. Hello, my name is Fala galera, FNX here.
He's picked up the
Batu anjing.
another thing for Zeta to have to
Gua-
deal with. 2 players, the Jet and the
Lu
Ghost,
nggak lihat tadi subtitlenya? Fala galera.
so much information given.
I wonder if they hold here and get 10 this orb and then just fully send everything to get into A.
Well, the re-exploration right now is giving up a lot of space. They might be able to get just completely past Sadak here.
Note that it's Crow who has the spike.
Oh, they just jumped. There was just noise there, so Sadak is instantly able to put down that nade.
Oh, and they push forward into it. Def and 10 have gotten through, but the team has to wait. They have to delay. Door down, the spam.
Ya gimana Yor, kita masih ngomong pantai-pantai.
Oh, damage. There's 100 Fury. Crow still hasn't got this.
Biar batu lah dulu US satu sastra Spanyol. Kasih tahu. Anjing.
He still gets one, but he gets traded out for it. Numbers heavily in favor of
Kasih tahu malah pelanja ini dia udah menang lot lah udahlah. Ini udah Laut tuh
Hunter's Fury shuts down the actual
menurut kalian nih
outside of main. The only
guys,
hope they had was to get
100
past
Thrift lagi 100 Thief
Sadak. That noise,
Derek
a little bit of
Gokil
jump
nggak?
noise just costed them an opportunity in that round.
apakah
Because
dia
there was no
onliner
way to
ataukah dia
The only
LAN
option
guys?
they had was the Ashes.
Kan yang terlalu diimba-imbakan 100 Thief kan Asuna sama ini kan sama siapa Derek kan.
Still 4 ultimates from Zeta, but this time
Mana gua all in di channel lagi lah, lu all in
Looks like
AP.
they're going much faster.
Emang ada AP, ada bait AP.
What Loud wants to do at the beginning of the round.
There it is, it's fast.
Gokilan Persija tai lah, Persija tai.
It seems like they tempered things for just
Orang babi ya lu orang ya, binatang lu ya. Jangan mancing-mancing dong.
There's a hunt here for actually to try to take advantage of it. You just missed it. Still, Nightfall available, Lockdown available, Cosmic Divide 2.
Lah, timing, what the fuck is this, bro?
past them.
The alarm bot's down too.
How have they missed this? They have no idea. Crow not realizing there's someone right behind him, and there it is.
But he doesn't know Sugar Zero.
What
too.
the fuck? The timing is fucking wah. Sumpah.
Zeta with almost nothing for numbers. Can Sugar Zero find something? He's just not gonna show up in time. Pass this week, sure.
He didn't get half.
Wah, ini menang Sugar Zero nih.
Turret cleared out 58 HP. He has to push forward. He's got past the shot. The spam is there. A 1v1. Ass pass weak. Sugar Zero as well. The tap. The
Gokil, Sugar Zero.
What a play.
Nice, Sugar. Nice, Sugar.
But still comes through with the 1v3 at the final moment. And he's so decisive. This is why this guy turned so many heads when he made his international debut.
The hop shot buzzes his ear.
That smoke went down.
Gokil. Nice, Sugar.
The first kill. And he
Nice,
was
Sugar.
just
Nice,
used
Sugar.
just like
Famos.
that to peek out. What a clutch.
Ayo dong, ketawa-ketawa dong. Zeta.
11-8 in favor of Loud.
Misalnya mainnya ketawa-ketawa.
Still,
Dia sengaja nggak nembak, itu kita aja nggak tahu. Kenapa Yor smoker rajin nge-clutch Bang Yor?
Zeta slowly.
Karena kalau smoker rajin nge-clutch, karena smoker biasanya matinya terakhir ya adik-adik. Karena mereka udah terbiasa untuk mati terakhir ya. Jadinya mereka udah tahu cara main santai segala macam gitu-gitu
But
sih.
it is so difficult to break Loud. Look at how
Ini kenapa Sunda galera-galera? Kenapa sih guys? Ki gue ngomong galera tuh ya seakan tuh jadi ini ya. Jadi lelucon ya bangsat kalian semuanya. Babi. Padahal gue mau ngomong fakta loh. Vala galera, Phoenix sih.
Little corner. That's exactly where the spike is headed to. This setup
Guys, berarti ini kan update baru ya. Berarti mereka punya, anjing.
doesn't even clear.
Berarti mereka punya crosshair bisa yang baru ya? Crosshair baru ya? Crosshair baru ya?
Oh, he sees everything. But he gets exchange.
Anjing, Sachi jago banget dah. Hah?
Numbers once again in favor of Loud. And both members of Zeta
30 seconds left.
right next to each other. Spam through smoke. Sugar Zero gets across.
This crossfire right now.
Yeah, but Sugar Zero's so far away.
There's no way they know. Oh my goodness.
That shock dart. Fancy footwork keeps him alive. It comes into a 1v2. Zeta once again.
Wah,
outnumbered.
gila.
Into it. Loud. Map
Si Sachi ini jago banget ya anjing.
There's nothing left.
Tan kemarin kan sakit banget flick ya itu Ten tuh ada.
Just a couple of ults.
Enggak, ini kenapa diganti? Harusnya Silas aja yang main ini, kocak.
Their conversions on these anti-evo,
Main
they're solid, and we've seen it over and over so far. If he's able to get,
Famugara! Famugara! Famugara!
but there was just not
Nice.
enough over towards Sugar Zero was
Vamos.
trying to do, but also not enough time. Crow was pressured on two sides, on two fronts.
See Loud already going for the jugular. The spam with the Odin, the op-looking cat. Manages to avoid the haunt. Takes the space right back. This buy is a blissful from Zeta.
Kenapa sih nggak las ya main Sentinel ya? Padahal jago loh. Nah iya gue nonton di 240p nggak kan? Soalnya kemarin pas di Jepang nggak ada dia.
Sugar Zero's
Siapa?
catching on, though. He's really trying to make sure Loud has to be holding these positions and reacting off the information they're giving them. Prior rounds, there was no information to be garnered from Loud, other than the lack of information. This time, they're showing something. They can't make the same reads, but they are walking still into the kill for a setup.
Power down.
It also doesn't look like there's a setup for a fake or anything. Maybe if Crow's on the other side with his
You want to
Nightfall, you
fight
give
it.
him a little something to think about. But no, the Cosmic Divide. There it is. Oh no, Sauce gets
Anjing!
two right off the bat.
Gila!
Whatever's left behind that push has been neutered.
Ah najis lah nih orang hacker tai botak babi.
Flipping the map now,
Apa
trying
dah,
to make
biar
it
menang
all
cepet
the
ya,
way
guys, ya.
back towards Cat.
But
Ini
they're
mapnya
so
si Laut
terrified of
sih.
what's on the other side of the Cosmic Divide because they have no map control anywhere there. They have to burn their flashes. They have to shoulder peek through this.
Lah!
Also,
Paranoia on the other side though. Kata's there. He's waiting. Laz, I believe, was hit. An ass pass from up top. With
Anjing.
13 seconds left. Yep. It doesn't get much easier than that, dear friends. A
GG.
38 win to clean up map 1 for Loud.
and it's again them getting there in time. Really, really good second half from Loud. You saw all of their strengths, I think, on that defensive side.
That was almost perfect.
The way
GG.
they were moving the map was beautiful.
Vamos.
Right? The way that they were really letting Zeta trying to sit
Lah anjing.
and not giving them the opportunity to take space without actually seeing something. It was tough to play, I think, on an attacking side.
They won one round.
Yeah. That's a scary Loud. And that's why you don't challenge them on a set.
Gokil guys.
I mean, 90%
Famuzi.
this is such a good statement from Loud. But I will say, Zeta obviously, they made this game close.
Yo 2-0 aja mau lihat PSG men, goblok. Ini cheater Sachi gitu, Famos yang asli bakal geter nggak ya? Maksudnya?
Been kind of weak for them in the past. I think now we go towards
Kayaknya sekelas kayak Loud kayak gini ketemu siapa ya juga nggak geter dah anjing. Mana ya ngomongnya ya? Masalahnya dia udah sampai juara sampai final master sih. Jadi kayak kalau lu ngomongin masalah geter kayaknya harusnya enggak ya. Kayaknya sekelas kayak gini tuh udah nggak ada geter-geter gitu ya. Ya mungkin geter mungkin lagi adrenalinnya naik, tapi kalau misalkan ketemu yang jago banget kayaknya udah enggak deh. Ya Persija kapan masuk Champions lagi? Tahun depan. Lu nggak ke Turki ya? Enggak lah, gua nggak ada duit guys. Bukannya nggak ada duit sih, sebenarnya lebih arah-arah gua nggak mau buang-buang duit guys.
we'll have to see. I mean,
Gua kalau misalkan ini championnya ke Jepang baru gue tidur di rumah aja. Udah nonton di rumah lebih mahal lagi anjing. Geter kebanyakan crafting deng. Siapa? Gue pengen deh kayak siapa yang pernah mengalami hal-hal seperti apa sih namanya, hal-hal mistis sampai kalian tuh harus dipanggil Ghostbuster guys. Kira-kira ada nggak? Kayak misalkan, jadi maksud lu Bang Kacau buang-buang duit gitu ya? Gua nggak tahu. Gue udah buang-buang duit kok. Gue kan tadi kan gue ke Bali. Masa gue ke Bali, abis itu gue ke Semarang, abis itu gue ke Turki, buset. Gue udah berasa kayak sultan anjing. Uangnya babe chicken bucket 9 ayam. Pernah lagi anjing. Kamu ban duit gue hilang tiap akhir bulan, mantap. Iya, mengusir setan ya. Iya, Ghostbuster. Caspernya banyak di rumahmu. Iya, Casper. Kita waktu di Bali lucu anjing. Jadi kita sebutnya itu karena kita tidak menyebutkan kata-kata setan, kuntilanak dan lain-lain, kita menyebutnya Casper, guys. Casper. Hantu tuh Casper, guys. Halo Bang, bisa dulu gila, MU banget nih. MU katanya mau main ya ntar malam ya. Udah balik liburan ya, udah dong. Siapa gimana BB yang nonton misalnya semoga teman gue dulu satu SMP atau sekolah poses akhirnya pulang pagi. Iya kah? Ke Bali jadi sama Kevin enggak beda. Casper hantu kanker. Siapa yang di sini hari ini menyerangkan schedule-nya boom PRX MU anjay. Hai, gue nonton sampai PRX, tapi kalau MU Mayor, kenapa kamu mirip Kacan Kemayoran? Anjay. Hari terbaik studinya adalah saat teman sekelas lu sekolah terus jadi libur. Gue nggak pernah sih, kayak gue nggak pernah.
Yang keluarga dan sukses terus, bisa menjadi jenderal dan bisa mengkombeskan saya, Pak.
Kacau. Iya bang, satu sekolah kesurupan, ada murid yang kesurupan ngomong-ngomong pakai bahasa Inggris, padahal anaknya nggak bisa bahasa Inggris. Gue nggak pernah ngalamin sih, kayak teman-teman gue kesurupan gitu. Siapa yang pernah lihat Casper adik-adik? Tolong ya adik-adik, kita lagi bahas Casper ya. Kita lagi bahas Casper sama Ghostbuster. Jadi tolonglah, kita lagi. Iyalah, kerasukan jadi pinter, ya udah kerasukan aja anjing, bisa bahasa Inggris. Naon neta. Ngomongin Casper ya guys. Lu pernah lihat hantu nggak ya? Nggak pernah. Gue sebenarnya nggak percaya gitu-gitu sih. Bukannya gue menantang, cuman gue ya nggak percaya, cuman ya gue cuman ngomong aja. Ini gila sih. BG Year vlog di Bali kapan? Enggak, gue nggak nge-vlog adik-adik. Pokoknya Casper itu hantu ya, gitu. Segala macam hantu kita sebutnya Casper. Tai lah. Mau yang wujudnya biasa antes sampai ada tanduknya Yor. Oke, kita tanya lagi. Siapa yang menurut kalian tuh kayak inilah. Lu Casper anjing. Itu ada Casper di belakang lu. Ada tuh di kelas gue dulu hantu pulpen. Sehari gue habis 20k beli pulpen. Akhirnya gue berhenti belum beli pulpen dan mulai mengambil pulpen. Maaf ya, lu pengen hapus dari valo. Bind. Menurut lu apa anjing? Apa? Aku pernah ketemu pas maghrib. Itu Casper ada 2 di layar sama 1 cewek. Apa sih? Gue pernah lihat genderuwo Yor di hutan-hutan Merapi. Anjay, hutan-hutan Merapi tuh hutan maksudnya gimana tuh? Lu suka ini, lu suka hiking. Pas lu hiking ketemu genderuwo. Genderuwo tuh bentuknya kayak siapa sih guys? Kayak lu pada ya? Siapa yang di sini siapa yang pernah tahu kalau misalkan ada dulu namanya tuh di Twitter namanya @pocong yang sekarang tuh Arif Muhammad. Siapa yang suka ngikutin cerita-cerita dia? Gue pernah lihat setan Yon muka lu setan anjing. Di Heaven banyak Casper di Celo ya kayak vertinya lo disponsori Tokopedia. Wow, bentuknya kayak di film. Lah, nggak secepat sih. Oh, dia presisi guys. Kalau Jason fast hand dia. Kalau Jason presisi. Aku tahu, nggak Yor norak dia. Norak kenapa? Gue pernah lihat di rumah gue Yor, mak gue lewat dari belakang ke depan. Terus tiba-tiba beberapa menit, 10 detik kemudian mak gue lewat lagi, ngeri banget tuh gue sama bang gue ngeliat. Randy Palevi, sumpah. Kalau ketemu namanya Randy Palevi guys, kalian lapor aja mamanya anjing. Gue pernah ketemu Casper seram Yor, nih cek aja. Enggak lu pasti enggak yang aneh-aneh. Ya lo tau begu ganjang pernah sekali nggak sengaja ngeliat semakin takut Caspernya semakin tinggi. Begu ganjang apa anjir? Gila ini mousepad apaan coy? Anjing lu, ini kenapa pada anjing lu? Kenapa nih?
Ini Cina baik hati, sangatlah baik hati. Kamu Cina, saya belikan es krim kamu. No! Saya orang satu-satunya di sini yang ingin menghargai negara Cina. Asalkan kamu tahu, kamu sangat baik hati.
Bangsa. Ada aja yang buat goblok. Niat tai. Bisa ada loh. Iya gue pernah di sana di Jawa Timur pokoknya ada itu jalan kanan kiri pokoknya pinus semua. Cuma gue doang ya lihat mereka padahal liatin mobil kita. Maksudnya gimana sih? Menurut lu Boom Lonotik mapunya apa yang dimainin? Nggak tahu gue bro. Nggak lihat ini ya. Icebox mungkin. Mau es krim Yor? Es krim Mixu enak gak sih? Kata orang-orang kok enak ya, rasa susu gitu ya. Teo aja Yor bikin pusing ceritanya. Iya anjing. Ini cerita bocil bangke. Katanya es krim Mixu tuh murah dan enak. 7.000 doang ya? Enak asli. Terus ada yang pernah coba ini gak sih es krim Ricis? Katanya enak juga ya. Mereka ngeliatin mobil kita kayak parade dijari dari yang terbentuk hancur, bahkan ada tanduknya juga. Gokil. Enakan Häagen-Dazs Yor. Goblok. Orang lu Häagen-Dazs, lu es krim, lu bandingin anjing harga 60.000 dibandingin sama 7.000. Gampar lu ya. Aice gimana woy? Aice siapa yang suka Aice mochi? Gua sih suka banget sih. Mochi yang vanilla tapi ya. Aice vanilla tuh the best anjing. Murah lagi 4.000, 3.000 ya. Hah? Häagen-Dazs Senin buy one get one. Memang Yor halo. Aku suka strawberry. Di dekat rumah gue dulu ada gedung yang gak dipakai lagi itu. Gue liat orang duduk di sana kan Yor. Kan ada fondasi yang gede. Setelah gue lewat dan ngeliat lagi orang itu udah gak ada semua. Enggak. Gimana ceritanya gedung udah jadi lu bisa lihat fondasi? Coba. Lu jangan tipu gue ya. Gimana bisa lihat lu fondasi udah dibentuk di dalam tanah tapi gedungnya masih ada. Itu lu lihat fondasi gimana ceritanya? Coba. Pondasi itu udah di dalam tanah tapi gedungnya di atas. Lu gimana ceritanya? Lu jangan bohongin gua ya, babi. Bisa-bisanya lu mau bohongin gua ya, binatang lu. Teknik sipil di bos, bangke lu ya. Oke, fokus. Wah, ini sih tinggal satu HP ya.
You're not on camera, so go ahead.
Oh, that's true.
No, go ahead.
84 HP.
Nice. Yes. Correct.
Wah, ini tinggal ini sih ditiup angin. Mati anjing.
For as much chaos as there was at the beginning of the round, it comes to a screeching halt.
Sangchi anjing, lu pikir ini Marvel bangke?
Actually have no clue what's
Sangchi gak?
And also for the defense, I mean, there's just so many holes right now. They could be coming behind you. If they walk through halls, because I don't think they can hear the door open.
Kenapa ya mereka? Oh, di A-nya ada trapnya kayak gitu. Makanya dia berani lepas A-nya, anjing. Gokil juga, trapnya bagus loh. Tai. Tadi
Both here now. Both Zeta Division members are here.
Gonna go low. Laz holding the angle with the headhunter, and they're gonna walk right into his crosshair. Laz trades it back though. He's so weak, man. 13 HP.
itu tembak.
You see his elbow.
Mantap.
Pro cleans him up. Pistol again in favor of Zeta.
The first pistol. Exact the same story. That one was a really,
Tapi gedungnya mangkrak kan emang kelihatan pondasinya.
The PRX strat on the center time we see.
Gak kelihatan lah gimana gedungnya mangkrak bisa. Orang pondasi udah ditancap terus baru ada tiang naik, itu nggak bisa lah. Kecuali gedungnya belum jadi, baru tanah tok. Lu bisa lihat tuh lah, lu masukin ke proyek kayak lihat, oh itu pondasinya gitu baru.
But it's hard to get through that smoke that Sugar Zero's putting down.
See the Viper wall going up. Not nearly the same level of aggression. Slightly a bit more muted, but you even
Maksudnya pilar kali. Itu namanya bukan pilar, kolom namanya, bro. Kolom, kalau misalkan kolom namanya. Kalau kolom ya bisa dilihat pastilah. Orang kita di mall aja bisa lihat kolom.
Zowie thankfully does have underpass control, given the teammates up on top in arcade. And Laz is completely isolated here. They're not really rotating off of the fact that, look at 10, he's literally wide swinging the south side. Finally they rotate, but it might already be too late.
Yor, harga, mana gua tahu anjing. Gua bukan tukang bangunan babi lu, tapi gua tahu kayaknya semen tuh sekitar 50 sampai 55.000 per sak. Farming, kill. Tapi tadi round pertamanya Zeta gokil loh, guys. Yo, jadi kapan bos stiker gambar banteng? Buset. Semen bagusnya 3 roda atau grisik, Yor? Nggak tahu, bro.
Are not necessarily directly related, but look, instantly depths through the smoke, run spring. Really nice from him. Catches 2 players complete back turns because they're focused on the chamber who just TP'd away. Now I am curious.
65.000 sekarang semen. Gokil juga naiknya, kencang juga. Gimana orang sipil nggak tahu semen? Ya sekarang gue tanya sama lu ya bangsat.
Oh, what?
Standing on Amali. That's outrageous. And look at the pressure. They're pinching in from both sides of the map. They've gotten corralled. The only way is either through or you flip it to the southern side.
Busan Ponasiti atau batu akik?
Way too much pushing on this north side. Crow has to equalize and that's a good start.
Apakah kena bonus adik-adik? Apakah ada bonus?
Oh, the fade prowler. Again, good recognition of the timing. He equalized.
Tapi udah dapat sini sih, udah dapat depan sini sih.
They're aggressive in their swings, they're aggressive in their timings.
Ini si Randy Palevi ya, gue lihat ini hidupnya horor banget ya guys ya. Dia tuh ceritanya banyak banget ya, mulai dari apalah gedung apa segala macem. Ini si Randy Palevi banyak bener, lu hidup lu horor banget anjing. Hidup lu horor banget. Lu sampai ngomong banget gue bangke, buset dah. Boleh Las. Pak.
A really cool lineup too from Sadak.
it's intended to deny that.
Yeah.
That exact play.
Gue tinggal di hutan, Yor.
Chamber.
Yeah.
He does what he wants.
That is true. Speaking of which, he does have an op this round, light armor to work with.
Besok apakah kita live ini guys? Apa kita subaton? Apakah kita live pagi? Gue penasaran, gue kuat ya subaton. Tapi gue pengen olahraga.
And for the first time, we are seeing Sasi by himself clearing out Dish with a prowler. But you've seen how Laz is willing to challenge that. I'm worried if he continues to want to do that solo.
Satchel clears out the alarm bot, understanding there's pressure on the other side of the map now, but he continues to push forward. He's got the rendezvous so well set up, though. Like, any pressure he feels, unless he just doesn't see it coming because they walk up behind him, he can get out towards safety.
He just gives up on that rendezvous, actually, because he feels unsafe. They did break that trip. So Les is aware of this fight coming through, but they've actually really...
It actually really...
South side right now in such a way that they could fight on both sides. Both sides.
Face your fear!
The nade could really punish...
Gila, dia udah dapat Wimen, coy. Susah ini. Susah ini, sumpah. Kecuali chambernya muter juga sih. Wah, ini susah sih, anjing. Susah ini, anjing. Susah banget. Oh, untung muter loh duanya loh. Gokil.
Just on the other side of smoke, 13 seconds left. The fast lane goes up. He's waiting for someone to challenge, and there they come. He's only able to get 8 seconds left, and I don't know.
Susah, gila, nggak dapat. Dia cuma dapat arcade tapi.
It was already dire, but because of that
susah, anjing.
Execute because they knew they had that south side, so they had to break down and cover up the tree. But that fades, and Depth was a really interesting block. I mean, he literally split the two players.
Just more to deal with.
They've got to contain these less flanks. I think these are going to be the things that if they really want to rank, like get these rounds up, like they needed on Ascent on that defensive side, they need to control that, right? Because he's constantly by himself, and he's constantly finding value on lurks.
Let's play.
Note 4 ultimates on the side of Zeta. You heard the first one come through. It's actually for less. It's Tour de Force Online. You see it on your screen there. Operator in the hands of Blast still. This is very reminiscent to the previous round, Baller. Remember, they took Dish control. The spike was still in spawn. First kill goes in favor of Laz. Space on other side, they can rotate, right? They can pivot around like a pendulum and take that space with the spike.
Kenapa nggak ada yang pakai ini ya? Padahal Fracture Sis tuh rada overpower anjing. Ya nggak sih?
So long to actually bite back against Zeta, who has flipped it, right? They're consistently taking.
Pakai dua duelist, sebelah pakai satu duelist tapi pakai Viper sama Omen.
Towards B, spike in hand, they continue to work forward. Sadak weak, Zero spotted. Sadak dropped. There's just not much behind this.
Enemy remains.
On the side of Loud, Aspas has the Sheriff. He's got one step closer to having the Showstopper online, but he falls. He'll have that on for the next round though.
And an opportunity there for them. They wanted to just kind of
bisa ngaci tembok Yor. Apa ya? Persija main jam berapa ya besok? Nggak tahu bro. Main apa dulu? Kayak tanya kalau nggak bisa ngebunuh bang. Masa dia kalau sama malaikat maut?
And Sadek's the guy who trades the most. So just slightly flipping that, unfortunately. They're not able to get any value on the walk-up.
Loud call a timeout here, down 3 rounds. Note, as we think about this and kind of let this one simmer and get us all excited for the next round, there is a Viper Spit, there is a Showstopper, both online.
Ya nggak ada nobar offline lagi, nggak tahu bro.
We haven't seen much fast. We haven't seen much go. It's been very patient. They have tools there to go explosive.
Ghost Esport rebrand dari Global Esport masuk akal juga. Randy lu anak buah Jindan ente. Tai. Randy kamu jenius.
Right, that's my only place that I really can see that viably working, at least on this A site.
Bu nggak pemain abis ini.
Like a sand push with a prowler, those types of things to open the door for you. And then the Viper pick can go down later. Out of tree, it's going to be very difficult, especially given Lass is peeking very early. And you kind of have to wait for Viper Wall to come up. And yeah, this is a very interesting thing to have in mind, right? 65% win rate when they switch to the next half. It was kind of the opposite on Ascent, right? Where Loud was the guys who were like, oh, for sure going to be good on that second half. But for us, I think we're all thinking the defensive win rates for Zeta, no matter what, have been weak. And if they're flipping that in this game, it's a good sign overall for the tournament, but also a massive win condition here.
It's interesting here. Crow holds his fault line, and they still have pulse control. There's the showstopper. The paranoia is there too. The
Anjing nggak kena.
and Aspas falls.
Gila.
They also dropped the orbital strike. They invested so much to
Buka dong, biar galau.
And it's huge. Literally no space game.
Ih, jelek apaan sih? Masa butterfly kayak gitu dah? Nggak di ini anjir, nggak di. Ay. Apaan sih Sachi dah? Butterfly yang nggak di-upgrade nih ya? Atau emang kayak gini ya? Jelek banget.
Okay, the fault line's gonna go out, the stun is going out, but they didn't really actually understand what was going on the other side of it, even though that's been happening probably 3 rounds by now.
Yeah.
Ya lu percaya nggak katanya nggak boleh gunting kuku dulu di pintu? Enggak, gue nggak percaya gitu-gituan.
Goes wide. Lesvin's set to allow. They're gonna push into spawn. Les is pushing to spawn. He spots him rotating in.
All 4 players here from Zeta have to come through this, right?
Gila, dia ultinya di sini nggak? Lah.
Oh, and the kill goes down. There's the rolling thunder. It's gonna push him back, and they're gonna work outside of that. But Les goes untouched. Eventually falls. Numbers 2v2 here. Spike ticking away. 10 so weak. But Saucy finds a kill. 10's gonna do it himself. He's not able to. Loud get to 2.
Nggak punya RP, masa nggak punya RP anjir? Ini kan disediain ini, disediain ID anjir. Tim yang nggak percaya kayak gituan tapi nggak ada niat ngelawan Mitos gitu juga. Ya percaya nggak, katanya nggak boleh nahan nafas lebih dari 5 jam. Berantem aja mau nggak? Mau berantem? Hah? Mau berantem lu bangsat? Ya iyalah, lu mau mati, goblok, anjing. Lu pikir lu siapa? Nah, nafas 5 jam, tai. Pause aja tuh. Enggak tahu. Pause aja masih ke atas buat nafas, anjing. Bangke lu ya.
So much utility dumped into this hallway. A flash, Aspas has to back up.
Bye-bye.
Showstopper gets 2! And now the nade to potentially hit the 3rd. Saucy gets away. How the heck did he do that? The thing is, again, they find themselves in a position where they don't have very many options. You've got Laz on one side with the tour de force. You know you can't go A. Everyone's still there.
Ih, pick lagi dong. Oh, dia takut Omen ya. Boleh. Nice move.
You couldn't see a dang thing.
Yeah.
And the thing is, now because of how long the round has gone on and the delay, Crow has his fault line again. There just isn't any cue for him to drop that off of.
Dude, they're so comfortable playing Laz, completely isolated on this B site.
Yeah.
Costed them last round, but look at what happens when you go to the other side.
10 should have spotted that. Yep, you see him instantly rotate over Crow close by. The smoke's there.
Habis ini siapa lawan siapa ya? Habis ini Boom lawan Optic.
So that smoke comes down, there's no way in. They don't have, I mean, they have a haunt, maybe they can force their way through with that, but
I do think you're right. You see it in the HUD. The economy's not great.
No.
For Loud, right? Like Saucy's okay, sure, and Aspas maybe, but yeah, there isn't very much to go around.
Laz happy to fight right now as well. Tour de force connects.
Katanya tuh nggak boleh tusuk kuping ya guys ya. Pakai cotton dop tuh nggak boleh ya. Bersihin ini gue pakai terus loh.
Again, you see this, the fault line, the Roomba, even with the Prowler in his face, he drops that showstopper, goes forward. Honestly, I still don't know how he doesn't get a 3rd there. Saucy's trying to jump across the spam and the nade.
Yeah, and you notice too that no player on Zeta was really hurt by any.
Blast Premier dukung siapa ya? Navi.
Players, the screens are all visible. On the flip side, it was not that same.
No.
That's not teleport's ready.
So they choose to play this out again. The relay bolts down long, as we've seen a couple of times, but this time, look at how quickly Deb rotates off of that.
Yeah.
It's just the bluff that there's pressure going down.
Sakit juga ya dia nahannya 70, buset dah.
I think the Prowler down into Hall just cleared out any fake of attempt at pressure there. They can go into A and it's gonna be uncontested.
Yeah, because remember, you just mentioned they're flipping the map entirely. The 4 players that they're just playing 4-1 setups. This time over towards B though. And Loud's had enough.
Aduh, rasanya pengen main udah lama nggak main gua, tai.
The stun as well from Depp. That's not happening. There's got to be something else. The only thing they've seen is Laz at Dish. Good read here from Loud. And they'll get the sights. They'll force an abysmal retake percentage to be successful here from Zeta.
This may be one of their win conditions if they want to get back into this thing. It's so early, but they find themselves in a deficit. It's going to be a straight up 5v5.
Main champion nggak, main rank atau main valo udah lama nggak main.
Plenty, don't get me wrong, but it's something you got to keep in mind. Look at him, he tries to get out. No, Les has already fallen, but Depp and 10 do too. A 3v3, the spike landed inside, trying to play around, and if it's not from one side, it's the other. Sugar Zero cleans him up. He's still so weak though. Playing on the other side of the smoke. A controller duel, keeping them at bay for now. The flash, the turn, and there's the kill. Sugar Zero gets a third on the round. Can Saucy hold them back? No. Laz gets the kill, the defuse is going to come through as well.
Again, the pace of these retakes from Zeta. We saw it on Ascent. They just want
Ya, tahun lalu profile DG pas lawan PRX kemarin gokil sih. Itu udah lumayan sih menurut gua tuh itu lawan PRX lagi, guys. PRX kan kemarin habis juara 2. Gokil ya.
And the flash is so good from Crow.
They're feeling good after the disastrous second half in Ascent.
Siten katanya sakit, apa dah? Sorry, nggak bisa ikut champion. Alah.
4-round lead here. Buy not great for Loud. They want to go towards B.
This is the same look we saw the last time they had that eco round. Just walk up arcade.
Iya, Lot menang aja sih.
You mentioned it. It's primarily just been Laz. Oh boy, that's not the start they were looking for. Sugar Zero able to get one back.
Spam.
Yep, tries to stay alive. If they go into tower, they're going to have to deal with Depp. And again, this was where they made a meal of the opposition. Last time
Najis, ini sih spot najis. Apa? Pakai just tai.
How do you take this back? You have a judge.
Loh, itu senjata di bawah ada senjata, bro.
Let Laz work challenge while the op shots are going off.
He's gonna get
challenged. Wait, they're challenging.
Anjing.
Thankfully they trade, so Loud still has
What?
this.
Oh my gosh.
He has a judge.
How the heck? Yeah, Sada can't close the gap, and the Headhunter does it for Laz.
Apa sih? HP udah dikasih tahu 40, masih pakai sheriff tai. Tinggal nahan aja, nahan udah mundur, dia nge-tap juga sulit karena dia low. Apa sih?
For the judge at the end of the day to be the deciding factor in this Red Bull clutch is outrageous. He gets the opening kill, and then Sadak switches to it, and you're not gonna hit that from that far away. I mean, what are you gonna do?
I mean, he has to use the sheriff. He bought this thing around. He's like, yeah, let me just toss this down. Which, a little bit of mind games there could have really won, because you expect him to play slower.
That's such a massive boon in momentum for Zeta.
Well,
that's the kind of round that can flip things.
Yeah, but remember, they had pistols in that round. Wait, fast north side pinch, and the first point of contact has lost for Zeta. What is this? He almost pushed way past that wall. Sugar Zero.
He thought about it.
Apa sih sebenarnya dia mencet bodo amat. Gua kan lagi cosplay jadi lu orang, tai. Ternyata enak juga ya jadi lu orang ya, bangsat. Pantesan lu orang demen ya, bangke. Gua lagi cosplay jadi lu orang nih, tai. Enak juga ya jadi kalian ya. Apa gua nonton aja ya udah, nggak usah tanding lagi ya. Jadi gua bisa hujat, bisa siapapun gua hujat. Enak ya.
Oh, and the orbital strike. Does Depp hold it? He swings out and he falls. Aspas goes past.
Anjing.
Fire, they're draining down from the heavens, and that's all he's able to get. But once again, the kill is traded back and forth, and Laz finds himself alone, trying to save whatever he can.
Enak loh, jadi netizen loh, anjing. Kayak kita tuh mau ngomong apa juga mereka juga gak peduli ya. Enak sih, tai juga.
for Loud.
Kakak legend jadi pemegang, jadi netizen aja udah.
Swing out against Aspas after the push came out on top.
Which is bold. Very bold. Man, he sat there a long time too.
Well, the interesting thing is Aspas was not worried at all about the actual site, right? He cleared the top of it, obviously with his vision as he sat.
Aduh, coba dia ultinya nggak kena itu, mati itu. Nggak kena neonnya. Ulti teman sendiri.
Ends up really punishing. I think Laz comes through when he comes through the door. There's so much there that they have to be concerned.
Molly sini tuh bagus juga ya, dia kayak tag tempat tuh kayak enak banget. Tagnya tuh tinggal pakai di recon sama pakai Molly, susah buat di ini ambil. Anjing kebait cok. Anjing kebait. Tai. Gokil bro. Anjing ke fake. Gokil juga.
What?
And of course, that again is enough. Zowie looking to plant, trusting Pancada to cover him. Now note Zowie has that Nightfall.
Nah, ini udah main pintar aja. 3 lawan 3 kan. 3 lawan 3, udah main pintar aja, pintar. Majuin anak jalanan.
He might stick it all the way because you've got Crow as the defensive line, but no, Sanak trades it out. He gets the second two. Sugar Zero gonna have to do it himself. Surrounded on both sides, and he's not able to isolate that one.
Dia loncat terus sambil kayak gitu anjing.
What a round for Loud to win.
Jadi netizen ngebacot lancar pakai fake account, uang makan tinggal minta ortu aja, kerjaan rebahan. Kalau lu nggak parah sih lu parah sih Biki. Lu tolong lah, kalau misalkan nggak ada yang ini, kalau misalkan nggak punya orang tua, kalau lu gitu sih. TO nggak sih guys si Biki ini? Parah sih. Parah sih. Parah sih. Parah. Parah sih. Parah sih. Parah sih. Parah sih. Ya takdir gue pizza dong, buset datang minta pizza anjing. Ada masalah apa? Tiba-tiba lu datang minta pizza. Gue punya Gareth aja nggak datang. Walaupun udah dikasih tahu sih, nggak. Anjay. Sadak. Sadak. Gila, setelah gua hujat beli 3 anjir. Gokil.
As we've seen time after time in this map, in this series, things go very fast and then the silence just deafening. No one wants to move an inch. No one wants to make a single footstep.
30 seconds left.
There it is. That's the cue. Sugar Zero.
Jangan pick. Jangan. Alah mak yang kan udah ditembak-tembakin ya. Jedar. Wah, ini masa 75 dia japu lagi anjing.
It's awesome to see King of Judges back at it again to Laz. He already used the shorty in the round, by the way. Those were not able to reload it, and he pulls out the judge.
What a half.
Gue lagi mode netizen ya guys ya. Jadi gue tuh jadi lagi mode netizen nih. Jadi gue bebas mau ngomong apa aja ya. Jadi lu orang nggak usah banyak bacot ya. Ini gue lagi mode netizen ya. Bukan mode analis, bukan mode apa, bukan mode coach, bukan. Gue mode netizen. Jadi gue tuh banyak mode ya. Ada mode Ion, mode Kevin, mode netizen. Kalau mode netizen kalian nggak usah banyak bacot, nggak usah banyak komen ya. Nggak usah banyak bacot.
pull off some of these massive rounds.
Ya menurut lu next patch chamber di nerf apa nggak tahu. Mendanding aja bisa nggak ya bacot.
It definitely felt like at the beginning this was even more one-sided, the head-to-head between 10
Aduh, udah jam
and
9 lama banget nih. Padahal lo tinggal menang ya, tinggal ceplos.
Utility to punish the aggression, and Aspas felt like he was driving his head into a brick wall over and over and over again. And yet, the later you got, the more you started to see them figure this out. And I think on the other side of things as well, once you start to get 10 on the attacking half, you know, Aspas will be the one then taking better duels where he's able to defend, but he has 2 people to defend against. It's not just 10 there, it's 10 and 10.
Yeah, and talk of 2 people, it will be that kind of double entry duo, and we already got to see some of that in the first half. This pistol round was absolute insanity out of Zeta. Both that Neon and the Rays running all the way in, a smoke to follow it up.
Iya, tinggal cepet-cepet. Biasanya kalau netizen suka ngomong pemerintahan, Yor. Cantik, Yor. Kayak Elsa tuh, cewek. Yor, Avan tuh. Kenapa Avan? Avan kenapa Avan? Siapa Avan?
In the second half now, it's going to be them working in conjunction, and we saw in some of those retakes how Zeta was struggling to play out that trade game. It's so important now that they're heading to their attack.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure out how they want to try and approach this, but from what we've seen, Sideshow, I'm feeling pretty good for Zeta here. I actually do think that we could be going to a map 3 with how things have played out so far.
They've definitely adjusted their style. They used to play shorties in tower, the judge also...
Avan tuh, saya kembali. Halo Bang Re, tai lah. Avan situ itu tuh. Cantik, Yor, kayak Elsa tuh, cewek. Apa sih?
I think that they should be able to pull it out here on attack too.
Yor, lu ikutin drama Mobile Legends nggak? Nggak salah sih. Yor, lu ikutin drama Mobile Legenda.
Well, as much as this may look like the exact same picture we just saw, history suggests that it's not going to end the same. Again, Zeta leaning into their strengths here on the attack.
Yeah, it's really interesting actually.
Bangsat Legenda.
Look at it. On the attack, how is it going to work, right? We've actually seen
Nggak salah sih anjing.
from Edward Gaming. But the thing is, you have to be fast because you run out of this bursty style really quickly. If you don't get something going beginning, then it's going to hurt, right? And neon wall. You have to get your duelist in. A complete shift in styles.
Much like we saw in the first half, this time it's Les who's here by himself, and there's the vintage take that we've seen so many times. But patience out from him as he holds his position. He's overseas.
Chamber div adik-adik.
Gets the spike down. And now you've got to deal with the flank, and it's a 3-man flank at that too. And because of that, they
pick dong. Kasihan temen lu coy. Sikro. Pick. Pick dong. Ya Allah, nggak di-pick. B-mainnya kasihan dong.
Grow not able to get anything. 10 not either. They've taken that space right back.
Kasian bener anjing, nggak di-pick loh.
Laz holding this angle. Pancata so weak, and he knows they're there. He's spotted ahead. He's able to get away. How much space can Sugar Zero find as he's the one who's going on a crazy flank, but Tasi's just gonna hold.
Wah, kasian anjir. Gak bisa, coy.
They were forced into tree to try to fight the challenge on the backside. But that one hurts because they got the.
Gak bisa, itu gue tahu maksudnya mereka sih sebenarnya. Mereka mau si ini ngepick, siapa? B-man yang nge-swing. Cuman gak bisa angle-nya kalau misalkan lu nge-swing, swingnya harus gede. Sedangkan itu kalau lu kayak tuh. Oh tahu nih B-man-nya nih. Kanannya gak dicek, bisa bunuh 2 easy. Iya, mungkin gak dicek bener. Itu pasti gak dicek, bisa bunuh 2 easy. Kalau nggak bunuh 1 lumayan lah. Udah dapat 2. Jadi kalah. Ah, gimana sih nih? Netizen, mode netizen, bro. Oh iya, rape. Jadi kok segitu lu katanya netizen blok. Loh, ya emang kenapa? Netizen mau netizen lah, kan ada netizen itu kan kos online. Bacot anjing lu, pada banyak bacot gue udah bilang. Mau sebanyak bacot ketika gue jadi netizen, babi ya. Sebanyak bacot dah. Usah so asik tai.
There was the real threat. 10 falls, Sugar Zero does 2. Pro should follow. Yeah, this was a difficult situation.
Netizen gak gitu York, kalau hujat gak pakai analisis kalau gue pakai analisis gue masih bermoral, sorry.
30 seconds still here. Last gets one, but it is the window's gone. Yeah, you're right.
Ini yang bacot itu lu bangsat. Emang bener sih kalau kata-kata Coach Justin tuh selalu emang kena banget di gua sih. Literally ya guys ya. Kayak gimana ya? Dia udah bilang ke gua nih kayak gini ya guys ya.
Halo, ini saran
cuman
penting
gak ada
buat
suaranya
lu.
ya adik-adik.
Gak usah dengerin netizen, yang penting lu happy, do what you wanna do.
Tuh, do. Gue tuh gimana ya? Coach Justin tuh selalu ya, memang pas banget ya. Nggak tahu kenapa ya, adik-adik. Kayak pas gitu loh. Itu beneran buat Ior kah? Buset, dengerin makanya.
Halo Ior, ini saran penting buat lu. Gak usah dengerin netizen, yang penting lu happy, do what you wanna do.
Bodo amat nanti Emang netizen tuh nggak usah dengerin sih guys. Emang binatang nih, kalian tuh binatang. Itu make di fake muka lu di fake anjing. Gua orang dalam bro. Wah ini gila sih. Ini anjing. Lah disamperin.
Now the nade keeps him back. Crow gets the spike down. That looking push forward. The paranoia is there, and he just Sadak never hit the ground.
There.
Awas lu Coach Justin bilang lu so asik bangsat.
Some tools to work with here.
Gokil nggak? Gua orang dalam bro.
Really, just like that, it's extinguished. Aspas flirting with death. Trying to deliver a bit of his own. Still has Mutual, understanding the challenge is inevitable.
Wah, dapat satu. Lumayan dapat 2 orb anjing. Lu bayar berapa ya biar dapat pesan gitu? Gak pakai bayar, ini orang dalam gue udah bilang. Dia nggak nobar cewekmu kah? Hah? Yo nobar anjing. Ayo lu pada jangan so asik ya. Nih.
Lu so asik bangsat.
Nah, so asik lu ya, babi. Dalam mana sih orang lu? Mau tahu aja lu jagip lu babi ya. Dari tadi ya, mau tahu aja lu ya binatang. Ini minta di TO nih, ini binatang ya. Berisik lu Yor. Wah, ini guys, ini. Anjing. Chamber deep.
Where's the rest of the players? They don't get in the site there.
Ya nggak bisa kan diracun lah bang, nggak bisa. Yang lain kan diracun. Nggak bisa diracun, makanya kita nonton. Nggak bisa di smoke diracun mati lah orang gue juga.
I mean, who expects a Viper there?
For sure, but he knows vulnerable players on the other side. It's a good play from Sadak.
Sure.
Problem here, Zeta, one smoke left.
Bangsat kau.
Bangsat kau. Bilang binatang, netizen binatang lu bangsat tuh netizen tai. Udahlah, lot aja menang ya makanya. Woi, Konfek ini gimana Bapak lu mau dikirimin gimana? Emang bangsat nih netizen lu bangsat tuh bener. Anjing dapet cok.
If they really want to invest into this, they can secure it. It's gonna have to be heroics from Sugar Zero yet again. Can he hold them back by himself?
Udah marahin orang bahasa minta bapak, bukan minta bapak. Ini gue mau kirimin bapak yang dia pesan anjing. Oh, gue mau kirimin bapak, bukan gue yang minta bapak. Tai bang Re, bangke lu ya. Gue anjing lu. Bisa gue yang kena.
This one too.
Gue yang mau kirimin Bapo, kenapa gue yang jadinya ini?
Okay, whatever. Stops the push most importantly.
Bangke lu ya, Bang Dre, binatang lu ya, babi. Wah ini gila sih, dapet lu dia, anjing.
If they get that crossfire, that round plays entirely different, right? Sugar Zero has room to play. Aspas doesn't get easy Hall's control.
Laz has his ult. They still have some.
Ya kan netizen, gue juga lagi mode netizen sih. Babi emang ya. Gue lagi mode netizen ini. Ngomong sesuka hati bro, tidak perlu analisis. Tapi gue masih pakai analisis karena gue masih bermoral. Aduh lama nih. Bu main jam berapa abis ini? Besok gue ke rumah lu. Besok gue kirimin aja lah kalau enggak. Oh Felix ngasih orang kok dipamer-pamer gitu sih. Ya kebetulan orangnya lagi di sini karena gue lagi nggak pegang HP, bangsat. Anjing lu ya, netizen tai ya. Orangnya lagi di sini, gue lagi nggak pegang HP. Binatang banget dah. Ada aja ya komennya ya. Apa sih? Nonton anjing, komen nggak bener. Binatang lu ya, pecinta Jan.
Still has that Viper Spit, hasn't used it yet. But surely at any sign of threat, goes down, there it is.
Let's can repeat here in tower, he's there, challenging depth.
This section's last off, he's got to go forward if he wants to deal with this, or else this Viper Spit is going to continue to be a problem. Especially as the round goes on, reinforcements are going to arrive. Now you have the Nightfall, you're going to have to deal with two. Laz out of the equation. Yeah, they got the spike down, but there's still so much room Loud can work within.
Kiri kanan, flashing. Wah, kenapa Bang Dre?
What a decision, dude. He just lets it fall. That gives him so much more room to actually don't forget, Spike was not inside of it. So eventually they're going to have to take it on their own terms, and they do. I mean, really nice stuff. It's a cool setup too. Les, who's playing off angle right behind that box inside of arcade.
Rugi, waduh blunder, rugi bayar balik lah.
Lu
pasang apa? Kok gak keluar? Mau media share yang keluar.
Look at the scoreline.
Anjing rugi.
Lu so asik bangsat.
Backgroundnya di sekolah.
Lu so asik bangsat. Bangsat kau.
Anjir, ada aja begituan loh. Orang niat banget bikinnya tai banget dah. Tai. Asik banget. Anjing.
Dances around the other side of the box.
What?
Swing at the same time, but let's get to both. They were so freaking weak.
That is ridiculous. Again, the players on Loud are simply showing up. Les and Sadak right now. Less in the last game and then less in this round too, but Sadak entirely this game. It's just too easy.
Even tried jumping into the one-way.
The pinch is happening too, man. That's just silly. That's just silly.
Anjing, hoki bet tai hidupnya.
Loud, really from what the third? You see it on the timeline, like they haven't given up very much control and momentum.
Gila, Sadak gua katain langsung tofrek ya adik-adik. Emang Sadak nih.
I know it's not over yet, but this does feel very reminiscent of a
saudaranya Abednego ya guys ya.
That's all they've won so far.
Sahabatnya ya Abednego, Sadrak, Mesak ya guys ya. Gokil ini Sadrak.
Ahead for Zeta Division. They've got to figure something out because again, I hate to bring it back, but this composition.
Ayo gue mau media share lagi. Ya udahlah. Emang kenapa?
The double duelist on this map, PRX and Edward Gaming, right?
Ya, apa sih?
Difficult to replicate. And Zeta's a slow team. Both those teams are the opposite extreme.
And even if they, you know, we've seen what one round, as you were saying, where they tried leaning into that, and then the Molly kept him back.
Lu asik banget, coy.
It seems like
Anjing dah. Gue hanya ingin berteman dengan kalian. Siapa yang hujat Coach Justin di Twitter terus diblok adik-adik? Niat bener tai lah. Anjing dah. Sumpah bangke. Anjing lah.
Lu so asik bangsat.
Flash could push him back.
Tai banget.
He's staying on site though.
You've got less close by with an op.
Anjing dah. Fans berat gua, anjing.
And just like that, you're not going to easily find your way in. You see the showstopper come
Anjing
through.
dapat aja tai.
The delay is there. 10 tries to find one of his
Ih,
own.
nggak mati anjing Sadak bener-bener. Gila, dilindungi ya guys ya. Emang bener-bener Sadak. Masa KPT gue dia kena api nggak mati ya guys ya, gokil. Ini real guys. Tuh, bunuh. Wah.
They do not have the options to flip the map. They get picked to shreds one by one. Unless 10 can punch back, and no, he cannot.
Ini bener-bener ya guys ya. Ini dia
try fails. They try to come out of tower but
ini gokil loh. Sama seperti ceritanya ya guys ya. Dimasuk ke api itu gak meninggal ya guys ya. Ini gak meninggal loh guys.
and there all of a sudden no north side control even though they start the round.
Dilindungin cok, iya cok.
And you just get completely ripped apart from all sides.
Setahu lu Yor, lu asik banget boy. Lu kok so tau sih?
They can't let up. This is what they need. They cannot let up. It's only, again, the same strat from Loud. Sadak alone.
Wah gila, belajar gila bro, belajar gila si Ten anjing. Belajar gila bro. GG bro.
Can they stop the bleeding here? They've gotten it down to a 2v2 and they both have rifles.
What a shot. They started this round with only pistols. It was an eco from Zeta.
Laz.
Tembak dulu lah trapnya.
Kayak sengaja mengunggah video ini.
Oh my goodness.
Ada orang asing di sini.
Bangsat kau.
Ada bisa ya? Juga sampai mampus. Tak usah menggunakan masa.
I've seen this before.
Mulut Anda kotor. Bang,
the first opponent.
Mulut Anda kotor lah, mulut Bapak gimana kocak. Gimana sih?
Very similar round where they pulled out a thrifty when they needed it most.
Aduh.
This such a tough ask. What a shot. Shot was filthy. I mean, the fact he's able to reposition, he takes the gamble too because moments ago there was a player holding the back of Jen.
Loud not calling a timeout here.
Nah, bisa kena Iko ya guys ya. Aduh.
Oh, they're past this. There's no fade to Prowler here.
Anjir.
But Les with reckless abandon swings into 10, gets a kill and then gets the heck out.
Sadak is here. Dad has to win.
Wah, bener-bener nih orang Sadak, bener-bener Sadak, bro. Gila. Gila, bener-bener Sadak loh, guys. Gokil Sadak, bro.
Normally this would be a situation you say nothing left for Zeta, but somehow Laz has 7.1k.
Bukan jimat coy, emang dia bener sih, dia bener-bener dilindungi ya guys ya, seperti di cerita ya guys ya, perjanjian lama ya guys ya.
What the situations for them winning against this comp are on their defensive side. Shut down, at least get that first entry.
Bang Dre mana nih Bang Dre? Tai. Setiap map pasti ada aja deh yang satu nongol banget.
Sugar Zero has been holding on.
Both of these guys, man.
Yeah, both the ults, right? Sugar Zero and Crow have been holding on to their ults for a long time. And those are key exec ults.
Yeah, Orbital Strike and the Rolling Thunder here.
Aduh, gak ngerti babel yang penting. Wake me up when September ends. Bandri ini pernah gue bantai guys. Bandri ini pernah gue bantai di Pama Party. Main sama cheater Pama. Ya susah.
Everybody else opting to not use it as much, right? Nobody's a primary opper. But there's 2 Spectres, and other than Laz, all 4 players here from Zeta have light armor. So this timeout is crucial. The last timeout from Zeta. And they'll have to get through one of Loud's 2.
Ngakak anjing.
Must win round, obviously. Match point here from Loud.
Lah ciba playstyle lo. Lah, gue rusuh.
Has to be strong. What are they going to choose to do? It looks slow again. They don't want to challenge Halls early.
I mean, shoot fast hasn't worked.
And the nice thing here, Loud has a trap play on Arcade. But Laz is the guy who's here, so he can spring this and easily get out to safety.
Quick peek, no one there.
Mana guys?
Shifting, right? No matter which side they're going to, he's got a paranoia ready for them.
Besok tuh yang main siapa? PRX Furia ya. PRX Furia, Fanatic, One Heart Thief.
Zeta look like they're expecting Loud to push in that timeout. After that timeout. Go for that.
Rematch kita mentar aja gampang.
Flip it and go for a tree push, but it just doesn't come.
I think Sadak just creeped up past Dish, cleared out the alarm bot that they had, and then took the orb out.
He's got ult. You're right.
So not only do they feel pressure from the northern side of the map because the alarm bot has been cleared, but he has his ult, as you were saying.
Zeta nggak punya solusi buat. Menurut gua nih, kalau misalkan mau menang guys, dia harus tahu ini yang main berdua tuh siapa. Dari tadi kan yang berdua kan di A terus kan, mesti serang ke sana sih Zeta sih. Cuman pas mereka serang aja kena AWP, itu yang susah. Ya Allah.
Viper's pit out from Sadak. Oh, they lost providing cover. Yeah, they've lost everything. The Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder pass.
No!
Deb not able to find anything. Crow and Laz left alone. Laz and Crow have both gotten a couple of big kills. They've gotten Deb down to a 1v2. Laz opshot misses. He's still in so much trouble. And they're just gonna double face him. Yeah, he gets one. But Les gets it at the end. The defuse comes through. A 2-0 win for Loud.
Ente.
And 2 maps in a row, they look dominant on the defensive side. That is an opening game that we wanted to see from Loud at Copenhagen. That's an opening game that we saw.
Ente. Let's go boom. Sabar, ganti ini dulu. Siapa sih? Boom lawan Optic ya, Boom.
Level of their opponents was going to be. But I think answers or questions have been answered on both sides here. Zeta still look quite decent. Clearly problem. That storyline right.
Narame viewer sekarang full play. Wih, thank you Maranda. Gokil. Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. My father's come to pass. 7 years just gonna pass. Wake me up when September ends. Siapa yang Septembernya? Ini 1 September guys. Falling from the stars. Burns in my pain again, becoming who we are. Belum. Memory rests, but never forgets what I lost. Wake me up when September ends. Wake up belum? Summer has come and passed. The innocent can never last. Wake me up when September ends. Ringing out the bells again, like we did when spring began. Wake me up when September ends. It comes open again, falling from the stars. Dancing my flame again, becoming who we are. As my memory rests, never forget what I love. Wake me up when September ends. Lirik babi nam sih, gua nggak hafal lagunya, kocak. Ada apa ini? Kenapa pada rame ya guys ya? Ternyata opungku berbakat terbenar lebih baik daripada Maja. Perasaan lagi gak kurbanan. Thank you Bang Nanda, gokil, gokil. Wake me up. Ini apa lagi nih? Bangsat kau, bangsat kau. Ya, kami kah? Anjing dipukul beneran. Ya, kami kah? Enggak. Lu tuh dapat dari mana sih Bang Rezi? Lu tuh dapat dari mana sih? Lu tuh dapat dari mana? Video-video kayak gini tuh dapat dari mana sih? Ada aja anjing. Turun semua IQ kalian. Gue lagi lihat chat-chat apa komen-komen di atas anjing. Iya Yor, awal bulan tekor gini. Tekor apa? Lu beli apa? Kasih itu mic Yor. Malu gini gue anjing. Malu nggak Kro punya teman kayak gini. Begini nasib Yor akibat gagal nyalek. Udah nggak malu sih, udah level pasrah sambil baca lirik anjing. Kalau boleh tahu gejala awalnya apa ya Mas? Kagak copyright nih, gak tau malu. Kira-kira itu lah. Gak tau malu. Gak usah baca lirik babi. Weh, suara penyanyi aslinya tercemar bangsat. Udah tua, udah gak ketolong. Ini dari tahun kapan? Kira-kira gimana reaksi keluarga dan calon mertua kalau lihat gini? Aduh, keyboard gue tercemar gitu. Kombinasi video lucu remix. Pusingnya kalau mulu main OV, let's go boom, bukan Persija ya. Bacot. Aduh, bangsat lah. Tai lah. Wake me up when September ends. Wake me up when September ends. Siapa yang tahu lagu ini adik-adik? Siapa yang tahu lagu ini nih? Ini tuh enak banget sumpah. Cuman mau gue nyanyi atau enggak? Well, when you go.
Composition was really shut down. You look at that double duels, you think, hey, it's going to be great on these big set piece executes. But the way that Zeta was playing it felt a little dissident. A lot of times, you know, not quite the follow up there. And Lad was so
Waduh, laku banget. Yoi. MCR tuh ya no debat. MCR sayang sih bubar ya. MCR tuh gila sih. Gue suka banget sih MCR. Apaan begitu doang? Karaoke yuk di Discord. Ayo, gue mah. Mana Discord mana lu? Lu di mana? Gua di Anjay khusus member. Ada lagu nggak bubar, cok. Ada lagu masa sih? MCR nggak bubar. Udah reuni. Kemarin kan isu-isunya bubar. Well, when you go. Ntar ya tunggu sepi. Kenapa lu mau putar lagu apa? Malu Discord. Bacot. Masa sosok suara lu, suara idol dah. Tai. Mau gue udah di pondok sembunyi-sembunyi buat Liga Champions.
Ayo, Rian baca. Ya, baca. Apa isinya apa?
Bebayo. Bebayo. Nggak nyusul Wilson sama Fernanda Vin ke Turki. Nggak ada duit gua. Dim dari Bali. Lagu baru MCR keren yor. Suara gas, suara idol sih. Suaranya mas aja. Bacot anjing. Bacot. So never think I'll make you try to stay. And maybe when you get back I'll be off to find another way. Kenapa sih, Kro? Kenapa sih? Lu ada masalah apa sih? Hah? Lu kenapa sih, Kro? Let's go, boom. Ih, nggak percaya gini, nggak percaya. Ya jangan gitu, nyokap gue di samping. Sadak lah, gila. Yo jangan gitu, di mute dulu aja yornya guys. All by off lirik yang mana, cok? All day off yang bener. Apa sih lu? So gue netizen, lu mau apa? Lu nggak usah gue dah. Suka gua. Yo lu kalau nyanyi merem tuh sambil membayangkan suara lu kayak gimana? Enggak, gue tuh gimana guys? Kalau kata juri idol ya, gue tuh nyanyi tuh biar gue tuh lu kalau nyanyi tuh harus lu tuh bisa masuk ke dalam lagunya. Jadi tuh gue ketika gue merem itu gue masuk ke dalam dimensi dimana dimensi lagu itu tuh lagi gue masukin. Jadi ketika gue bernyanyi sambil menutup mata, gue tahu dimensi lagunya itu sedang berada di sana. Jadi ketika gue tutup mata, gue tuh lagi ada di sana, guys. Bacot berkelas. Bacot anjing. MC Your Definition Decay itu lagu barunya kah? Coba kita dengerin dulu ya. Apa? Ini dulu dong. Fala galera, finishing here. AMD gitu guys. Portugis. My Chemical Romance. Apa namanya tadi? Tadi apa namanya? Foundation Decay. The Foundation of Decay. Anjay, udah ada Indo liriknya adik-adik. Gokil. Tokopedia.
Bebas ongkir dong.
Bebas ongkir dong.
Ini lagunya barunya, gak ada mic bang, gak bisa live. Lah, mic lu kemana? Kenapa gua dari ini ya guys ya? Padahal gua udah Spotify ya, bego banget ya, anjing lu, goblok banget gua udah Spotify ya adik-adik ya, asli. Gedein dikit lagi. Oke, siap. Wih. Foundation of Decay. Anjay. Gila. The room's world is much too late. You're in the race. Kenapa jadi progresif gini lagunya? kenapa lagunya jadi progresif banget anjir? Progresif jadi kayak heavy metal bangke. Helena sih, Helena paling the best gak sih? Helena paling the best gak sih? Udah dengerin aja, nggak usah bawel, buset dah. Buset kan? Kenapa kasar banget ya, buset dah. Helena tuh. Marco Simi kata-kata di WP tepuk jidat. Helena sih, Helena paling the best sih. Entah kenapa ya, Helena tuh the best sih. Puter, iya nggak sih? Puter nggak sih? Bang dia puter nggak sih? Tahu kan cara muternya gimana kan? Teenager juga enak, bagus kok. Ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak? Nih. MCR tapi yang ini, Famous Last Word tau nggak? Famous Last Word itu bagus juga loh guys. Nih. Ada yang tahu nggak? Ini jarang ada yang tahu loh. Cuma ini enak loh. No, I know that I can make you stay, but where's your heart? Ini enak banget loh, sumpah. Tapi jarang ada yang tahu loh. Your heart, where's your? And I know there's nothing I can say to change that part. To change that part. To change. So many. Gue sih tai sih. Siar nggak tahu bro. Seru sih. Gue tuh suka banget MCR kayak I Don't Love You, Helena gokil sih. Helena, Cancer. The Black Parrot tuh udah paling legend. Green Day gue juga suka, Green Day tapi yang Green Day itu 21 Guns. Terus kalian ada yang tahu ini nggak sih? I used to be love strong but now I'm hungover. I love you forever, forever is over. Itu namanya nyanyi siapa ya? Boys fuck gue lupa namanya. Boys out Boys Like Girls ya. Simple Plan juga gila, Jetlag juga. Wih itu sih. Thank you Bang Dre. Ini apaan bro? Asik jos. And like the way you're staying, and I've been holding on tonight. What's the worst thing I can say? Things are better if I stay so long. And good night, so long. Akbar semuanya luar biasa. Lanjut di sana. Tolong jangan dorong-dorongan ya di sana, tolong dorong-dorongan, tolong ya. Woi anjing jangan dorong-dorongan, woi sendal gue hilang, woi. Holding on tonight. So long and good night. So long and if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. Bangsat lah. Anjir, asik banget, gila. Anjay, gila. Good remix bro, gila. Rasanya tuh ya guys ya, lanjutannya keren banget, sumpah. Asli tadi media share-nya kelanjutannya keren, gokil. Jadi kayak wah gokil sih. Keren. Thank you. Bakery. Thank you. Siapa ya tadi ya? Bentar. Tadi Banteng ya? Oh iya Banteng. Thank you Banteng. Gokil. Gokil, keren banget. Good remix bro, gokil aja. Transisinya gokil sih, transisinya boleh. Bukan aku ya demi Tuhan habis koplo di remix. Tapi ya guys ya, sebenarnya koplo tuh ya, nih ya kalau boleh jujuran ya, koplo itu ya, even lu tuh kayak pertama anjing koplo dah, tapi setelah lu dengerin kayak 30 detik, 40 detik tuh nagih tuh. Nggak tahu kenapa ya. Kayak misalkan kita kayak awalnya nggak suka koplo, anjing lah apaan sih kok jadi koplo, tapi kalau lu dengerin terus 30 detik 40 detik nagih anjing. Ini nggak tahu nggak Yor? Nggak tahu. Ini lagu apa? Ini apa coy? Ini lagu apa? Ini gue nggak pernah denger, tapi gue pernah denger kayak. Tapi Sausin lagu warnet ya. Gue tau ini boys, lu orang nggak tau Boys Like Girls ya. Boys Like Girls Simple Plan tuh bagus loh, jet lag boleh sih kalau kalian. Jet lag sabi nggak sih?
They put themselves on a completely other echelon. We're talking about Boom, who's brand new. They're just feverish to get into the international stage. And for Optic, this should be an easy game. However, and they just got
What time is it where you are? Back at home, you feel so far. Waiting for the phone to ring. It's getting lonely being upside down. I don't even wanna be in this town. Trying to figure out the time zones making me crazy. You say good morning.
is a word.
Look at where the teleport is for the chamber, the rendezvous. It's in a different spot. Ye's managed to TP across. And again, a very different style and approach against PRX. It's a lot faster, a lot more execute heavy. And then you go over to FPX. They have a KO. They fight for shows with that knife. And there's a different look and a different prep. And I think what makes Ye an exceptional player at the top is that he's not going to be the one to get into people.
Astaga, nanggung banget. Orang lagi asik nyanyi dimati.
I'm worried that you that 3 different pistol rounds that they've got 3 different teams.
Kok hilang lagunya?
Pistols alone, we should feed on. We're not even talking about full buys here. We're talking about just pistols. I'm sitting here like, Boom is the one that has to go up against. If you're a Boom fan, please do cross fingers, toes, whatever you've got going.
I think that,
Ya udah deh ini guys, jangan marah-marah dong. Jangan marah-marah dong. I wake up to the sunset and it's driving me mad. Makes it so bad. My heart is so jet lagged. Heart is so jet lagged. Heart is so jet lagged. It's a jet lag.
It's the best game for someone else. It's like their dream numbers, their dream ACS, for example.
Siapa yang, aduh, gue kalau cosplay sih gokil sih.
Ryan's already alluded to the fact that Ye is just one piece of the puzzle for the team, and when he pops off, it's great, but it's not the be-all or end-all for Optic in the end.
It's the fact that the stats were so similar from a top finish and a 3rd place, and FNS in a tweet after.
When you try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need.
Lagu apa Yor ini? Hah? Lu nggak tahu nih lagu? What the fuck, Niko? Lu tinggal di mana, anjing? Lu nggak tahu lagu ini? What the fuck? Hah? Wah, gila sih. Gila, lu nggak tahu lagu ini, bro? Gila banget, gila sih, gila. Udah gila guys, udah gila dia nggak tahu lagu ini.
Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you.
Everybody sing. Everybody sing. Kita ganti Boom lawan Optic. Lebih ke lagu jalan alternate. Bukan lagu lagu apaan sih? Kok udah ada Jindan anjing? Lanjutin ya guys ya, nggak bisa gua.
But if you never try, you'll never know just what you want.
Ayo kita nyanyi bareng-bareng guys, let's go!
Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. But we'll try to fix you.
Let's go, kita angkat HP kita bikin flashlight adik-adik.
stream down your face. When you lose something you cannot replace. Tears stream down your face, and tears stream down your face. I promise you I will learn from my mistakes. Tears stream down your face, and lights will guide.
Apaan ani anjing baru datang langsung ada konser. Seria boom boom boom. Ini kenapa famous, kenapa pada sedih semua sih? Kenapa pada sedih semua? Ini kenapa pada sedih semua anjing? Orang lagi konser sedih kotak. Asia, thank you 2.000. Ini valid bikin kepala guys, saya diem sih kok. Anjing! What the fuck, man? Wah. Wah. Can you see into my eyes? Like open doors. Gila, ini lagu legend, bro. Let's go semuanya! Wake me up! Belum ya? Belum. Wake me up! Belum.
Manis, aneh habis indahan cicit priuk paling tampan. Jikalau ditembak nggak mempan wajar kalau ente nyaman sekali sewang.
Kenapa jadi
masing-masing ente kasih godaan
asik-asik ya? Udah asik-asik lu. Gila. Sumpah, thank you Asia gokil sumpah. Itu gokil, thank you Asia. Gokil sih. Gokil. Itu gokil sih. Jindan. Gokil sih. Itu lagu imba sih. Mantap desainer fracture. Wah, ini gokil sih. Gokil. Thank you yang udah meditasi jadi mengenang masa lalu. Gokil sih. Gokil. Asli.
You feel like there's an opportunity here, especially on Breeze, for maybe Boom to just catch Optic off guard. It has happened in the past.
It has happened.
Dirgat, kalau Dirgat mah lagu warnet ya.
Sometimes, unfortunately, because weirdly defender side and
Linkin Park sih, wah gila itu lebih gokil lagi sih. Saweria gua 300 kan masuk, iya kah? Coba.
We have slow starts, Jess. And I'm like, I know, I've noticed. So don't let it become a curse here. Maybe that's the thing that Boom can really use as the thorn in the side of Optic today.
Yeah, potentially. Well, we'll see, folks. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, it's our second match of the day. It's Optic Gaming facing off against Boom Esports. On the other side, we'll see you.
Thank you loh. Ini komplop anjir. Kangen mantannya sampai keluar putih. Astaga. Sampai Merauke. Anjay, ini gokil, ada remixnya guys. Gokil, thank you lo 3.000 ya, gokil. Sumpah.
Indonesia, tanah airku.
Indomie, asik loh. Dirgatir, oh Tevs, thank you. Abis ini oke. Thank you Tevs, gokil.
Indonesia, tanah airku.
Indomie, seleraku.
Indomie seleraku. Indomie dari dan bagi.
Indomie, seleraku. Asikin aja, let's go. Pulau Gadung, Pulau Gadung, Pulau Gadung.
Dari timur sampai ke laut.
Indonesia, tanah airku. Indomie, seleraku. Indomie, seleraku. Indomie dari dan Indonesia, Indomie, seler Indomie, Inraku. Indomie, seleraku. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Gokil.
Famous.
Famous. Cek.
Yay.
Flips Jider. Sabar ya, sabar. Kita tunggu boom dulu ya. Bang Tep, sabar ya. Sabar bro, sabar bro. Sabar, gue pengen lihat dulu nih. Teh botol. Flip Jider. Anjay, ada ini guys. Ada kabayan cok. Gokil.
Table 2. Crashes.
Belum. Siapa yang rindu warnet lumba-lumba adik-adik? Siapa yang rindu warnet lumba-lumba? Angkat tangan semuanya, ketik 1 adik-adik. A lonely road across another coastal line, miles away from those I love, purpose hard to find. While I recall all the words you spoke to me, can't help but wish that I was there, like where I love to be. Let's go adik-adik. Dear God, the only thing I ask of you is to hold you when I'm not around, when I'm just too far away. Person who can be true to you, but I felt the way I found her, and now I'm cause I'm lonely and I'm tired, I'm missing you again, oh no, once again. Dirga versi Indo lebih warnet dan lebih rental press. Enggak bro, ini legend bro, nggak bisa bro. When the TV sleeps and all the shows are closed, can all the things of the times I've had with you, pictures and some memories, we'll have to have the view. Oh yeah. The only thing I have is a home when I'm not around. When I'm much too far away. Only the person who can be true to you I'll ever when I found her. And now I wish I stayed, 'cause I'm lonely and I'm tired. Once again,
I agree. I used to have to
well, sometimes
Never finding a way before they wait.
fokus monobar juga belum mulai, santai aja kali. Fokus lah, ini belum mulai, bangsat lu, bangsat ini belum mulai, anjing, cari ribut sama gue lu, babi lu, binatang. Anjing ya, orang juga belum mulai, babik lu ya. Anjing juga belum mulai, baru pick agent, tai, fokus pick agent. Yang nge-pick tuh dia, bukan kita yang nge-pick, babi. Pick agent, fokus tai kuda. Anjing ya. Bangke ya, orang juga belum mulai, pick agent, fokus apa yang fokus juga yang pick mereka, bukan lu pada, anjing. Lu emang bilang suruh pakai jet emang dia pakai jet oil, blok ya.
We know he was the one that really revolutionized the movement on Neon, for example. This man will be mobile. This man will understand where he needs to pick and prod across the map. And when you start on attack, this man must be your
Bangke.
He must get you in and
fokus tai lah. Fortune cookies yuk. Tuh, orang juga belum mulai tuh. Fortune cookies, anjing. Thank you Bang Tefs.
Ryan, make the potential upset happen here. What's your prediction for how this game could play out?
If you're going off curses and trends, sure, but I feel like Optic have got better as the year has gone on to adapt to this. They've seen LCQ, they've watched their opponent, they're going to come in well prepared. The fact that neither team has changed this comp, I think leads more towards Optic. They know this like meta, they run themselves, and they can change stuff up as
Walaupun diri ini maju, tapi kepadaku siapa tak kalinya. Hey yeah, ketika kulihat di sekelilingku, ternyata banyak sekali gadis yang cantik. Hey, katanya yang nyari. Yeah. Saat ku melamun terdengar musik mengalun di kafetaria. Iramanya ujung jari pun mulai bergerak. Perasaanku ini tak dapat berhenti. Come on baby. Tidak akan seburuk itu. Wah, ini gua nggak suka nih komen-komen gini. Gak respect tim Indo lagi mau main malah nggak ditonton. Mendingan lu cabut dari sini daripada bikin gue parah ya, binatang lu ya. Kamehameha. Ya lu fokus. Tadi siapa yang namanya itu ya? Binatang siapa tadi? Japi Jakaria, lu nonton tuh caster lu fokusin, ya. Muka lu ke caster lu fokusin, lu perhatiin mukanya lu caster lu babi. Yang mau ngatur ini donate bang. Waduh, yang donate ini lagi. Waduh. Yang donate.
Brimstone, so he's not only like a world-class controller, he's moving into different roles now just because there's more to gain.
No, my heart will break if he moves from being a controller. Because I keep saying he's one of the best players in the world, and he's one of the best.
Thank you Bang Tabs, gokil.
So if he moves away from this role,
yang donat, thank you Bang Tes, yang donat superhero Indo. Oh diamnya, aduh.
No, we can't. There are arbitrary connections that will always be made on the desk. That is what we are here to do. I will never let this be lived down ever. So Marv must stay as a controller.
But you know though, it does.
Gila di donat langsung dia main donat.
Watching at home, obviously, as you can tell, we're doing the art of the film. But we're going to be getting into the game hopefully shortly, which we'll be very excited to watch our second match of the day, and also make sure you stay tuned because we have another match coming up after this. It's going to be an exciting one as well. PRX versus LEVIATHAN, which will be a banger. But Ryan, there was a lot of conversation, right? Marv most definitely, was the point of contention, like, could this guy be one of the best players? The conversation was centering around so much, and even when he wasn't playing well, it was just like everyone felt like they were just dragging him through the mud.
Info lagu.
That has to rock the mental a little bit, wouldn't you say?
I mean, I don't think anything can actually rock Mav's mental. He is ice cold for all those things. I think if there's a player that I'm looking at saying like, I want to see a little bit more because we know what he can do, it's Crashies. Not because like he's had an underperformance. He was one of the best Silvers in the world.
Yeah.
Now that there's not much Silver nowadays, obviously he's on it here, but more Fade, I'm curious to see how he's going to do on that Initiator.
Nyon, muka lu mirip Abi waktu bacot. Kenapa ini lu kenapa Bang Dre?
Going into this game, and I couldn't think of two cursed people to commentate that better than my dear friends.
Kok lu marah-marah anjing?
Have fun, Mustache and Egg.
Anjing dah.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the Desk crew. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one.
Bang Dre ngapa?
Versus Boom. We've got El Diablo versus Egg Diablo in some ways, Josh. I don't know, maybe you might say, this one
emang ya?
relatively
Stream apa? Apa? Ini udah pada tertular para virus mana ya guys ya. Nontonin gue emang streamer ini tuh streamer tolol ya guys ya. Streamer apa ya? Streamer bad influence ya guys ya. Emang streamernya anjing guys. Let's go hashtag hungry boom. Let's kok hungry boom? Hungry beast. Hashtag hungry beast. Hashtag Anjay, apa nih? Wih.
What they come into here. I think to dash into the wall to start things off. Bit of an advantage for him. He's not going to be able to cross up any of the crosshair placement, but Spike going to start to get planted now. Players ready.
Temoto.
To the back of the side. That's Teboddle. The first one
Waduh.
to be traded, but Flank being caught there. Blaze King was looking for opportunities, just pushing through. Optic seemingly just cleaning up the stragglers wherever possible.
Ayo, ini bos. Ini bosnya bro, ini bosnya. Ayo Fik, kalian Fik. Fikri. Dia plan open ya? Waduh.
So that's a fairly decent pistol round from Optic. Nothing too fancy, just keeping it simple, playing the fundamentals well. And this map, even though Victor ends up being dead there and dashing north,
siap maaf.
This map is Victor's playground. It is. I mean, you are going to see.
Kenapa sih
if Victor plays anything like what he's done in the past couple of weeks, you're going to see a masterclass on Jet.
Yar main dia bacot lu. Ini kita dukung dulu nih Indo. Lu gimana dah monyet nih kita hujat monyet ya guys ya. Ini malah dia ngajak main ya guys ya. Padahal kita lagi dukung Indo ya guys ya. Rusak nih monyet nih. Jangan sampai kena hujat lu. Gua kasih tahu di sini ya. Ya monyet ya lu jangan ngomong dah. Sumpah di sini lagi geragas banget viewernya. Gua kasih tahu. Lagi geragas di sini, hati-hati. Di sini tuh lagi geragas, sumpah. Lagi pada ngegas semua, bro. Hati-hati monyet ya. Panas gong, kuping gue diomongin anjing. Diomongin siapa? Gue dukung bangsat cuma kawan. Lu ya, mendingan lu tuh gak usah ngomong, Cah. Lu pasti salah. Lu ngomong, lu nggak nonton, lu pasti bilangin parah lu, nggak Indopret lu nggak mau nonton. Tai, emang netizen sini netizen tai lu, gue kasih tahu aja. Tuh kan, gue udah bilang netizen sini netizen tai, gue kasih tahu. Mendingan lu tuh nggak usah ngomong di sini. Dia main netizen ini netizen tai. Buset, gila udah punya ulti. Hah? Vamos! Di sini Vamos! Vamos nih bos. Gila, ya dicuri killnya bro. Vamos! Vamos!
Round on the board at a global event. There's not going to be a feeling like it, Brent. When you get here,
kasih tahu, teammate lu jago banget ya, yoi.
You realize, yeah, you can beat your opponents. Yeah,
you can go toe to toe with the top dogs. These guys who you've seen, performing in the finals, winning these big events. That's what they needed.
Teh bolot, saya kalau bener dukung, coba buktiin sampai Ria itu emang netizen gue emang gitu, Cah. Emang kayak gitu, Cah. Kalau dukung lu real dukung lu sampai Ria. Emang kayak gitu, Cah. Emang kayak gitu.
It's very slow and steady for now. Forcing out that drone from Blaze King just to get a bit of mid-round information.
Netizen tai itu gini.
Could still be a player lurking at halls. Blaze King doesn't quite know that, but
and they've done a good job at the beginning of this round, Optic, to stop any mid-aggression. So Marv has an option here to go for a flank through double doors, but
molinya anjing. Langsung keluarin 2 moli enggak? BT dia. BT anjing, drone gue di ini. Kena ini.
Now just opting to try and go for a bit of a contact play. That was just spam. Right through the wall, flash over the top as well. Doesn't quite
mati.
Someone needs to deal with a dart though.
Wah, mati anjing.
That's Victor. He's claiming these kills. Couple of shockies coming in. Dangerous situation. Dropping a couple of plays.
Vamos!
Very low. In fact, look at that warbang kill straight to the cranium. Famous claims another.
And he got a 3v3 with Victor again. Going for the
Vamos!
Good trade by Famous. Who's now the sole chamber on the board. And they are worried about that mid flank. Victor, he's going for it.
Yeah,
he's dead to a single Vandal bullet.
War going down though, that opens him up to a couple more angles. And you're right, Victor. He is
Vamos!
Now the pressure's on him to get stuff done here, but it's not really being watched. Holding it, patience, the discipline.
Not going for it.
Vamos! Di sini Vamos! Bunuh 4 ya Vamos. Bunuh 4, mantap Vamos nih bos. Gak dibunuh loh. So iye. Nggak dibunuh anjing. Gila Vamos nih bos. Gak dibunuh ya. Mamam lu ya. So iya nggak tahu dia. Boom.
Taken over this big fragging role for the team. He actually plays a ton of different agents, the Raze, the KO, the Chain, but
Bang, bilang ke temen aku namanya Arden kalau dia tolol. Arden tolol lu katanya dari rahasia.
Flipside used to be a very hard carry player for Boom.
Bisa-bisanya dia titip salam tolol dari sini ya anjing.
Just drawn Boom level in the series.
Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how big of a player this guy has been actually coming into this team.
Player itu sengaja kasih Famous biar bisa dibeli. Anjingnya. Buff cost Justin dulu Yor, abis ini gua kasih buff guys, tenang. Tenang gua kasih buff. Gokil.
Halo Yor, ini saran penting buat lu. Gak usah dengerin netizen, yang penting lu happy, do what you wanna do.
Do what you wanna do, guys. Buat Ior tuh, buat Ior anjing. Tai. Asik dah.
If Ye wins that duel, changes the Ye had advantage. Just didn't quite get it done.
I love the energy that they're coming into this with. You can hear them across the venue, honestly, right down there from the stage all the way up here. Getting the work done, but now guns in the hand of the Optic players.
Ya, dia buta juga. Kocak. Anjing. Anjing, reconnya guys, tai. Reconnya tai banget dah. Hah? Masih ada Famous. Masih ada Famous. Cek Famous. Wah. Wah, plannya susah nih. Bisa.
Josh has left it now into this 2v3 and this slight angle that Victor's playing in right now with the wall up in his face. A little bit inoptimal in terms of just trying to take these fights and the timings obviously doesn't want to peek his head.
Gila guys, lu lihat gak guys? Si Victor guys, lu lihat gak? Dia mau dia di sebelah kiri nih. Sebelah kiri, dia tetap mantai kanan. Soalnya dia percaya sama temennya kalau itu diliatin. Anjing, gokil sih. Itu namanya percaya temen guys. Nggak kalian tuh netizen bangsat cuma bisa ngomongin orang di belakang, babi lu, ngomongin orang lu pro player tai. Lu main juga kayak Silver anjing. Sosok iya lu tai. Kenapa gue jadi marah ya? Kevin tolong dijaga ya, cara pijarnya jangan ngomong kesan, nggak baik buat penonton. Prabowo Subiat.
That's an aggressive play from Famous, honestly just running straight down into elbow. Utility to try and supplement it, but I guess just wasn't expecting Victor to just be running it down with the knives.
It's pure confidence from Optic, despite the fact that they lost 3 rounds in a row. And Boom have got a flank coming out of Cave here, but that's a great kill. Flip side of the IGL rips the head off Ye, stops him from getting value, and that deactivates the trademark. Look at these players on the flank,
push all the way
up. Fast.
Yeah, not wasting any time at all. Taking liberties, taking space, taking the fights, taking every single duel at their disposal, and that's a spike.
Aku yang waktu itu ngutang bang, akhirnya ngutangku dibayar sama temanku bang, ini kamu aku bagi. Waduh.
Turn this one around, the confidence that we've seen time and time again from a lot of these APAC teams, but Victor wants to again answer back.
Does he realize the Viper's here?
Smokes off one of the angles. Everything about the timing, and it's the bottle.
Waduh. Ini kok ngeri banget ya, gue punya donate-nya ini namanya ngeri banget ya, anjing.
40 seconds to play with here. Crashy still has a recon. Well, there goes the recon dart.
Your moment anjing, reconnya ke laut. Glory Man United. Glory Man United. Glory Man United.
Oh, another little swing, but luckily the trade is there at the end of the day, and now we're going to be steadily taking a lead here.
And what an important couple of kills from Flipsider in that round. Being able to shut down Ye, and then getting the trade-off.
Let's go, boom! Let's go, boom! 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 Boom!
A series of 1v1s. Boom are looking pretty good here. I like the proactivity. Neither team is afraid of the other. So we're seeing these clashes, engagements. Both Jets happy to take duels.
Si Bani flashnya.
Flash didn't quite work, but that doesn't matter.
A little bit off, but listen, the trade was there. That's what matters.
Yeah. It's all about backing up the rest of your team.
And it's where you start to see the timeout as well.
And I think this is a great time for it. Of course, Chet is going to be doing this one from the hotel room.
Di sini ngeri banget ya. Si Kangsu pindah gak Nior? Si Kangsu pindah gak Nior? Si Kangsu siapa?
Small adjustments.
Scan Sunak. Waduh.
Probably getting them to be aware of some of the Boom players.
Si Kangsu siapa anjing? Kangsu.
It happens all the time.
Lu sih nggak sopan. Aduh.
Better opponent that you're playing against, you lack the confidence, you don't go for the same level of risk, and that means that you don't make decisions.
Trouble is though, Boom have had good mentorship, I think, as well. They've seen that Optic have lost before to a lot of these APAC teams, Sersha and everyone else.
Entah kenapa gue nggak sabar besok sih guys. Gue nggak sabar besok lihat TikTok. Gue pengen lihat FYP gue isinya MU-nya apa ya. Senang atau gimana ya? Kok nggak keluar? Loh.
They don't look immortal.
Loh.
And yet they still
Ada
win
dua
the
kan?
podium, or even winning it when it comes to Reykjavik. But that does mean that you can get a leg up over them early in the tournament.
Kamu dukung saya kan, Yor?
Slow
Puan.
starters to some of these events. And I think there's some stylistic stuff that plays in there as well. They have struggled against the APAC teams.
Kok begini ya, gue punya donate ya, anjing namanya, aduh.
So here we get the Vikings pick coming out, over towards A this time. The rest of Optic using their utility in mid, Marv taking elbow, Recon dart towards it. You can see how they're using this utility Optic to stop any mid aggression, but that's not really the area of the map that Boom are playing for.
And this trademark was placed early on in the Viper's pit. And they've only got Victor watching the back side of it, that one angle, but the double face takes him out easily enough.
Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake, isn't it? Just relying too much on the trademark there to give them more info.
Well, I think they knew that could have been avoided. That's why Victor was watching it.
Anthony udah bisa main belum sih? Nggak tahu bro, jangan tanya gue bro.
Now for Optic, they are being given mid completely, so getting some of these A splits together, B splits, seems doable.
You might be about to start to see this explosion onto the side there. Dart into the back. That was shot from the backside of Pyramid. They notice a player there from default. Being used. Nice
untung dapat satu anjir.
Almost whiffing that one, but managed to correct.
Dapat. Kevin bantu saya buat skenario.
Locking this one down, anchoring it. Slight jiggle of the movement. Yado. He's going to be claiming another one. For the record, he's going to be able to deal with the bottle just about. Narrowly done. Just down to crashes now, and he is being swarmed from every single angle, and there it is. Too much.
Aduh, gue punya donatur anjing, donate anjing sih.
Yeah, it feels like Optic are just
kok gue jadi ngeri gini ya?
These duels put into uncomfortable situations as well.
Nice, boom, nice. Ini kenapa? Untungnya dua-duanya sama-sama whiff, tapi yang satu bisa reset aim ya guys ya.
I really like the proactivity in A main. I think that's something Optic are going to have to start to deal with.
Tuh, untung dua-duanya whiff ya. Kakak.
But Boom are fighting for A main. They're fighting for Cave. Yeah. There needs to be a focus from Optic over towards there. The adjustments got to come through.
But for now, half-by round.
Emang si Victor tuh dulu main Jet juga ya? Atau cuma Neon Jet juga ya? Tenang, belum ada waduh. Tadi udah. Aimnya Optic nggak banget kok ya.
And actually, it's in some sense is a positive for Boom. Breeze is a match that they're pretty decent at.
Yor, 1+1 sama 2 kalau lu plus netizen sama apa Yor? Enggak sih, netizen plus netizen sama bangsat. Apa ya, nggak suka sama gua? Hah, ngomong anjing. Langsung ngomong. Iya, gua nggak suka. Iya, gua nggak suka nih. Muncul nih. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nggak ada yang. Iya, gua nggak suka. Iya, gua nggak suka. Iya, gua nggak suka lu Yor. Oke. Suka gua Yor. Oke, kamu jadi moderator. Rafli. Gue gak suka sama lu, oke. Oke. Tuk. Oke. Netizen.
To this point, you know, when Optic were dominant and when they were innovating and playing a lot of the
di save satu-satu Kang Ringgi nih. Aku cinta Tokopedia. Siapa yang cinta Tokopedia adik-adik? Nanti kita ada giveaway ya guys. Aku sayang Yor gokil. Emang Bang Ri itu emang gokil sih, yo. The best lalu Bang Ri. Gokil sih. Lu streamer the best Yor, gokil Rafli. Ada yang ngomong merek sebelah, Kelvin Erando. Ini Kelvin Erando harus kita silent treatment ya guys ya. Dia ini gak bagus ya guys ya, nggak bagus untuk lingkungan kita ya guys ya. Kelvin ini harus kita TO ya guys ya. Dia nggak bagus untuk lingkungan kita ya. Kamu nggak bisa masuk di circle kita ya. Circle kamu tuh kamu nggak bisa ya.
But here on Breeze, it feels like Boom have got a great idea of
Gak bisa ya guys.
the cave aggression.
Gak bisa ya, kamu nggak bisa masuk circle. Circle kita beda guys. Circle kita tuh circle gokil.
It's just that these players on Boom are actually winning duels. I think that seems like
Kayak tragedi 98.
to make when we're at Champions, but when you have teams that have only ever competed domestically going up against some of the best players in the world, yeah, the desk, I mean, Jess talking about Marved being potentially the best player in the world. I think he's definitely in the conversation. People have had Ye in there as well. Victor on this map normally goes crazy. If you're able to win duels consistently and keep these guys to like a 1 KD or under, that is...
It goes a long way.
It's a must.
It goes a long way.
And
really
Boom are
does.
doing it right now.
Valorant's a shooter game. So you've got to be able to click on the heads, as silly as that is to say out loud, but it's step number one of the equation. And honestly, from the get-go, felt like when Boom ended up converting that bonus round, you could feel their screams across the arena. That's the kind of thing they need to
itu
get under their belts.
yang dikocokin Blast King apa? Itu hand warmer guys. Jadi itu biar tangan lu tuh biar itu tuh buat anget gitu loh. Tank itu Yor, gue cabut dulu. Kemana? Lu mau kemana? Lu di sini ya, nggak ada lu kemana-mana lu. Lu udah terjunin gue, lu harus ikut sampai akhir anjing. Nggak ada lu cabut-cabut. Gak ada lu. Ah, lu bahaya. Nggak ada.
Because he's got some great fragging. He IGLs for the team. Right behind.
Bilangin Handis bang, cupu lu stack silver. Weh dari Handis, lu dikatain cupu lu stack silver. Ya kocak dikatain Kidza lu. Masa lu mau dikatain Kidza anjing? Handis.
That's why they call him Egg in APAC.
Dikatainnya cupu lu stack silver. Enggak, pertanyaannya Kidza. Weh, rank lu apa emang Kidza? Enggak, rank lu apa sih Kidza sih? Lu sampai kayak gitu lu ke temen lu sendiri. Halo Samsudin.
After the tech pause, obviously this is being half by for Optics, so the usual play here is, you know.
Selamat malam Kevin Gunawan, Puntri Chandrawati nih. Siapa ya? Gue kayak pernah denger deh.
That's just the discipline. The crossfire watch down, obviously the rifles favor and Boom there in that fight.
And again, it's A main aggression, right? That's the exact same kind of thing. It's not pushing all the way deep in game, but they're fighting the choke points.
Wah, guys, let's go Boom. Gila, flawless. Ini mapnya Boom ya? Oh, nggak apa-apa.
Boom are running away with it right now. They've come in with a game plan, and it's working perfectly.
Yep, another Prime Gaming flawless. This next round, though, is going to be a large tipping point when the money's now online for Optic.
Gokil! Kaptul, kamu mau apa proyeknya mana? Balik nama saya. Padang Masyar, Yor lu orangnya asik, kalian kapan ngopi ke sini? Padang Masyar, kopi di mana? Boom wangi semua, ini gila gokil. Boom, let's go. Lanjutkan. Ini Crisis kayaknya lagi bete banget kayaknya. Lihat mukanya bad mood gitu. Ya! Bete dia guys. Ya! Gokil Bani. Buang tolong bilangin Rizal mainnya kayak bot stuck bros, gak improve root Rizal dikatain lu.
Three opponents. Very difficult task, but he's pulled off even stranger things, hasn't he, in the past?
I think this one might be a bit too tough. The crossfire just looks so.
Anjing kaget gua. Bangsat.
Sama Rashford enggak banget.
Entoy kaget gua.
Erik Ten Hag dari awal sudah bilang gue pengen datengin winger baru, gue pengen kiri, winger kanan, Gakpo dan Anthony, nama itu keluar. Mungkin diehard fansnya MU akan bertanya, lu udah punya Rashford, kamu mungkin Greenwood balik sama Elanga, harusnya cukup. Enggak, dan Erik Ten Hag lebih tahu daripada kalian semua.
Erik Ten Hag lebih tahu daripada kalian semua.
Lihat Liverpool punya Carvalho, baru beli. Jota, Diaz, Nunes baru beli, Salah, Firmino, 6. Oke. sementara Ronaldo Mars.
Andika Kidza gold gendongan gak usah banyak bacot. Anjing dikatain lagi lu. Woi Kidza lu dikatain lu bacot gendongan lu gak usah banyak bacot. Bang bilangin ke Yolo suruh tepatin janji kalau Boom menang atau traktir open table. Asik gue ikut boleh gak? Gue boleh ikut gak? Lu asik banget coy, gokil. Gue boleh ikut gak open table? Aduh, gila itu timing banget si Dustin apa? Si Dustin timing banget, dia lagi lihat ke side, lagi lihat ke tunnel tiba-tiba ini. Halo Cilita, halo Lita. Lu yang so asik Yor, lu siapa anjir mau ikut-ikut? Lah, dia numpang di gua ya, gua ikut lah.
It's strange. These moments where you expect Optic when you watch them get deep in tournaments to swing and immediately delete a player.
Fokus guys, fokus. Kita harus fokus guys. Padahal ya mereka yang nonton kita harus fokus, kocak juga ya.
It's only good teams that are able to capitalize on opportunities when they're presented. And that's what Boom is doing.
Fans berat yo tolong bilang kayak namanya Hosea besok mie ayam jangan lupa. Woi Hosea mie ayam lo anjing. Yang pelit jadi orang babi. Mereka tahu udah di ulti A-nya, mereka nggak mau ngambil dari A-min, maunya ngambil ini. Aduh. Gila juga lu. Lu pikir lu kabayan anjing. Wah gila, bahaya nih. Lu lihat deh. Lu lihat Viper ya. Lu lihat Vipernya FNS. Lu lihat FNS. Aduh, nggak denger ya. Lari lu padahal. Timing.
Even any semblance of control to the back of the site because he's dealing with so many of these targets. But now they're fully aware of where each other is. At least the reposition now comes through. The tour de force out in the hands of Ye should be favored in this one.
Woohoo! Nice man! Nice bunny! Gokil!
He's 16-3.
Mantap ban.
Flipsider is a clutch monster.
Bunny su.
Kill. Handling it, man. Handling it. And there's the star player IGL Egg Diablo up at the top of the scoreboard.
Tololnya Ruben Dias, Bugo itu pertanyaan yang sangat tolol. Blow on lagi, rada tolol ya. Stupid manusia laknat itu keluar. Begonya Arsenal. Nah Arteta tolol juga. Contoh. Blow on-nya dia lah, ngapain dia perpanjang kontrak di Spurs? Klub gak tolol itu.
Ya tapi dia tuh Minamino.
Tapi juga nggak tolol, dia juga hitung-hitungan.
Nggak juara. Harus stupid. Bahkan pemain tim itu oke. Sampai si Solo yang listrik 1 itu bikin dapat kantung di belakang aja, ngerti nggak? Kan goblok itu. Iya kan? Dan di situ kelihatan bahwa lu udah tertinggal main 10 orang lu parkir bis. Kan tolol itu. Gimana lu enggak? Ini udah marah-marah udah sekian
bener kan ini status Arteta itu tolol.
Considering the debut that he's been able to propel Boom into on the international stage. A little bit of a fun fact about this man. Back in his previous team, VCT, Indonesian scene, not the biggest of VCT scenes, but enough that he was playing Raze at such a level that the admins asked
Arteta nih.
Wow.
Arteta nih.
Okay. Unfortunately, there's him dying straight away. But this is something like from watching Boom at their APAC LCQ. This was something that they struggled with. If they lost a player, they ended in the 4 versus 5. They struggled to confirm a round on the back of that. If they lost their player first, they typically lose the round following. So the fact that the rest of the team, even when Famous went down, and this was when he was on fire right at the start of the map, the rest of the team's able to clear up, get into the heads of Optic, and Optic do struggle with that.
Ini gue nggak ngerti deh, gue jujur jarang nonton Optic kan. Emang mereka tuh mukanya emang kayak gini, apa emang gak ada hype-nya, apa emang apa sih? Kayak mereka tuh main tuh kayak.
The advantage is still there for Optic despite the scoreline, I think, because of it.
Yeah, this is certainly
Apa emang kayak gitu? Apa emang lagi berantem atau? Emang gitu.
Going into this next half as we switch sides and send it back over to your casters to call the action.
Lagi gamut kayaknya, lagi berantem sama pacar ya kayaknya guys.
Going to be Boom keeping this momentum going, or Optic going to be able to bounce back as well, find their footing a little bit more.
I think Optic being able to pick up a pistol makes this map somewhat more even and doable for them. Boom, I'd love to see them be able to just put their foot in the throat now, honestly, and just grab a pistol here, and it would make all the difference. Starting things out so passively here, Boom. And this is the thing with this APAC squad.
Cuma Y2 ya senyum biasanya, iya sih. Kayak mainnya tuh kayak, apalagi liat Crasius sudah kayak bete banget asli, kayak nggak dapet jatah makan tempe orek anjing atau nugget. Lah. Gila! Masih dapat Victor.
Actually, Victor was traded out, but the players have already swarmed their way in. The wall's going to get dropped down. Yeah, just holding close to that wall, looking for the right angle, the right approach. Bite into the shock dart, no targets.
Nice try. Almost an attempt. And Optic are now thinking about whether or not these guys have been able to escape from B.
Yeah.
There's only 30 seconds.
Oh, mereka mau ngelawan ya? Mereka mau ngelawan kah? Wah, gila, botol. Wah, botol gila. Sendiri doang lagi.
No more time really to make any more mistakes. To push the position there from Blazing. Do they expect this one? It has to be.
Muter anjing, pasti sabar anjir mainnya.
So far from Optic. The spike does go down.
Wah, ini bahaya nih.
Dart close, that's going to be forcing a bit of a wraparound now. Blazing forced to take this fight out. Crashes will win it out with the Ghost. Just up to Flipsider. But again, that discipline. Yeah, just not overstepping himself through main, and even when he does, he knows if he fails, the teammate's going to be picking up the pieces.
PSG, aduh! PSG lagi.
FNS has said it. These situations just don't phase them anymore. They still have that mental resilience to be able to fight back in these maps, and the pistol round win is certainly going to help them. We've seen some teams go for 4 spies, especially at Copenhagen after getting.
Ente. Gila, tapi ini si Victor gila sih, dia bisa dapat satu lagi sih. Ini si.
It might be a decent idea at this point. Choosing not to though, keeping the classics on board, and this will draw things level if Optic are able to convert within 2 rounds.
Pengganti Famos siapa, Yor? Tens.
Pistol round winning it would be pretty vital in terms of them being able to get this comeback online. It's a deep knife that's going to be used in A main there on the defensive side, and Halls is still being watched down as well by Victor with the Marshall. Always going to be favored when he's watching this one. Slight jiggle of the movement. I think he expects it's a bit of a bait.
Wow! Aduh, satu lagi Fikri. Anjing.
Dropped down to 8 health.
I think that was a headhunter wallbang headshot there. And that did so much damage.
It's going to be put in a bit of a squeeze now as well. He's going to be rotating positioning. The wall's still going up. Has to dash to the side there. Victor, he is still so low.
Look at this cheeky little pocket.
Itu FNS tai banget dah. Guys, lu lihat deh, dia bisa ngumpet anjing. Bang, coba Rara dulu bang, nggak mau ah. 10.000 kalau misalkan gede gua. PSG Arsenic, yoi. Arsenic nanti yang ganti guys. Jadi nanti yang ganti tuh PSG Arsenic tuh gantiin Famos sama Ior guys.
As long as you don't play scared, as long as you play like you do in scrims and tournaments, you can win. I think Boom have definitely demonstrated that in the first half. It's just about maintaining that mentality, even if you go on a bit of a losing streak. Yeah. Being able to win the anti-bonus here for Boom would be very important.
Anjing. Dapat senjata gratis dong.
Sometimes one of the more difficult things when you're up against a team like Optic with the experience under their belts. They've been in situations like this before and they are handling every single.
Tai lah. Itu udah gerakannya yei banget anjing, klik kanan, serut gitu, tai lah. Apaan sih? Hacker tai lu, babi. Si Victor udah dapat B, udah dapat backstep lagi.
watching for that one. Okay, the trade is eventually there. In fact, as well, watching for these pushes out. That's Marv going to be at least fallen back. I suspect.
Manusia di sini kok banyak yang goblok dan tolol ya. Gue rasa kebanyakan follow pangi jadi tololnya ikutan semua. Lu tidak bisa pada saat di press 5-6 pemain, lu tidak bisa keluar. Terus lu masih passing-passing, kan tolol. Iya kan? Lu main long ball aja, ikutin guys.
Kill the game banget buat Everton dan mereka nggak bisa banget. Padahal
sama kayak holding kartu merah itu tolol.
Oke, itu tadi
ya udah jatuh duluan, baru ditarik sama Saka. Emang Saka tolol juga narik, ngapain ngerti nggak?
Ya Saka just being Saka aja kan.
Iya, exactly. Ya ini yang bikin pertanyaan goblok ini. Mana ada orang bikin koin kasih kartu merah?
Everything can happen, coach.
Enggak, kalau ini cannot happen. Ini benar-benar blown, ini benar-benar pandit komputer begini nih.
Namanya what if, coach. Kita mau tidak membatasi limit dari manusia.
Namanya koin. Enggak, kalau soal kreativitas netizen nomor 1. Cuman ya gitu, mayoritasnya tolong.
Next. Hanya dari sisi
Gue bilang tidak. Gue bilang tidak tergantung oleh Benzema. Tapi memang pelatih goblok. Kalau dia tidak
excellent in those kind of situations. And then with Ye to play alongside, it felt like they dealt with that one pretty perfect. Yeah, cool, calm and collected, absolutely. It's a nice idea to throw the Vipers.
Ya streaming bareng lah, gue takut guys, gak kenal gue.
But it just wasn't close enough to where the spike was.
And it blocked off the sideline that meant that there was no crossfire from bricks to the back of the site.
And now comes the
Gila, entah kenapa ya mereka tuh apa? Thank you domba. Tapi gila ya, kayak apa ya? Kayak mereka tuh nyantai, lapar gue juga lapar deh Bang Dri, tahi dah. Tapi gue masih diet sih anjing. Terlalu fokus optik kagak ada funnya. Makan yor, makan apa ya? Gue takut gendut anjing, udah naik, jangan deh. Jangan. Besok aja deh.
These kind of scenarios are where you separate the wheat from the chaff, honestly. And this is where experience does matter.
I'm looking at Famous, sitting at 8 kills. I seem to remember him being on 7 very early on.
Yeah.
Ayo dong Famous, wake up me up. Babi guling yor, kan gue di Jakarta, Bang Dre, babi. Kalau ada sih gue juga nggak makan sih, soalnya udah malam. Ayo dong, wake up. Fikri, wake up. Gue tuh tadi tuh pengen makan McD, cuman gue mikir anjing McD tuh kalorinya tinggi banget.
Not quite taking the space just yet. Eventually now making their way through the choke point. I think they were blocked off by the fragments actually that Marv sent through. But the wall's going down and that's right.
Kasian Bani. Kasian. Dia maju, dia plan, dia flash. Kelar plan mati.
On the latest of late flanks. He's going to move on right now. And the rest of his team has to buy time.
They're going to know he's there as well though because the trade line set up and as the wall goes down it's all just inopportune timings from top to bottom. Is this really going to be the game plan right now? He's got the setup for it. Famous wants to take a bit of a high ground approach again, just from that mid angle all the way through. Snakebite's dropped down on top of it. Okay, damage is being done, but you're just wide swinging into this one. The utility has a dart stuck in his head. He needs to try and stop and deny this defuse, but not enough once more. Time was so low there. A decent job from Boom to try and...
Ya kan gue orangnya susah gemuk walaupun makan banyak. Kalau lu jadi diri gue mau nggak lu Yor? Gue mau. Tapi gue tahu ada cara lain gimana cara lu gendut tapi dengan gym. Bulking. Reconnya nempel pala anjir, what the fuck. Yuk ban, ayo ban. Ayo ban, mantap. Gue pesen McD sih Yor, enak. Lu pesan apa?
Certainly a set play post plan.
Anjing.
crashes with the off.
That's unusual, isn't it? You don't see this very often.
Waduh! Got his tour de force, but it allows him to watch down Hall.
Nice.
A great amount of accuracy, still taken out. Eventually, that's going to be that trade. As Famous is opting into the operator himself.
And this is an awkward position for Ye right now. He's stuck at double doors, worried whether somebody could be flanking him from mid, and FNS is the only player ready to support.
Timing everything here with a snake bite coming through, and there are fights kicking off all over the
Lah, Ye bunuh di mana? Di MN ya?
Does take down Blaze King.
Pagi bang, pagi. Berdaya. Thank you orang BGS. Kamu.
And this is many rounds in a row now.
Thank you orang BGS. Thank you.
But not actually grab kills or space on the map with which to play post plants properly. Optic are
Nasi biryani McD, emang McD ada nasi biryani. Gue tuh pengen cobain es krim mixu sama es krim ricis tau nggak? Cuman aduh, gue tuh udah masuk daerah Jakarta, udah saatnya gue untuk diet ya.
And that's not anything special apart from this. Being able to outplay the trademark spawn in a slow field that you feed. But it's more to do with.
Gila, mereka santai banget sih mainnya. Gue kadang kayak lihat tim kayak gini tuh kayak anjing, mereka kok bisa ya kayak nyantai gitu. Kayak kita kan biasa hype-nya kan super kan, nice gitu kan. Mereka kayak nice, you good man, gitu-gitu kayak wow.
Crashes through a recon dart at the bottom of Hall, so he knows that these players are towards mid and B, but he misses his opportunity for an operator kill.
Why is he re-peeking that? At his feet, but still Victor. Left onto the
Wah, bahaya. Wah, bahaya.
The pressure is there. He's going to need a kill, but again, just enough to watch down every single point of contact. Racing left alive though. He's only on 11 health with the Bulldog.
Udah pernah juara 1 ini sih. Kalau misalkan si Boom kali, menurut gue wajar sih, karena Optik ya, lu tau lah kelasnya Optik. Cuman gue cuma berharap Boom bisa lolos aja lah, intinya kayak gitu sih. Kelasnya Boom, kelasnya Optik ya.
Gue mau jual rumah, itu duitnya juga untuk gue sendiri. Lu siapa? Sok-sokan mau tahu, mau gue jual ini jual itu, duitnya juga ke gue kan? Bangsat kau.
Mulut Anda kotor. Gak cocok menjadi seorang
lu so asik bangsat.
Bangsat kau.
Kolep
kau kotor.
Kolep anjing. Berantem. Bangsat. Anjing dah.
To their post-plant game, and it can't just be sitting back and playing lineups. That's not good enough.
It's just far too static.
Nah.
Play being made here with an old man popped off. Even the drone that gets info, push them off of that angle as well. Holding on top of PRX, already taking the back of the side control. We'll see if there's that extra layer, a bit of spam.
Ayo.
For the Vandals, the positioning is known. Hunter's Fury cuts across
nice.
there. Is there going to be sort of anything to capitalize? It's a lot of damage at the end of the day, and even the Viper's Pit, it does give them the space to lay that one down.
Mantap.
That's the extra layer that they were really missing. You got that ult from Blaze King that pushes forwards and attacks the Optic players that had given them that space. You saw FNS playing in that same position he's always been in at back yellow, but this time facing a Hunter's Fury right in his mouth. And that does make
Tadi gue ngomong sampai mana ya? Oh, gue kalau misalkan Boom kalah ini ya, gue sih wajar sih. Tapi kalau misalkan ini menang, gue kill. Soalnya kalau misalkan dilihat ya, lu tau lah kelasnya juara kayak gitu ya. Kita cuma berharap kayak Boom bisa lolos playoff sih, jujur aja, anjing. Semoga menang aja sih.
Look at how much that relieves the pressure from the rest of the people playing around Pyramid. Those retakers don't have anybody to work with. Ye loses his trader that might have helped him contest the Viper's pit.
3 ult tapi is okay, man. Di sini di Valorant ini lu keluarin ulti yang penting bisa menang mah bagus. Sumpah. Nggak apa-apa anjing, ulti bisa dicari. Yang penting menangin round anjing, 1 lawan 1 average. Lu ulti daripada lu secure round yang penting.
Anak sehat, tubuhku cacat. Anak ibuku lagi cermat. Semenjak aku kecil, aku diberi sapi, makanan bergizi dan imunisasi.
Diberi asi.
Saya diberi sapi.
Bangsat lah. Gila, T-botol mantap T-botol.
Doing all sorts of damage. How did he get 2 kills there? Just running rings around the Optic players. This is a rough retake for Victor with the op. At least Ye has the Vandal he can still work with.
Ya, puterin bagus, Vic. Bagus.
This is gonna be a tough one. Yeah. And it feels like Boom have found that extra little piece to the puzzle. The little bit of aggression that they need.
Puterin, Vic.
Being comfortable in the retake. Reflank.
Nice. Anjing.
Still have to deal with Yado at the back of the site, but it's a difficult one because look what's coming. Straight for that spike. Shot darts laid down.
Nice.
And even if
mantap.
Quite land there from Blaze can still would have been the 1 round. That's going to be evened up now 10-10. So finally, again, putting another one on the board.
And there's the aggression from Teboto. And that's what you need to see.
T-botol lagi wangi banget, mantap nih, emang gokil T-botol. Viper div, Jet div, Chamber div, kah? Sofanya nggak div, KO-nya nggak.
Flipside is only working with half of the info, and that's assuming they're coming well. But I think full credit to Flipside, he's been calling some excellent game plans and
Jet div sama Viper div anjing.
Staring at another tech pause here. Seeing APAC probably enter the building.
But this is a good start for Boom. You've got to worry in these kind of scenarios where, you know, 6 rounds in a row go on the board for Optic with a Boom just crumble. That's not been the case. No, they're still fighting, still making smart adjustments.
Ada apa lu sama Bani kok kayaknya enggak? Maksudnya kayaknya enggak div gitu loh. B aja, enggak jauh banget. Div apa? Different.
So much competition in the APAC last chance qualifier as well. A lot of people did not expect Boom to be the team that made it here.
Boom didn't expect to be the team that made it.
Yang mau donate sekarang jangan pas main. Boom juara, saham T-botol naik gak sih?
But once Boom got to the other end and they'd had time to integrate Famous really well on his load.
Enak banget ya kalau misalkan T-botol kayak misalkan kayak tiba-tiba ini saham naik terus T-botol dijadiin BA, enak banget ya. Kita ganti namanya jadi Aqua ke Futang ke apa ke ya, Fanta gitu. Wah parah cok, iya pakai keyboard puting apaan? Tiap Boom mulai dapat momentum selalu ada tag gear. Halo Vina, di situ kayak Jet Team lu lebih baik daripada, oh ya ada. Lu cek dah keyboard puting 7 jutaan. Iya kah? Si itu Foxy pakai keyboard Cyberboard 20 juta, 30 juta loh masalah Cyberboard. Gokil sih.
Flipsider has come into this one with quite a lot of prep and good reads, I think. Especially on his initial half, I think, of reads, he always had a good read in terms of what Optic were doing.
$1,000.
Attacking with an ult command here and there, just kind of reading the state and the flow of the game.
Weh, kok member saya hilang? Nggak tahu, Vina.
Yeah. One of the other players that you were talking about, Red Famous, having good performances in the last couple of rounds too, being able to get in.
Puting katanya keyboard paling responsif, iya kah? Bani terus apa nggak beser tuh? Nggak tahu. Ini Optic sengaja banget matiin momentum. Yang nggak tahu ini yang tag gear siapa sih? Ini Vina, welcome, thank you Vina. Gokil. Meta pause. Yang pause siapa sih?
Crashies has his Hunter's Fury, FNS still has the Viper's Pit. So,
really big tools to work with.
Probably the two biggest tools you could have on the defensive side.
Wih, Vina! Thank you, Vina! Gokil. Siapa yang dapat? Siapa yang dapat? Siapa yang dapat? Kok nggak kelihatan? Loh. Kok nggak kelihatan? Loh. Kok nggak kelihatan? Loh, scam anjir. Loh kok?
You know, the more time you have to think about it, the worse sometimes it can be.
Yeah, preys on the mental a little bit, you know. It's as much as you say out loud, well, you know, it's not quite.
Ayo, kok nggak kelihatan? Iya, kok nggak kelihatan sih? Skema nih YouTuber, bukan gue skema, gue ngapa-ngapain. Loh, kok? Nah, baru Agung Prasetyo, Juan, Budi, Groove, Ahmad, Zan, Hakim, Hosea, Gaya, thank you, gokil, mantul, thank you, Vina, mantap.
But thus far, I've been impressed with the game plan, I think, and the overall preparation work too. Boom, one of the earliest LCQ teams to qualify for the event. So, you know, we've been talking a little bit about the LCQ teams not having the same level of prep on maps like Pearl, or, you know, just in general heading into the event, looking towards their opponents. But for Boom, it's slightly different. They qualified through the APAC LCQ a couple of weeks, I think.
Yeah, pretty far in advance. They were the first LCQ team to actually qualify for champs, so they've had time to work with.
Mantul, di like 1000, kasih lagi tuh guys, like-nya 1000 guys. Di like.
I was surprised it didn't come out, honestly. They were talking the big talk. They were definitely talking the big talk. And if we're thinking about the tournament going on as well, I think it's just interesting that Pearl got floated by Optic.
Yeah, it did.
Streamer nipu, gua nipu apa sih? Gua nipu apa anjir?
They easily could have been facing Boom picking Pearl into them.
Sure.
That was something that Optic had to be prepped for, especially with how much Boom were talking about wanting to play Pearl. Optic must have thought that it was a serious.
Gua nipu apa sih? Astaga.
When you head into these tournaments, and there's a new map in the pool, happened last year with Fracture, and seeing the different regions approached it, you see maps like Pearl being played. Honestly, that gamble and having the right read on something can give you a huge edge leading into the tournament all the way. If you are one of those teams that, you know, has the correct read early on a new map, it gives you a massive edge.
I know that that's a theory that FNS and Chet buy into heavily. When they were talking Copenhagen and even coming into Champions as well.
Gua nipu apa coy?
A lot about
Emang Optico ngilangin tim Boom.
Leading the meta. And it doesn't always
Aing jago kayak Famos harus pakai cincin ditunjuk ya. Beli bakso sempat nih, sumpah di game kelamaan bosnya daripada game Zeta. Enggak, pertanyaan gue nipu apa sih? Kok gue yang nipu padahal gue ngapa-ngapain loh.
Speaking of innovation, we brought the finest and youngest minds to break down this tech pause. Golden Boy, take it away.
Indeed, I am the youngest mind here, without a doubt. But as you can see, guys, we're in a bit of a longer tech pause than usual. So, we'll go ahead and kind of like just get an update on like where we are right now, how we feel about this game. Ryan, I'll start with you because, you know, Optic, they managed to win 6 rounds in a row before Boom were able to respond.
Their defense was really clean, and we didn't really get to see that much of their defense at Copenhagen even. They only had 5 rounds because they were beaten
lu orang kayak berasa kayak tech pause. Lu emang tahu ini tech pause siapa? Ini tech pause siapa sih?
So it's nice to see a bit more. It's a bit more developed, but this is kind of like in line with what we're expecting. We saw some potential.
Ternyata yang tech pause organizernya yang disalin optik anjing kasihan banget. Pure optik ya? Emang ada tulisannya optik? Lu emang tahu ya? Gue makanya gue nanya ini emang siapa? Nipu lu ya, gue nipu apa sih? Ini Bang Dre juga babi. Ya udah pos lama amat lu Bang. Lu nggak usah sok tahu Yor. Yang sok tahu tuh sebenarnya siapa sih? Yang sok tahu tuh sebenarnya siapa sih? Anjing nih. Ini bangke ya.
Lu so asik bangsat. You know, we have that tech pause on the stage. We're going to go ahead and get that sorted out. But we did have an opportunity to catch up with one of the players from Optic Gaming. It's Crashies on this on-the-spot feature. Let's check it out.
Yay would clap shroud.
Anjir, gue punya sampai nggak ada memori lu guys. Terlalu banyak chat. Gokil juga.
Hey guys, Crashies here from Optic Gaming, and I'm on the spot in Copenhagen.
Gila nih orang mukanya slow banget ya. Mukanya slow tapi kayak slow tapi.
Teammate most likely to get lost in Copenhagen would probably be Victor for sure. He would definitely get lost. Most likely to overheat, Marv. Marv is an overheater. He's just saucy. When he's saucing, he just gets a little too saucy sometimes. Yep, too saucy.
Most likely to trash talk on stage.
Oh yeah, FNS is the biggest trash talker on our team.
Biggest trash talker on our team.
Even today in our exit series, he was yelling at them. And that's his thing, and it gets him fired up.
1 HP. Finesse on the other side, and no.
Second! Kill me, bro! How are you missing that? Hello? You're 14. How are you missing that?
7-0.
The biggest trash talk in our team.
Lose these, man. They just don't.
Kocak anjing.
Me and Victor would get matching tattoos for sure. You know, the duo together would be a cool tattoo. Most likely to take an ego challenge. Either me or Ye. Yeah, me or Ye would take an ego challenge.
Most likely to clap shroud.
Clap shroud. Ye for sure. Ye would clap shroud. No doubt in my mind. Most likely to get.
Lu so asik bangsat.
The push on A, and he gets info to the third. As the fourth thought, yeah, I thought it was.
Lu asik bang.
He gets it through the shock dart.
He made most likely to be the center of attention. He just starts dancing and just doing his thing. He's from Toronto, so he's a Toronto man.
Lu asik bang.
They just go crazy. They dance and do their thing. I don't know. Unique, very unique. Most likely to spend money on drip would be me, Marv, Victor, FNS. Yeah, the whole team almost. Most likely to sing in the shower. We'll throw FNS in there. This sounds like a singing man to me. Singing Ed Sheeran.
Lu siapa?
Kamu siapa? Kamu siapa?
Would be Ye. I think he already has every skin in the game. Most likely to glass Cannon and Odin. That'd be me. That's me. Most likely to lose their optic skin. That's a good one. I'd go with Victor again. I don't know how he would lose it, but he would just somehow would come off his neck and he wouldn't know where it ended up. So I'd go with Victor. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for supporting Optic as well. We'll keep doing our best to bring you guys the dubs, and thank you for hanging around and answering the questions with us.
Lu yang anjing kirim beginian tai.
What a reset.
That is absolutely fabulous from Crashies.
He's found it for his team finally, the round
they needed. Yang paling bangke.
So folks are still dealing with
Lu asik bang.
But you know, I just gotta say real fast though, most likely to get lost in Copenhagen was Victor. You're a New Yorker, dog. We don't get lost in the street. You know? One New Yorker to another. Come on. Also another one most likely to get dripped. I want to ask you guys this by
most likely to get
Lu asik bang.
Hello?
Okay, we have to brag. You need a chain. We gotta get you a chain, Ryan.
I do. I have a little tortoise that's made at tag side, and my girlfriend got me.
Look at the drip. Look at the drip. Ice cold.
That's that relationship drip right there, baby. I bought myself this chain.
Lu asik bang.
I ever bought myself. in my entire career, so I'm very happy that I managed to do that. Treat yourself, fools. Anyway, guys, speaking of treating yourself, let's treat ourselves some more. Brennan Sideshow, fellas, take it away.
Aduh. Gue dari tadi pengen ambil minum, gue belum minum dari tadi, anjing lah.
We will be getting into game momentarily here. 10-10 is the score line. Obviously a bit of a break there with a tech pause and a timeout on the other end of it here for Optic.
Yeah, we get an opportunity to see
mulai.
perform after that
Aduh,
little bit of a break.
bangsat.
A mental reset perhaps. Because you had that 6-round streak from Optic and then boom,
Lu asik bangsat.
So now let's check it out.
Aduh.
Boom, we're going for a bit of aggression in the post line. Optic had yet to deal with that.
Lu asik banget.
They have big defensive ultimates to get loose out of here. And it looks like from the minimap, Victor wants to push down mid to start.
Ada aja yang bikin orang-orang kayak gitu ya, anjing.
There's going to be a flash down across the ground, even a knife being used. And that Viper's pit over towards the main choke point. So locking up and taking up a lot of space early on. I mean, look at how far Victor has pushed all the way into the bottom of mid.
Anjing, dia dapat ini loh, dapat space anjing di mid. Harusnya dia tahu di A.
It's that deadly duo of Ye and Marv.
In theory, it should set him up quite nicely. With the Viper will drop down though. You can see the smokes being used to try and again lock off the areas. Even a deeper flash just to try and make the most of it. But Ye was just holding that one angle.
Oh, nice!
With the operator in his hand, it is going to be that return. A fire from across the map, the Hunter's Fury. Again,
wah, ini teori optik nih anjing, nih teori pos nih guys. Apa kita hujat ya sekarang ya? Ngehe lu bener-bener.
Finding countless opportunities. More than ready for the push that was coming their way.
Aduh.
That angle just not quite being watched. Not quite.
Wah, ini teori sih guys, anjing.
That time a good opportunity to push mid.
Hujat sih ini. Anjing nih tukang pause babi. Janganlah guys, jangan. Entar gue jadi streamer ini anjing. Jangan guys, tai.
There was a 0-point lineup from flip side of that. I think was supposed to hit Ye.
Entar gue di ini tai lur. Entar gue yang salah babi. Provokator. Hujan disuruh hier.
They had crashes opening earlier. Now Ye and Victor both.
Streamer no attitude.
Yeah, deeper dart as well, which means that's a closer angle that's being watched off. Okay, the flash. That should make him think twice at least.
Not Victor.
But his fight that might be about to take place. You can see Famous is also just locking down the angle. It is everything, but information really being given up. No one holding towards the B side of the map means that, okay, they have to be cautious of the push that comes through.
Little fake.
Yeah, the drone to try and fake that this could be the A push, but the spike is going in a completely different direction.
Kelamaan dong. Ayo cepetan ke B. Sendiri doang. Nah, mantap. Mantap.
They really had no space.
Yeah!
Well, it wasn't like they were ready for the setup, but still now going to be starting to work their way in again. The dash up close and personal, but yeah, still not being dealt
with. Oh, nice.
But the pre-aim, crosshair placement not quite exactly where it needed to be, and guess what? Blaze King's also just going to be late lurking over towards the A side. He's pulled Victor and making sure that he has to deal with him. Spike is going to get planted though. It's a fight on two fronts. This battle that takes place, Victor is just going to be evacuating now and trying to play with the
menang lah ini, boom lah, udah pasti harusnya ya. Kalau si Dustin nggak ada yang liatin lagi dah.
Doesn't have a drone, doesn't have a recon dart. They're just going to have to walk into the bottles. Viper's pit, he's all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, that just rebounded right off his body, I'm pretty sure. Quick tap onto the spike. Bottle clears it. Nobody's on this one still. Another round of things, just trying to get half onto it. The bottle gets two! One after the other. Lined up for him, and now time. Oh, it's just not on their side, is it not?
Nice.
In the slightest.
Nice. Ayo, dua lagi. Gue kirim ke Optik itu. Nanti Optik durek. Nice. Kok si Ye masih bisa beli? Oh, menang ya tadi ya. Ih, dapat dua anjir, gokil. Gokil. Lotop, mantap.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you take those. Kill through the body, you get two. Okay, why not?
He's spurring into the mic.
Don't go there. Don't go there. But a deep play from Optic now, taking that mid control again. In fact, pushing up into elbow.
Nice, famous.
Does look down the angle. Should be favored in that one every day of the
Ayo, push 1-1, push 1-1, push 1-1, yuk, push 1-1.
Super risky, but he feels like he needs to.
Nah, mamam lu, nembak apa lu, kocak.
Punished at the end of the day, and that's 2 players down now for Optic. This is starting.
Yer postung gue mau makanan, buset. Udah berasa gue kayak Dr. Strange anjing.
Not rushing things, just gathering up, making sure that they get everybody in position, ready to take this 5v3.
It's cautious enough at the end of the day. Angle watch though, and Berserk was so low that he's an
Aduh!
easy target once more. Crash
Nice.
needs to be dealt with, and Blazing finally will grab that kill, traded it out, up down to Marv, and he is miles away. A bit of a vacation on the beach.
Could he get possibly into position to deny the plant here and make things interesting?
Kalah lu, kocak. Ayo, pantek, Vic, pantek, udah fokus kamera.
The window, allowing the plant to go down, and now this looks very difficult for Marv to pull off.
Yeah, they have to suspect this one. You can see that one angle, but the operator Famous has got the choke point locked.
And I think Marv is going to end up having to save this. If you look at the credits on board, FNS would have a bit of a funky buy. If Marv can get to the operator, that would be even better.
To save that weapon coming into the next one.
Kedengeran gak sih? Enggak ya, jauh ya.
Running away down a very long.
Ente ya Berserk keluar smoke. Ya masa nggak? Ya dia masa dia apa nge-smoke des terus diam terus smoke-nya sampai kapan anjir?
When it's an even situation, but when they're up, they don't allow multiple opportunities for, you know, sloppy behavior to get Optic back into the round. And that's the right way to show respect. They're not scared. I mean, you know, they're flooded into the site here. Blaze King going forwards, taking duels, making sure that they convert.
Pusing kepala, pusing. Yuk bisa satu lagi. Let's go. Ih, si Ye, oh iya di dropin AWP ya. Tai, gue sampai mau kesel lagi lu, anjing nih orang dapat AWP mulu. Tai. Ini orang AWP mulu, anjing udah berasa kayak AWP.
First, who wants to move off of that one? And slow is the name of the game here for Boom.
Very, very slow. Extremely safe defaulting.
Get out of my way.
That has been the way that Boom have been playing a lot of their attacking rounds. Berserk's popping his knives, but doesn't move forward at all. I mean, that was just a trigger.
Nih, ngeri juga anjing.
Anything would come out. Time is ticking now. A minute on the clock and Optic haven't had to.
Ini wallnya si FNS bagus juga ya, kayak lu bisa ngumpet gitu loh. Tai.
They haven't lost anybody either. You know, Boom have just been able to get this into a 5v5 where they're going to have to just group up and pop into A.
And they're walking right into this stack of the Optic players, 3 of them, including Marv at this close angle. All going to be dropped down. Even that dart though, it's a bit late when it's being killed, so he is revealed and no way.
Wah gila, anak-anak Optiknya masih stay di sana nggak? Lu lihat guys. Lu lihat udah nggak ada wall, anjing. Ini bahaya sih kalau misalkan si Berserk harus. Wah, nice.
They have 20 seconds left.
And that's that recon over the top, the trademark as well. It's collected it. Still.
Nice. Aduh, kok nice sih goblok.
And this guy, he's a nuisance. A thorn in their side to the spray down. Blaze King is dealt with. At least the spikes in play, but 3 on board.
Kok gue ngomong nice, lagi dah salah gue anjing gue dihujat dah abis ini dah.
He's going to be offloading that. The Hunter's Fury, they're pushing him up into the angle. It's a South Flash. It is chaos and pandemonium. But it gets the job done. That's Optic. They do bring it to that OT.
And after such a good map, where Boom were outplaying Optic and manipulating their defense, finding really good opportunities to break the default, I think they just overcooked it. They just overcooked it in the final round where they could have won the map.
Yeah.
That 30-second pivot where they had Marv dead to rights, honestly, in that close right position. Just Marv was in a one and done if they decided to commit to the A push. And instead, they back off straight into Ye.
just yet. Optic taking a timeout now as well as they head into
Sorry guys, gue habis dari WC. Sorry.
making sure that they make the necessary
Ada apa ya?
adjustments.
Kenapa nih?
Swapping around.
Impostor.
One of the big themes again, I'm going to reiterate from Boom's
Impostor your Kenapa sih? Kenapa orang?
And sure, they had
Lu kena cancel apa?
But if I'm FNS thinking about how I want to approach this,
Yo, udah sebenarnya klip yang barusan klip. Kenapa sih?
or leaving
Kenapa sih?
multiple players over towards A to deal with any
Udah katanya Yora kamu yang pada anak cucunya. Tadi kayaknya dia yang bilang nice. Siapa yang bilang nice? Hah?
mind game once you get into overtime.
IG lu hilang besok Yor. Kenapa sih? Emang ada apaan guys?
Are they gonna mix it up, wash it out?
Enggak, ada apaan sih? Parah lu Yor, nggak in-drop lah. Kenapa?
Many times.
Prior preparation that you come
Kenapa
into
sih?
a map like this with honestly goes out the window to a certain degree.
Ada apa ya?
A lot of it will, for sure.
Di TO semua? Enggak, gua ngapa-ngapain loh.
From optics positioning on the minimap.
Enggak ada apa-apa kok Yor. Oh, oke. Lanjut. Let's go boom. Lo asik banget. Tai lu Bang Dre anjing. Datang lu asik Bang.
There's a bit of a risk there because Boom were pushing it pretty aggressively, but instead Boom themselves have mixed things up and put both of their contact players, Famous and Berserks, on B.
Huge amount of utility.
Pada kesel ngejinx. Siapa ngejinx?
Victor up into a deeper position.
Tai. Bisa-bisanya ngejinx goblok.
So they get the mid control and
Aku sakit Bang. Sakit apa Bang? Sakit apa Bang Ri?
Instead of being on the angles early. But they have everything they need to execute an A split.
I think Optic were hoping for a bit of prior conditioning with this. When they've done this typically, it has been that mid control. You can see the drone was used a bit earlier, but now with the walls coming up, good timing with the knife. Yeah. It's going to be suppressing a bunch of the targets and stopping this push that actually.
Anjing. Molinya.
I do not think Total's going to realize that they're this deep.
And it comes down to this opening engagement, this first fight. Tobottle is being pressured so heavily. Suppressed as well. Well, it broke the crosshair placement and nobody is watching for it. A flash over the forwards and that backside control.
Gokil. Tebotol gokil.
Tobottle will not be removed from his perch.
What an awesome round from the A.
Gokil Tebotol. Gila.
And caught FNS completely unaware.
Mantap.
I really thought Optic were going to try and contact through the wall and get aggressive on back pillar. And they did, but it was the wrong side. They went towards yellow instead of clearing out the common anchor position. And Tobotol was just able to stay there for the whole round.
Yeah, and do some serious damage.
He's got 26 kills so far. And it's another map point for Boom.
Gokil Tebotol bro. Kata Optik apaan sih trash talk. Tebotol gila anjir di Breeze anjing. Tebotol ya. Yang gila tuh di Icebox sama Breeze ya. Tebotol ya. Kalau dia pakai Viper gokil ya. Gokil. Dia tuh kalau ngomong apa sih? Dia kalau di Breeze sama Icebox gokil sih. Mantap. Cia ada swipe CR siapa? Di tai TO mulu Optik lu baca ini timeout BM buset dah. Ini timeout BM ya Allah, ini Xenon astaga, lu toksik banget dah jadi orang. Lu buta ya ini timeout BM anjing. Astaga, saking keselnya anjing, toksik banget hidup lu tai. Ini timeout BM cok. Astaga.
I'd like to see Boom try and take at least one area of the map proactively, whether that's shop or whether that's halls, you know, elbow. They need some piece of
Yor tuh pendukung Optik guys. Fear tolol. Anjing emang bener-bener kata Coach Yasin sih. Itu kemana Tebotol? Hey, kocak nih. Itu semua kapan jir? Wah anjing sih ini anjing sih. Wah anjing.
to the wall, doesn't want to overstep himself.
Lah! Cheater. Report, anjing. Report, tai. Report. Kok nggak ada cheater? Oh, ini Twitch ya, goblok. Nggak bisa guys, anjing. Di Twitch lupa gua anjing.
Oh, and that's just the worst way to go. Prime gaming flawless. Boom needs at least one more of these map points to be able to deliver on them. This attack side has just been so difficult for them. We saw it earlier with Zeta Vision as well. First match of the day. Similar things occurring, where teams are just finding themselves a bit too easy to be read.
Guys, lu lihat ada viewer namanya Satanuk. Lihat caper guys, lagi caper guys. Lagi caper lihat lagi caper guys. Lagi caper dia guys, lihat caper dia guys. Lagi caper dia guys. Diapain Yor? Enaknya diapain ya guys kira-kira? Kira-kira enaknya diapain ya? Gila teh botol! Gokil! Anjing sakit banget.
That shot, recon dart getting broken late, that's going to be revealing a lot of the positioning, but the spike is out into the open, and still Optic are getting these kills, one after the other. Drops down right to the side of yellow, the door open.
Ya Allah.
That's Optic salvaging the situation, salvaging the round.
Wah gila, David udah bagus banget anjing.
He's done such a good job in these rounds, 28 and 20, and he does an incredible job again at stopping that contact push through mid. It was a fake, gorgeously orchestrated by FNS.
David udah bagus banget, lu lihat deh. Si David udah tahan lama lo, anjing.
And instead they contact in and meet the brick wall of the Boom Viper and still salvage it.
Ini bersek. Oh, bersek. Lagi nggak dapat kayak guys.
Within our sights. Optic have done a very good job of bringing us back, honestly, when they were at such a big deficit. Over and over again, battling against that repeated map point. The disrespect here, yay.
Lagi nggak dapat mungkin, guys. Demam panggung kan first time, it's okay, bro. Jangan menghujat. Jangan menghujat. Tetap dukung Boom dong. Kalian gimana sih?
For Boom, they've slowed things down, but at least they have a portion of the map. That's what I was talking about earlier. At least they've taken elbow control. Unfortunately, their default isn't spread enough to stop any cave push or holes push. And Marved has really good info right now.
Capitalized.
Yeah.
So deep in holes, and he's going to be giving.
Gak dapat bulu, perasaan iya lagi nggak dapat. Ini mungkin masih first time dia line kayak LAN kan.
Push coming through. That's going to be. That's all flash into the back that forces the rendezvous out of him, including that dart.
Anjing dicicil-cicil. Aduh, nggak dapat lagi. Wah, gila dipancing anjing. Wah, tai, yey. Tembusin. Ayo, botol. Wah, ini saatnya botol untuk bersinar. Nice. Aduh, satu lagi. Nice!
How Boom salvaging this?
Another incredible play from the Viper. He gets down the pit as well. Marv just snuck his way in. Didn't get an angle.
Nice! Botol! Gokil botol!
As much as
anjing botol ini gila botol banget, cok.
Is there for Boom. 31 kills. 31. Dragging Boom back into this
botol anjing.
In that round, in that scenario, a 2v4 like this, you should not be winning this.
Look what happens when he kills Ye. He doesn't realize there's another player there, and then Crashes makes a footstep. And Tabutol just reacts to it perfectly. Gets the Viper's pit online because he's fracking like a freak. And you can hear the Blaze King doesn't expect it either.
Yeah.
Some players, they just step up.
Gokil botol anjay.
We're going back into it. I mean,
Carried by bottles.
The pace, thankfully, is slowed down a little bit. But Boomer already pushing Cave. This is what they were doing during their defense in regulation. There's a very passive trademark position here from Ye, as the rest of Optic have taken mid. But do they know, do they expect Flipsider and Tepatol to be here?
Anjing udah di-push, bro.
Different areas.
Udah di-push, bro.
Trademark out in the open, of course, but gives them complete knowledge because FNS knows if this is destroyed.
But look at where FNS is pre-aiming. It's not anywhere near where Tepatol is.
Oh, nice. Nice.
And across their placement, the patience. Ready and waiting.
Gokil.
One after the other to model this
Gokil.
He's displaying it all. The mechanical prowess, the game sense. And patience as well when it matters most. 14-14 is the round.
Gokil botol, anjing.
And that's what you need. That mentality is exactly what Boom need. She's on. Can Optic salvage this in a similar way?
Itu lihat tuh, crossing itu Victor.
Being closed, opened.
No way.
This way, that way. No way. And it's absolutely everything that that's
Mampus.
on the side. Berserk, no, it's a trade. Oh, the whiff from Victor. He should have been able to grab two, surely there. Just two players left for Optic. And it is a sideline lockdown.
Ya Tuhan.
Act like this. Yeah, you're not even ready to collect the kills if he fell, but it doesn't matter because 4 in the round. And Optic, again, a map point.
Ren, it's another heartbreaker. Tepatol does so well to set them up into a 5v3, and yet they just can't convert even then. What an insane round by Crashies, though. Getting the jump kill there, and then finishing these guys off. Ducking behind the corner every time.
I mean, that's icy.
Look at that
That
pop-off.
is icy. And he's brought it. Again, that map point for Optic. We have been so close over and over and over again.
Wah, tai. Masuk perangkap setan lah ini, anjing.
This time you're seeing Hall's aggression, pressure. The suppression has to be the trade, and it is there. Yeah, he couldn't vacate the premises. Dash over the top. Taking control now, top yellow. Where's the rest of his team to support? There is the trade online, but the kills are even across the board, and they did not expect that late backstab from Famous.
Spike planted.
The trades have been good here, and Victor's Cloudburst.
Nice.
Famous hears it. He just rendezvoused back in time to be able to deal with the flank. You've got to be kidding me. And it's all down to Crashies. He worked magic in the previous round, but Blaze King's watching for it this time. 15-15. Brent, if I told you at the beginning of this game that Optic Boom
overtime
was going to go 15-15 would you believe me?
Yeah.
No, you
listen, there's a universe where I would have been like,
Wah, gila, tai dah.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that we have seen these kind of moments from Optic before in the past, but every time you see it, it feels like something bizarre is occurring.
And it is certainly
Anjing guys, lu lihat deh Valorant Champion Tour yang nonton 48.000 di YouTube, tai YouTube loh.
He's doing the most.
Can he get another big round out?
Just pure spam. Unloading the ammunition through this fibers. It's too much.
Nice banget, sumpah.
Victor just walked into the snake bite. He was vulnerable up.
This is one of the first times that FNS has used his orb like that as well. Usually it goes down on double doors to stop the push, so I think that just became too obvious.
Look at these flanks.
They're so fast.
They're so fast to take this space now. Working their way through, and look at that. The drone cuts up one of the crosshair placements, but Marv was ready and waiting. He knew Famous is going to come swinging through, but already the spike is down, and pressure is being
nice banget.
The Boom players are dealing
Nice.
with it.
And it's all down to Crashies again. He was in a 1v3 before, now it's a 1v4, and it's not going to be enough. Boom, after rescuing overtime, get their third, fourth map point. Who knows at this point? I've lost count.
But they make it here again. This time, they need to get over that finish line. They've handled them too many times at this point. They did well to deal with.
The amount of times that FNS has been caught out by... FNS is killing a piece of utility, and someone swings at the exact same time. That level of coordination is really impressive from Boom. And a lot of the time, it's Blaze King's util and someone else swinging upon it that's got themselves into a funky position by flanking. I love the fact that Boom are willing to take these risks in OT. They're pushing out A main, pushing out B main, taking duels, taking fights.
Gokil.
The patience in the prior round from Tebotol.
Gokil.
Crosshair discipline, or the trigger discipline rather.
Aduh, anjing.
It's just they're not scared. No, this is a
Playing
team
with that confidence.
with no expectations and therefore no pressure.
Those teams are the most dangerous, Josh. When you come into a tournament and people are ranking you as the 16th team out of 16 teams coming into a major event like this, when the pressure's off your shoulders, the only way is up.
That's absolutely true. And listen, they were only at the bottom of people's rankings because there's so many. They were not a bad team. I mean, with them playing in APAC, they actually have some really nice game plans and ideas. I think they're playing up to the stage right now as well. The competition is just so fierce here. FNS knew it too. He was in a press conference after they had, finished third at Copenhagen, and he was talking about how tough the competition was going to be, and how he knew that everyone had stepped up, even compared to, he was comparing it to last champs, where they went out.
Kenapa sih? Anjing dah. Anjing dah. WIB dulu dah, tai. WIB. Diskon gede. Aduh, bangsat lah Bani tai.
Including the Japanese teams and the East Asian teams and that kind of stuff. That whole region's been on the come up this year. They're still the third most.
Bani anjing, Bani.
North America, EMEA, they have more of the wins on the big tournaments, more of the top finishes. But I feel like Champs is APAC's time to fight back. Whether or not
lah udah di rumah lah, iya.
Whoever it is, DRX's time, whatever. This region feels like.
Aduh, ini gimana gua nonton PRX anjing. Ini nggak kelar-kelar. Ya, apa kabar? Baik.
Hopefully the last tech pause we'll see in a while. But this is it, map point for Boom.
Yeah, another opportunity for Boom to be able to put this one away. Do they have what it takes? There's another time that Crashies gets knocked out of his drone. It's happened frequently on attack and defense, although that one wasn't a reaction from Flipsider, just based on what Crashies has been doing in the prior rounds.
A different way to get into these attack side rounds, forcing that rendezvous back. But Boom, yeah, they've gone for very patient passive holds.
Itu di atas lagi nongkrong, Jing. Emang nggak kelihatan ya? Anjing, teh botol bisa kayak gitu, tai.
Why is Victor not watching? I mean, an extra element, Victor. You need to turn around here.
He's done a great job, though.
Smokes at his feet. He's going to be surviving for a moment.
Marv, nge-whiff. Jangan. Loh, kok diri 3 lawan 2?
Still berserk. Okay. Deals with the one, but only 2 players left standing now for Boom. Shockdust being sent into the back of the site. Narrowly evading it, and with that recon target to supplement it to help him out, it's all now down to Blaze King. The tip tab of the rifle, but it wasn't even planted for him in the first place, and we are going to 16. How many more rounds are we gonna see?
Gua kuat nonton PRX, bobo dulu sekian, siap. PRX kapan abis match ini, anjir?
The setup there was so interesting by Optic too. It looked funky with Victor being still.
Ini kalau misalkan Boom kalah,
definitely could have got punished, but it's not an area that you're normally pre-firing and pre-aiming. And on top of that, he was trying to hold Marv's back and expecting that to be an A split, when in fact all of Boom were basically coming through double doors. Kind of wild though, the Victor and Marv both got second bites of the apple and were able to get kills out of that.
No punishment.
Almost got caught out. And Optic go back to mid control.
The 5th section of OT rounds that we're witnessing in this map. Wall to try and split across here. It's going to be going to the back of A. That drone does get the tag information gathered now. They know
nice!
The players are there. That's a bit of spam.
Dapat tuh, Victor ya.
Off the back of it, Flipsider. A nice kill to open it.
Very nice drone usage from Blaze King. Once Victor gets tagged there, there's nowhere safe for him to be able to hold. And that is going to be difficult for Optic. In these rounds where Victor dies early, it feels like Optic are really lacking the entry ability.
Oh, nice trap. Oh, nice!
It's the same thing again.
All over the bloody place, man.
It's the same thing again. Flipsider pushing out through cave, and FNS doesn't realize how deep he's gotten The crosshair placement not quite right. And it's crashes again in a 1v4. I'm stuck in a time loop!
Yeah, it's just the same over and over and over again. At some point, something's got to give.
Something has to give here, Bren.
A little bit of crashes with 30 seconds. Spike in his back pocket, flash up the top, knows the positioning.
Oh, nice.
Voddle's ready to play off of it though. Great timing with the swing, and that is going to be, again, another opportunity. How many times are we going to...
Bauyor anjing lah. Gua baru ngomong kayak gitu langsung menang. Boom. Apa gua harus ngomong gini? Kalau apa nih? Gua harus ngomong apa nih? Ini gua harus ngomong apa nih jadinya nih? Kalau apa?
Double doors, but if he goes back behind the wall, he can get spammed from nest. So it's quite difficult there once you're Victor, just kind of dancing around and trying to stay alive. And FNS has his hands full right now. This has been such a...
Nonton aja mending. Oke, siap. Masa daripada dijat-dijat. Oke, siap. Bangsat emang. Gila, mereka pakai 2 WP lo, guys. Gila juga dia di situ lo, AWP lo, anjing. Aduh. Bye bye.
And he's just suppressed up.
Of all these players that are coming their way,
nice!
Boom are dealing with it. There will be
GG.
leading the charge for the rest of the team.
Belum anjing.
With the wall going down, he's given a clear sight line to take that shot. Dashes forwards. Breaking positioning, even just pre-firing a bit of spam with the right click. One after the other.
GG!
Finally, it is Boom who takes match number 1 in this series.
It was a long time coming. But Boom finally put the round on the board that they need to get things started in this series. What a phenomenal performance. Flip side of calling, not great to go. But the star player has to be.
Kita giveaway yuk, guys. Yang kemarin yuk. Gua belum giveaway nih. Kita belum giveaway nih, adik-adik. Giveaway yuk. Aku cinta Tokopedia. Let's go. Sampai kita dengerin lagu kali ya. Hobi anime. Iyor udah ngilang seminggu, baru dia sekarang balik stream gara-gara butuh duit lagi ya. Lah. Sekarang balik stream gara-gara Lah. Udah gila lu ya NWJ ya? Gua kan ini was party. Jangan gitu NWJ. Pam. Ayo cepat. Ayo, ketik. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Foxeon, Foxeon. Foxeon, Foxeon, Foxeon. Apakah ada? Apakah ada Foxeon? Hadir. IG-mu apa? IG-mu apa? IG-mu apa IG? Iya, IG lu apa, kocak? Buset. Sabar ya. Abdillah.lp. Oh, ini dia. Halo. Minta nomor WA plus nama lengkap ya. Satu lagi, guys. Diskon gede-gede. Belanja di Tokopedia. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. NWJ lo dapet. Dia dapet tuh, anjir. Anjir, settingan. Orang dah. Ayo NWJ, 45 detik gak ada hangus nih. Gue roll nih. Mana NWJ nih? Lima, 4, 3, 2, 1. Regan Rabani. Regan Rabani. Hadir. Apa? IG-mu. IG. Biar gue chat. Regan Raba 514. Jangan lupa di follow ya guys. Kalau nggak ntar gue nggak tahu nih dapat atau enggak ya. Jangan lupa follow Tokped, anjay. Mana nih Regan nih? Regan. Oke.
In the map too. Let's actually do some more over-the-shoulder peeking with our AIM Lab shoot-around. We're going to be lurking on Famous. And this, what a
Kenapa pada gambarnya emas semua ya adik-adik ya?
What was being said in that interview with Brennan Josh earlier about needing a player that was just aggressive in their face, and yeah, Ryan, I really do think Famous has certainly fit that bill for this Boom Esports lineup.
Jangan kan ngerol gini arisan di rumah sama gue nggak pernah dapat nasib. Ente lah bro. Tadi bro, gue ambil minum dulu ya bro.
A difference, and especially at LAN, just seeing players like him and Tabottle, like we've not really been able to see them perform on a stage like this, but they've absolutely risen. It is one of those cases where Optic, we've sort of seen this before, it's a common occurrence that they lose that first series.
It is.
The Breeze is the big question mark because we didn't see that much of Optic's Breeze at Copenhagen, but Bind, well, that's a different story entirely.
If they lose, but I've already said if they win Breeze, they're in the series. They needed to win Breeze. You've already alluded to it before.
That's right.
To be even expected to be in this. But if they win Bind,
well,
you already heard, well, not only do they win the series, but that for me is an insane statement. That is something that the casters brought up before. Brandon Sideshow, they said Bind is the kingdom of Optic. They're one of the best Bind teams in the world. If you win against one of the most formidable opponents you can go up against on their best map, damn, you deserve to win.
The thing about Bind as a fortress is it's been owned by various teams in the past. We look at Fnatic.
Sure.
We look at teams like, obviously, Ascent, the win streak that they went on to get to win champions last year. Like, this isn't a map that you can rely on to hold on to consistently, but saying that, when you have Ye on that chamber, when you have those kind of performances, Victor's still looking strong even on a Jet, he's now over on that Raze, it's going to look better, and it's just been mediocre, I think. Like a couple of series losses in LCQ for Boom. One, I think, was against Bleed. So it's that you look at the teams that Optic have beaten on this map in comparison to Boom. It's again, night and day.
Very true, very true. But, you know, one thing that wasn't night and day was the emotions. I think everyone was very much feeling the pressure in this moment. There was happy moments, there were sad moments. There were a lot of screaming, a lot of let's goes as these players just went through war on Breeze. And Ryan, you know, you can feel it, like every single time they get that big win, it's like, yes, we did it. But, oh man, the lows are low, the highs are high.
But the thing about playing on a stage like this is when those highs are high, if you keep those emotions not in check, it makes those heartbreaking losses hurt even more, which is why it's so good that Boom were able to still pull this through with some of the howler rounds that they lost in overtime. And even like round 24, before we even went there, that decision to go for that 30 seconds left, rotate to B, Boom outboomed themselves at that point, and Optic were given a lead in. So the fact that Boom was still able to go through all of that overtime and still come out on top, this is a team that I'm glad that we get to see him, because I wish that we saw them sooner on the stage, because it seems to suit them.
Yeah.
The worst case scenario is you already alluded to the fact that it went to overtime and it gave
Main Boom jago pada zaman Ior, semoga masih kuat ya guys. Emang iya.
That is a worst case scenario.
Gue aja nggak suka Bind.
Now they were undefeated at their last LAN event on Bind. What are they? 13-6, 13-11, 13-9, 13-6.
Yeah.
Are they about to let that record go? Surely not.
No, but Map 2 is about to begin. Prime Gaming Agent Select is underway. These teams, you know, play the smokes a little bit differently. Ryan, I think we might end up getting it again. Didn't see it there for Boom, but we'll get it in a moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they are going to run the Astra. This is the composition they have run in the past.
Yeah, there's no mirror comp here. It's going to be likely Chamber versus Fade, and then the different controllers, as you mentioned. Blaze King could get a lot of information. He was also really good on the Silver with the assists that he got, but the secondary entry is really important to highlight for Blaze King.
Sumpah sih Boom zaman lu bagus banget Yor, gak ada niatan jilat, cuma ya fakta. Bind maksudnya. Soalnya kita mainnya agresif banget di Boom, di Bind. Atau gue di Boom, agresif, bener-bener agresif.
Going on to the Raze, I want to remind everyone that when Famous played in, I think it was VCT Indonesian, he was rated.
Udah coba Bali Banana belum? Apa itu?
For that particular, I mean, he was rated highest duelist, but of course he was maining Raze at the time. So for him to come on to a map where he's going to be on a very big comfort agent for
waktu Baki belum di nerf ya.
Not only step up like he did on Breeze, but he's going to have to maybe do a bit of a step further.
I think the player win condition, I think, for Optic is Crashies.
Sure.
Like his Sky, it's so
Banana Cake kan di bandara ada. Iya, kemarin gue lihat ada Bali Banana, cuman gue nggak tahu itu apa.
He's going to be the one that's pushing around to get information to support his team, and it'd just be nice to see more of him because he was so
Bulu
good in
terimba
Copenhagen.
Bali banana.
It's a tricky position.
Rasa pisang gitu ya.
Yeah, well, this is it, folks. Map 2 bind.
Tapi kita bind selalu dibantai sama full sense. Full sense gila sih.
Opportunity here to really shock the world. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters who thankfully are not in a time loop.
Yo, kota Power Website digebukin enggak?
Yeah, it's a good thing we're not in a time loop, honestly, as well. I mean, we're
Emang lu digebuki?
so young. It would be such a problem.
Sama nyokap ya?
It would be such a problem if we were just to this age. No, we're going to get into this. Map number 1 was in the cards, obviously, and now Boom securing that. They're up to a magnificent lead in this, and we are heading into Bind, which, you know, as the desk has been saying, we've been saying as well, Josh, this is the playground of Optic. They should be heavily favored heading into this one.
And it's not because Boom are bad on Bind. I think Boom, especially on the defense side, I was very impressed with their finals that they played in APAC LCQ when they beat Onyx in order to get here. Their defensive protocols and their setups look really nice, but they're going to be starting on the attack here. And that, I think, is where they're going to be severely tested. Optic are a stellar defensive team, and this is slightly the weaker side for Boom as well. Oh, look at this aggression off the rip.
Yeah, just holding the crossfire for each other. What a way to start off this pistol round. The Prowler's going to be giving them a decent amount of information.
Anjir, 4 ya?
One after the other.
Shotnya 4 ya?
Pick up. 2 kills for him. He actually evacuated as well, and the space was actually taken up. Bit of a vacuum in play. Still famous. Only capable of grabbing the one. Yeah, he's still down to Lamp's position. Left down to that 45 health, and he knows he can hear the footsteps. Hit a patter on top of the wood. Enough to know exactly where Berserk was coming from.
You're wondering if Ye would be good on pistol rounds now that Chambers
Dimusuhin siapa?
Spy Ghost.
Kalau Tupperware hilang sih biasanya iya. Kalau lecet oke lah. Kalau hilang tuh yang 4 shotnya gila.
And Ye, as part of this big quad push, was able to do so much work on this.
Dapat 4 op lu sekali 1 round 4 op anjir. Apa Ye?
I think this is honestly, you're gonna see things like that pistol round, the quad push. If there's no players waiting around there, this was kind of talking about the composition. Ryan was mentioning it. You know, the fade versus the chamber. You don't have that sentinel to watch a lot of the flanks. You're going to be susceptible to aggressive takes of a lot of that space.
Buset dah. Udah bisa AWP aja nih next round.
Health targets of a Marshal in his hand.
He has his tour de force. Like if he dies or if he gets this kill. So that's pretty good for a bonus round.
That's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not too bad.
And I mean, he's having to work for it. There's no way, Victor.
Gila lu di Asal beli Ghost ya, bukan Headhunter. Headhunter mahal banget, gila.
You should have let Ye die.
There's a prime game of Flawless.
I mean, Ye could easily play over a B long and get that ult online, but yeah, Ye was able to get 4 kills on the pistol, and then you want to put a player like this in position to farm the eco.
Di shower.
Because that tour de force is going to make a big difference. If he actually can get it up for the bonus, that's devastating to work against. Yeah.
Wah, Ye panas guys. Aduh.
There's like 5 seconds left on the timer, and he's not in position just yet to play for the B orb. He's just running over there right now.
It's going to be a snake bite at his feet though if he wants to try and play for this one.
Yeah, and he's not going for it aggressively.
Trailblazer, okay. Pull into this one just in case there is somebody at a slight off angle. Oh, that utility is just being chucked into B long.
Buset.
They know, obviously, it's a heavy presence on that attack side.
Sampai 4 loh. B-nya loh, gila.
Have the same approach to the defense. Heavy fighting over B long. Boom have double initiator with which to play both ends of the map. Optic don't particularly. They have to focus on one part that they fight heavily over, and you can see with Crashy's Ye over here. They want to deny control of this crucial extremity. Ye only has a Marshal. This is only a Marshal right now.
Oh my goodness.
And he only has 28 health.
Yeah, I mean, a tap of the orb almost cost Ye his life there. He was just holding it down, but they were just spamming that one angle, making sure that they could catch it onto a play. Obviously, the heal is in play, so he's brought back up to 100.
There's 30 seconds left here, and Boom have very little map control.
Yeah, there's not enough that's been done, honestly, to even fake. But this could be a possibility of an A hit, and look at this now.
Ya nggak dicek.
Right down up close to them. They can try and drop down, they can try and remove FNS, but 3 kills in the round. Almost an inevitability for them, and indeed it is. That's going to be a bonus round secured for Optic.
Udah bisa ulti aja.
And Boom just not
Sulit
coming
sih.
up with the right game plan.
Belum guys, masih 3 round ya, masih 3 round kocak.
Trying to take B long control without actually throwing enough utility and enough bodies in to get the players away and set up a split. You simply cannot have a B hit where 5 players are trying to waterfall out of it. It just doesn't work at this level at all.
It's just too obvious as well with the util.
Yeah,
just
and
trickling out one after the other.
There's just too many crossfires as well. FNS just mops them up. So now Ye does finally get the two. Finally, it's round 4. He does get the tour de force online. And he's going to be playing B long again.
He's opting into using it as well against his half buy, and there is that pace injected into it. I'm not scared of just trying to play fast and loose.
Yeah, very fast. Extremely quick.
Instance.
And Optic didn't really have a counter to the Viper setup that allowed them to get into lamps.
I will say,
denying the plant well though.
Yeah, there's a lot of util that's already being used for them. Snakebite to try and vulnerable up. That's famous, just trying to get something done with a shorty in his hands. Not quite. At this point, comes down to that discipline. Just make sure they don't lose anybody. Holding these angles. To bottle, how do you get 2 there? But still, it's better weaponry at the end.
Aduh, hampir menang, bro. Nice banget, udah kill 3 loh, anjir.
Round, though, considering the economic difference between them, Boom found a really fast short push. And this is what I was saying on Breeze. This team, Boom, is not always fast. They're not always slow. We've seen some really slow rounds from Boom where they take a minute off the clock.
Semua petiga juga sih, tai.
And then they'll throw in a round like this.
Gak ada positive thinkingnya, tai lu orang.
You realize what's happened. They're all over laps.
Bisa-bisanya lu. Orang bisa menang kok.
It's nice the way that they play with pace. They just need to find opportunities to do that in gun rounds where they can match Optic in the head-to-head.
That is going to be the round.
Langsung suren, tai, iya makanya.
Currently 4 rounds down. We knew it was going to be a tough.
Tai watch party tarik pihak Optic banget, gedek gua. Ya wajar lah. Kayak kita juga dukung Indo anjir, mereka NA ya dukung NA anjir. Kan mereka bukan caster, cuman watch party. Jangan maksud gua wajar lah, kayak kita dukung Indo ya, mereka dukung NA ya.
Very interesting here. You got FNS with the Viper's Pit and Blaze King on the other side with that Nightfall, which is so good at countering Viper ults. You've also got the Seekers in play. There's just so many different tools that will influence how the coaches are trying to. Kecuali
tarik orang anjuk. Kalau tarik orang anjuk ya dukungnya Indo. Nah, masalahnya tarik orang NA.
Timeout's gonna start to fade away. Time is up. What is it gonna be for Boom? What are they gonna be cooking up in that instance with their coach?
They found a very easy avenue into A on the previous round, so Optic are trying to reinforce it with 3 players now.
Is it going to be easy again, though? Yeah, he has bought, well, at least the operator, at least from the previous round.
And Victor is Victor's on top of triple, where he can get an angle, potentially, to look over the top of this Viper wall. So any kind of A pressure will meet resistance.
It's Showers they want to fight over. I mean, Ye feels comfortable here with a rendezvous, but he's got a Trailblazer and a boom bot. Oh my goodness. Absolutely everything being thrown at them. Even the Molly and the C's over the top. This is a cacophony of utility. Everything being launched at these players. And you can feel the pressure right now. Just have to scamper to the back of the site.
Yeah, really nice idea from Boom. It's a huge amount of utility being used, but here it comes. Seekers, Nightfall, everything being expended.
One after another, but nice little flick from Ye. The adjustment of the game, in fact, didn't have to do anything at all. Just running right into his line of sight.
Ye udah ngamuk, cok. Ya Allah.
And a spam into the smoke. They know the positioning of these players. They know we're going to be coming from. Oh my goodness.
It looks like it might be too much, but it's again Tiboto. He's done a great job so far.
They get it free here, still crushes from the high ground, or I should say Victor. Not even much of a factor in that round.
Yeah, and it's Boom with a big set play. If you missed what happened at the beginning of that round, they use double drone, the dog, the Trailblazer, and the Boom bot in order to push the Oppa away. That's with a suck from the Astra too. So using huge amounts of utility to take Showers control, and then there's a Seize Nade combo for the people who are running away. And that's such a nice set play, but it uses all of your utility, and you're expecting to get a pick out of it. And Optic reacted to it perfectly. They just ran. They just ran away. But they reacted in time, so they avoided any casualties.
So the idea, whether or not that was set up in that prior timeout, just doesn't quite come to fruition here for Boom.
And it is a devastating beginning to Bind. I said Boom looked better on their defensive side, but you still need to put up some rounds in this half.
Iya udah panas guys, tai. Anjing nih orang panas cok AWP-nya. Pusing anjing. Mau dimanapun kena. Tapi fracture optik B aja kan ya, nggak terlalu yang wah banget kan. Kemarin diobok sama siapa ya? Fracture ya.
Look at how safe Marv is playing this.
Yeah, just going for the. He's going for the kind of straight up and down jiggle peek. I mean, ends up with your head getting.
That is punishable. Yeah, I was about to say that is punishable. I've seen it a couple of times, but Nade.
Sama PRX ya, sama APAC sih lupa gua.
Down, and that's a bit of run and gun action. Stinger. Why not? Showstopper now online off the back of the plant.
Tidak bisa adik-adik.
He tried to satchel.
Ambil senjata dulu.
Avoid a lot of the space and movement that was coming his way, but Seeker's going to be broken. FNS now leading the charge with the rest of his team. He does have that rifle in his hand. Even the Trailblazer used broken early though.
And it feels like these thrifty rounds have been the most successful attempts for Boom.
Yeah.
Can they hold on? It's only Famous with a Phantom.
Being able to get into that post fans.
Nice!
Lovely trade from Famous with the rifle. Has to do good work with it. In fact, he's got that nade back online. Even the pull being used to disrupt it, but crashing
Ya Allah!
right in their face. And two of the heads ripped clean off. You have to stick this though, and half on it. Should have it.
With just a second to work with, and the faith in Ye. How are they able to recover that one? Another monster round from Crashies. Famous doing a great job of getting in here, recovering a rifle, helping his team. The trade was good, like you said, but Crashies being able to dodge the Seize nade combo and kill both of those players, Tabotle and Famous.
It's just ridiculous.
And then the faith in Ye. Look at him. Look at that smile on his face. Look at that smile.
Anjing rambut gue udah kayak jamet tai.
Yeah,
the percentage play.
Definitely good for it, by the way. Look at the scoreboard, 13 and 2.
He's a menace.
He is, in fact, a menace.
You wouldn't think the Chamber's been nerfed. If you looked at it, you wouldn't think it.
No, you wouldn't. And Crashies has another ult on.
Gila Crashies persahabat. Iya mau nggak mau dia harus ini harus diffuse kalau nggak. Wah gila anjing sini orang. Wah anjing sini orang sumpah. Hacker tai, gue report ah ngehe dah.
His area of the map,
gue report anjing lah.
Locked down entirely. Just not enough spacing. Of course, the collapse brings them all down. There's that pressure though that's being applied. Flip side has made its way into Lamps. Collects the one kill onto Crashies. Backs away for but a moment.
And Lamps has definitely been an area that Optic are not fighting for super heavily. Boom have realized this. And FNS going for it. Oh, what a perfect timing.
Confidence to try and do that as well when it comes to that 2v2, but he knew he could catch that timing, and he suspects where Blaze King is. He's got a great idea of it.
And for Blaze King, FNS could be inside the teleporter still.
Yeah.
FNS could be in.
Cek tin. Aduh. Dia denger ada trap anjing makanya.
A lovely round, but it did get scrappy again. Considering how well Ye did, picking up 3 in showers, it's another round that's close, but not close enough for Boom. They're still.
Lu lihat teman-temannya bunuh 2, 78 dia 16 sendirian tai.
Yeah, just ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's a fraction. And you know, Jess was making the point on the desk that with Berserk's not.
Halo, kalau kata Ye, halo Berserk, hello, thank you for the free kill.
Jess was making the point that
anjing dah.
Berserk's wasn't really able to get those first bloods like you're expecting from a Jet on Breeze, and Boom was still performing really well, and we're able to get there. And I think that logic makes a lot of sense. If Berserk's able to have his star impact, like we've seen from him in APAC, maybe Boom have even more to give. But that was also, you have to take into account a big, I think, overperformance from Tabotle.
Coba main agresif sih, masih coba main cepet kayaknya. Kayak nggak bisa anjing. Gak bisa, soalnya si Ye itu dapat apa sih, dapat AWP dapat terus anjing, harus main cepet. Antara main cepet kalau nggak lu bisa bikin kabur AWP-nya sampai bener-bener kabur gitu. Nggak dapat space buat dia dapetin space AWP, itu baru bisa menang kayaknya. Si Ye lagi dapat banget AWP-nya anjing. Dari tadi ke A ke B dapat terus.
Taking space rapidly, making sure that they trade themselves out.
Yeah, and I think lamps is definitely an area that's not being contested right now.
Kalau main cepet ke tahap molly ya udah berarti emang harus usir chambernya, cari tahu chambernya di mana anjing. Kalau nggak susah. Chambernya gila banget ini, lagi gila banget.
There's a piece of utility to stop people pushing off the back of it. And instead, Optic are just giving Boom lamps. And here, Boom.
Kasian banget gue lihat si Berserk semakin stinger mulu anjing. Maju paling pertama lagi. Anjing dah. Kasian banget gue liatnya anjing, maju paling pertama pakai stinger lagi deh.
And if there was any question about whether or not Optic are still looking like the world's best on bind, they are absolutely dealing with everything the Boom are throwing at them. They don't need lamps control. You saw in that round, Ye just put down his trademark to see whether or not it was a fake.
And the element of the game as well that I was thinking about when I was looking at these composition shots.
Kena mental kah enggak sih? Harusnya enggak. Cuman mungkin karena lagi nggak dapet aja di map ini sih.
No, Optic are not particularly pushing on the defense. Something they used to do all the time against teams that didn't play chamber. But Boom are playing fast enough in these A hits that would be pointless.
It leaves no doubt.
Yeah.
There's no doubt to where the push is coming.
Victor, who's having a quiet performance through no fault of his own, has a showstopper online. He just hasn't quite been required yet this map. He's going to be in position to stop any kind of lamps take right now. Boom are focusing on showers. They've done that in a prior round too. And here's a bit of a push. Marv and Victor
lihat gila banget. Lihat anjing, lihat dah tai.
Just trying to get kicked from the server. Double satchel play into the back of the site. No, that snakebite does not do a lot to stop it, and Boom, they are not stopping. This is relentless gameplay at the end of the day. Even when they're handed an early L.
This round has been a pleasure and a delight to watch.
Nice.
And Boom are picking up the pieces.
Satu lagi, si raja terakhir nih. Udah nggak usah dikasih kill. Nggak usah dikasih crosshair anjing. Bangke nih orang.
There was a very fast reaction coming out through showers. And good utility being used as well to re-clear that top short position and blind Marv.
So one of the things that has been impressing me, I think, watching Boom is that they are quick to make decisions like that.
Setidaknya 5 lah, nggak bisa. Terakhir 4, kalau halfnya kan 8. Banci duit pajak masih save konten.
Yeah, I think that's a big difference between them and Zeta division that we watched earlier. Zeta also have a lot of slow rounds in their game, but Boom are much more happy to
netizen anjing. Lagi cosplay netizen dulu Bang Dre bangke. Tahu udah banyak duit punya ulti masih nge-save ya. Bangsat emang ya. Cosplay netizen anjing. Gak masuk akal tai.
If they get this to 8-4, and then maybe if they get the pistol as well and get things back to 8-6. But even that seems a long shot.
But again, pace is the name of the game. This time with the weaponry behind them, you might start to see some success, and they've cleared a lot of the utility. You have to be watching for Yedo. This guy is just standing there.
Nice banget Fikri anjing. Lu lihat FNS gak mau gerak sama sekali tai.
Trying to clear the back of the site, but Famous removes it, so causing that uncertainty. And look at where the
FNS gak mau gerak tai.
But FNS seems to be aware surely that Prowler.
Oh nice. Untung ke detect.
That Prowler finding him perfectly there.
Untung ke detect anjing.
And Famous reads the play through the TP.
Attempted a punish there from Crashies, but Spike's going to get planted. Optic players nowhere to be found, already sitting on the other side.
Ambil AWP-nya dia ada kudam. Kebanyakan nonton pesulap merah lu ya anjing.
And if I'm Famous here, listen, I don't think using the operator is going to favor Boom, because Boom have been getting value out of the fast hits. And he's one away from a showstopper. Listen, go hunt. Famous, if that's me, I'm going and trying to find Victor and Marv. Even if you die, you have showstopper online for the next round. I think that'd be the optimal play here. You look at the other ults available as well. a combination of Nightfall, Showstopper would be great for cracking open one of these sites. Or at least Nightfall into A, and then use the Showstopper to stop the retake come through. Something like this. But it is quite a safe, respectful approach, and end, rather, to the round from Boom as they choose to allow Victor and Marv to survive.
That play from Briar.
Bit bizarre. Yeah. I mean, I think Ye must have timed out there. It just doesn't make any sense why he was just staring into a corner with his knife out. And indeed, we do have an Optic timeout, which I don't know whether that's a tag or a technical, but Optic have taken a moment here to breathe, to reset.
They still have plenty of buffer in terms of the rounds. You can see 8-2 being the scoreline in map number 2 here. So it has been a steady bit of comeback progress, I suppose, for Boom, where they've got the last 2 rounds underneath them, but still within the possibility, honestly, of Optic just managing to sail away with maybe a 10-2 half.
That's definitely possible.
Baru 2 round, pause.
Think about how well Optic's been able to play on wide. The reason that I'm talking about being the best team in the world here,
netizen anjing lah.
FPX.
Dulu tuh di CS tuh lebih gila lagi loh guys. Dulu tuh yang brand tuh dulu tuh Wits, Papi Culo gitu-gitu. Lu baru menang 1 round aja langsung di pause anjing. Langsung patahin momentum anjing. Padahal lu ngebantai tuh gak? Kayak misalkan 6-1, 7-1 itu lu menang 1 round tuh langsung di pause sama dia anjing. Cuma buat matain momentum.
Maybe they don't feel like they need to pull them out against Boom, or maybe they're just happy and content with the comps that we're working.
Yeah, you have a lot of good tools with this composition that you are running, but a bit of presence being shown at Fountain Ye. Oh, he's creeping. He's crawling up onto the angle now with a tour de force. Has to be aggressive with it. There's no follow-up, there's no setup. The Trailblazers are close to him. Stunned up. And FNS was just trying to make sure that he could take that aggressive position down into short to get some space and some information to work off in the mid-round. He's also punished in the mix of things. Push through.
Maju Vic. Ayo Vic, let's go Vic.
Wild moves coming out from Optic at the end of this half.
Super strange.
Yeah, I mean, they're just taking the most aggressive options every time there's a decision to be made.
Ya Allah, bersoks.
Making it work.
Yeah, wait a second. This guy might just be ice cold in the mix. 1-for-1 with a showstopper exchange, but now up to Blazekin versus Crashies. So good in the clutch. And look at this guy go.
Crashies has simply been
kasian anjing.
monstrously good in these situations. It's like 15-3 or something in 1v1 so far this since since the qualification period for stage 2. He's just been slaughtering people in these kind of late rounds. It's the area that he specializes in, and
nice round, Jimmy. Nice round, Jimmy.
And yeah, they say nice round, Jimmy, because Marv was the player that made the huge play there. The 3K on site, it kind of recovered from everyone else making some wonky plays on the rest of the map. And Boom don't have any of those big ultimates to work with in the final round.
Punish being made though, or at least an attempt of it. Now Trailblazer to help supplement. Yeah, he's just tied into this corner. He's got the showstopper. Orbital strike pushes them right into him.
Oh, it's just brutal.
Out of the pan.
Oh, it's brutal.
Into the fire. Double satchel play into their faces, but Crashies is dealing with it quite handedly once more. Moves around. That's going to be a Haunt revealing his location, but that blind in the eyes of Tavadl. Nowhere to run. And the operator in his hands. That's a 10-2 half.
Yeah, that's more what I was expecting for this series, but Breeze certainly threw a spanner into the works.
Yeah.
Boom's defensive side is good, genuinely. Believe me, it's good, but I don't know whether we're even going to be able to see it at this point.
Have they earned enough rounds to even get anything going?
They'd have to win the pistol for us to even get a glimmer as to what their defense looks like.
It just does not look entirely likely, does it? We'll send it down to the analysts. Let's break down what little we've seen this first half so far.
Well, have the turntables.
Map 3 menurut lu gimana? Nggak tahu. Optic kan kemarin kalah di fracture, jadinya harusnya bisa menang sih, tergantung dari boomnya juga.
Segment is gonna be all about Ye mid round.
We don't need any more boomers on the desk, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just leave that there because I think the more exciting thing that we should be looking at... 420 420 Blazer, whatever you want to say, but 420 ACS. The man had what was going into that last round of 4 KD, and if that's not surprising,
gila sih, ini orang gila banget. 420 ACS ya bro, anjing.
Get those really powerful operator kills from power positions, hold down certain areas of the map. He was doing that, but watch this round. Look what he does here. We love a good collat. It happens by accident mostly, but then Spidey senses, bang.
420 cok.
180, flick shot, gets his little, you know, nice little, his Yay senses were tingling. It's the kind of kills you expect from a star player like Yay, but the fact that he does it over most of the map is incredible.
Going on to the attack,
420 cok, anjir.
Is that he's not going to be going and pushing like crazy. He's probably going to be the one sat passively. He's just going to wait for defaults. Like it's going to be Marv, Crashies, who's been amazing in this series as well, and Victor pushing certain areas of the map like showers. Ye's just going to sit back and see if anybody pushes into him. And with there being a fade and the sky on the side of Boom, they might try and be a bit more aggressive. So I just said that the defense is good, but has it played into Ye? Because he's very good at shutting down any form of defensive aggression.
Yeah, it's actually quite a thing when, you know, like with Optic, you have so many weapons on this team, but when they're all clicking like this, and then you just have Ye hanging out in the back line, it's dangerous.
One of the best clutches, Crashies. You got Victor's popping off as well, taking room where he needs to. You got Ye. I mean, everyone is on fire at the moment. I bet you Finesse's calls are just prime, so...
Oh yeah, they must be feeling themselves here. If you're up 10-2, and that is exactly what you're expecting from Optic Gaming, but now it's time to jump back into our next half. Let's send it over to Brennan Saicha, who did not like me saying Blazer.
Defender mah wajar segitu, Yor juga bisa. Apanya? Lu lihat ya, buru 19 kayak gitu, 420 babi. Yor juga bisa, Yor juga bisa. Yor cupu anjing. Masih Yor bisa tai kuda. Jangan bobo nama gua lu. Jual-jual nama gua anjing. Gua aja sendiri aja belum tentu bisa, bangke lu ya. Jual-jual nama gua.
Absolutely into the meat grinder. The players are going to be meeting themselves at the pistol.
Waduh.
One after the other.
Satu lawan satu lagi anjing.
It's 10 seconds in. 10 seconds in and you've got
Bisa-bisanya dia jual nama gua, guys. Padahal gua juga belum tentu bisa.
FNS knows this pistol round strat. He knows where Flipside is going to be.
Into spawn using the wall, this slight angle. What's the players? Flipside are just going to bide his time, wait it out, look for a noise cue. FNS is just trying.
Nah! Cakep.
The wrong gamble. Boom. They get that pistol round that they were looking for.
Nggak ada.
I mean, just mind games on mind games there. They both try the exact same pistol round. It goes down to the 1v1. You got both IGLs, both big brains. FNS looking to try and catch Flipsider out, and Flipsider is just waiting for the tap.
Just hold it up.
Just purely playing for the 1v1 retake clutch. It looks too easy for Flipsider, but from FNS's point of view, he really was trying to make an intelligent play there. Okay, I like it. We're gonna get to see a little bit more of Boom here. They've got some things that I think they do very nicely. Flipsider with his classic defensive anchoring here of A. He puts down his Viper Orb on the default spot. So that's doing a lot of decay damage if Optic try to...
Anjing udah kayak Mission Impossible, bro.
Lamps into the back of the site. That's flashes being used one after the other with the pistols, including that nade. Famous has pushed forwards, but catching FNS unaware, looking like an AI on a singular path, just walking around.
Mantap, mantap, mantap. Bayakin nengok Heaven dikira biar kosong ya.
That's exactly what you want to see. Not a tool that he can really rely on.
Anjing, Bang Dre cosplay netizen tai.
Converted bonus. You need to string a series of big rounds together here so that your your economy snowball turns into an ultimate snowball. That's how you get these comebacks.
Full netizen mode.
Not good. Boom barely have anything to work with. Optic did enough damage to the economy. Boom are hoping for something masterful. Boom's general strategy is to have Flipside a hard anchor A as Viper. Meanwhile playing an aggressive B.
Anjing, agresif banget terus B-nya kosong.
Teleporter off the back of a haunt.
Yeah, a bit of a shower. Yeah, they
Mereka nggak mau pilih ke B, mereka pilih ke tetap plan anjing gokil optik. Wah, gila ada black market di shower anjing, tukaran dulu.
He's worried to even get into backside at all.
Yeah, so far back.
He's holding very passively.
No support from the rest
Wah,
of the team.
tai.
They're all just trying to
Masih ada yang nahan di sini anjing.
It's Blaze King who comes out on top. A quick tap of it. Position and revealed at least for Crash. He's right round the side, but they've got more to deal with right now. Boom, they're trying to convert this one. Oh, quick shot.
Gila pinter anjing, mau nggak mau harus buru dulu.
Winning out that buy round.
They win the bonus.
Gue sih pisau biar trigger.
Anti-bonus. But Boom did a lot of damage there. That's an important round.
Trouble is, Josh, not too much in terms of.
Dream udah hari juga emang agak mensional.
They're on the knife's edge. They can't even afford to give one, I think. Yeah. You know, you need to be perfect from here on out. But this is where, with a slight economic advantage, although it doesn't really materialize into too much, both teams having light armor, Famous needs to be getting value out of this showstopper. And Famous is normally going to be playing with
Dream ada malam Jumat gak dapet jatuh.
Blaze King and Spawn literally just ready to go for the rotates. Anywhere they see or hear.
Rizky Amal lebih nggak sih? Rizky Amal siapa ya? Kayak gue pernah lihat ya. Di siapa sih dia? Di mana ya dia ya? Lu nggak mau TO dia, lu kan masih ada kuasa Bang Dre. Lu kan ada kuasa. Famous!
Famous! Oh, he's getting away with murder.
What a sick play with the Vandal there. Doesn't even need the showstopper, just getting raw value with the bullets. Flip side, just about able to squeak into lamps. He's going to be the key player.
The Seekers were killed for him, so they don't expect Flipsider to just be playing that
Gila
angle.
threatnya.
Only the one going to be found, an instant trade from Optic. But still, again, slowly creeping across the site, not watching.
Gokil!
And it's a beautiful reset of the game for Tabottle to close out
Mantap.
that round.
Optic going for the gamble play, contacting in through short, gets caught by Flipsider, contacting around through showers, gets caught by Tabottle. Really good play by Boom on their defense.
Gila, Famous anjing, gokil.
What a play by Famous. And that's actually got a bit of momentum now beneath Boom.
Still a long, long way to go. You look at the score up top, just 2 rounds, that's all Optic need. We mentioned it over and over again when we were watching that Breeze map. Sometimes those 2 rounds are the hardest. However, Victor's going to be making it just that
Diambil dong, diambil dong. Ya.
Famous not waiting for the rest of the utility to try to re-clear showers.
Half buy as well, Josh.
Yeah, just decides to swing into it. Optic do not win many of these thrifties.
You cannot be giving up this much space to damage. Blaze King does salvage it, gets the trade off.
Wah anjing, dapat. Tapi belum jadi dapat ini sih. Jadi 3 lawan 3 sih, mantap. Hah?
Holding onto Octagon is so important right now. And he just
What the fuck is this, bro?
He's completely
anjing timing, bro.
Guys, I pushed all the way through Fountain. I haven't found a player. They got to be lurking over towards A.
Can he hear Marved? Does he hear Marved? Not at all.
Catches the correct timing. And the players of Optic, they're already in the site. They've been cautious the entire time. Walking up, not making any sound cues. Little do they know it's a free site for them.
That works. They planted for back site, which is where Blaze King is just about to walk into.
20 health. Bit of spam will do it.
He's going to be 1 HP either way.
Yeah, the decay kicking in and out. Snake bite on one side, blocks up.
Wah, kelihatan biji enggak deh, tangannya anjing. Nggak denger emang stepnya jauh kayaknya. Besok masih di buff ya, masih diomongin. Masanya kalau orang Indo kita omongin tuh gak lucu guys. Makanya kalau orang luar tuh yang diomongin tuh enak guys. Kalau orang Indo diomongin, ntar gue masuk penjara anjing.
And that is the sound of someone who realizes the second map has slipped away from them.
Point for Optic, one more.
Kita sakit hati guys, nggak bisa, janganlah.
There are so many good ults here for Boom to use, but even if they expend them all in this round, it doesn't break Optic's economy. So they need to be stingy. It's their only way of mounting a comeback.
Lu sih ngomongin besok tuh marah langsung anjing. Ayo ngomongin lagi lah guys, ngomongin lah. Emang harus di.
Victor deals with it. That could have been absolutely massive. And pound for pound, Victor's going to be releasing his own ult. Halfway on a duration, a pull, vulnerable Nightfall on top of it, but just pre-fired into the Viper's pit. Backed away. No more sound cues for them. They're going to be missing a lot of information into this one, but Marv is still holding the position. Drops the smoke, and he's got the orbital strike in his back pocket.
Si Bani kena ini ya.
Find a timing though when you're playing inside lamps, but he's not getting pressured at all.
Player's going to be pushing forwards. It's going to be a cosmic divide to split it across. You have to push forwards here. Boom! They do have an opening, but is it enough? Down to that 1v1. Time is still going to start to tick now. On the wrong side of the wall, that will do it. Final blow for Victor. And it secures map number 2.
Business as
Aduh, gue pengen dah ininya, anjing keren banget kalungnya guys.
That's the job that they came here to do. Bind 13-5.
Kira-kira itu ada diamondnya nggak ya?
They're here for bigger things.
Keren banget anjing diamond ini.
Take a reset. I don't think you were ever winning bind. Focus on map 3. You still have chances in this series.
That's what we were talking about right at the very beginning of this series, was how this all played out. Breeze was a must-win for Boom, just to try and even bring us at minimum to this map number 3 we are now guaranteed to get.
What a pistol round we saw from both of these two teams. Yay picking off a bunch with the Ghost to start things out, and then a wild,
beli aja di Tokped. Tapi gue nggak suka pakai kalung.
But this is exactly the type of experience you need if you're Boom. You know, you get one map where it's all of the adrenaline pumping through your body. You're able to beat one of the best teams in the world on your map selection. And then immediately afterwards it's the crash down to earth.
Ente lah. Oke guys, masih ada map 3. Jangan marah-marah guys, tolonglah jangan marah-marah adik-adik. Jangan marah-marah guys. Mungkin belum harinya guys. Mungkin belum, maksudnya lagi bad day buat dia kali. Buat besok, tolonglah. Siapa tahu besok dia menggila kan, atau map selanjutnya. Amba tukam. Aduh. Fracture semoga menang. Amin. Tapi gila sih. Teh botol gila sih. Anjing, jago banget tai. Jadi menurut lu bakal kalah nih Boomyor? Ya enggak, maksud gua siapa tahu next game. Aku bilang next game anjing, babik ya. Maksudnya next map. Kok next game sih? Kemarin Liquid sama Leviathan berapa sih? Gue nggak nonton dah. Kemarin 2-0 ya, anjing ya. Leviathan gila sih. Leviathan boleh-boleh sih. 2-0 ya, anjing. Anjing, gue pikir Aaron cok. What the fuck? Ini loser go home enggak masih ada lower bracket guys. Ini baru group stage double elimination. Idih, keren dah. Ininya apa? Secret lab-nya bisa dibeli ya? Nggak ada duit. Lightning fast home internet is sure. 5G home internet. Gue bisa nggak nih pakai ini internet bawa ke Indo? Masalahnya nggak bisa bro. Lu iklan di sini di Indo nggak bisa beli. Tai. Berses dibeli dari ayat tapi skill dijual terpisah. Besok jangan dengerin ya. Besok ingat kata ini.
Halo Ior, ini saran penting buat lu. Gak usah dengerin netizen. Yang penting lu happy, do what you wanna do.
Jangan didengar ya besok ya. Emang bangsat itu. Jangan dengerin ya. Tai emang. Ngehe. Bisa-bisanya lu anjing.
To form for Optic Gaming, they win Bind, a map that, as I mentioned before, is their playground, and they win it 13-5 in dominating fashion. Golden Boy here alongside with Ryan Central and Jess as we break down
audio
the
gua
matchup here, and I think that it's safe to say like when
sengaja baca kayak enggak, bukan sengaja anjing, gue emang biasa kan suka baca ini, baca komen tanpa lihat dulu. Kalau nggak didengar turut terus bukan main besok kelas dia kayak jadi anak kesayangan Kodelwin. Ya mending nonton Peppers apa nonton MU. Gue kalau MU sih gue nggak mau nonton MU.
Sekarang jadi lebih mudah
mau
dan cepat. Tersedia di Mobile Legends, Free Fire, Valorant, Point Blank, Higgs Domino, dan masih banyak lainnya. Memiliki metode pembayaran yang lengkap seperti e-wallet, Kris, virtual account, dan bisa bayar melalui Alfamart. LATAM Store juga tersedia aplikasi yang dapat Anda download di Play Store sekarang juga. Ingin top up? Ingat LATAM Store.
Oh. Loh.
The way that Optic play this map is perfect, and so going down to a nuanced
level, dada gue ketawa tuh.
It's funny as well because there's another mention of this man by another great analytical content creator mind who happens to also sit on the desk.
Anjay, des dulu. Asik kan? Wak.
So what you wanna do, Yor? Makan bakso? No. Hargain dengan sebuah OB nggak sih, Yor? Oke, boleh. Kalau ini karena Bang Dre yang minta, gua menghargai lah. Boleh lah, boleh. Aduh, gue pengen dengerin lagu apa ya guys ya? Bosan nih. Lagu apa ya? Lagu apa ya guys ya?
Personal preference, but the information, it wasn't really able to be grabbed by Boom. And also they used both their timeouts in the first half. That's how bad that start was for them. And so there wasn't really a way back in, despite finally picking up a pistol.
Yeah, that's the very thing I was exactly going to bring up, is like they get that one pistol, things look good. Mind you, that pistol, if you guys did miss it, go back, the fact that they read finesse, like no one reads finesse. Like, I'm going to be honest, there is not a lot of people in the world that can perfectly read finesse, both in his calling for a team and in his self-movement around the map. The fact that they knew he would be pushing towards spawn, they read that, I think this was the one to read into that. I was like, that's incredible.
At least member lah, ya bener tuh, at least member lah. Hey, Dre, thank you Bang Dre. Gokil. Siapa yang dapat nih? Bocil Clay menyerang kah? Aku, halo Lita. Asuyor, ada Nauve, halo. Lu udah bacot, gue main klaim anjing. Gue udah tahu anjing. Nih Arwiokto nih udah ditandain tai. Hah, kok Rizky Akmo? Oh, gue kira dia yang dapet anjir. Gue kira dia yang dapet tai.
Getting a lot of these very similar compositions, right? Just goes to show the innovation that Optic Gaming have put forward for the broader global VCT community.
Kind of cringe. And the cringe comes, aren't they?
Wow. I didn't understand I was here with Ender. Just say these.
Putar lagu gini dah, asik guys, sabar ya.
If I talk, I'm in trouble, so I won't have any opinion on that. But what I will say, look, I'm going through all of my stats. I'm like, look.
Gimana ya marketing gue biar orang masuk member? Mantap, mantap, mantap. Kita dengerin lagu dulu gimana? Lu asik sih orangnya Bang Dre. Havana, Havana. Ini Havana, oh mama. Havana nih Havana. Ada koplo enak gak guys? Ada koplo enak gak? Asik loh, koplo ini asik loh. Anjing loh. Gue jadi terngiang-ngiang di otak gue, tai.
Steps towards the championship. We're going to be sending it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Helena koplo tadi, Yor.
Thank you very much. much golden boy. Yeah, map number 3 is what we're looking at here. Fracture for Optic versus Boom. Teed it up right at the very beginning of this series as well. And it's an interesting one, honestly, because you're seeing a mirror composition, like the desk has already been talking about, Josh. And it's thing that Optic, they've kind of set the stage of this one. They've honestly, they've become known for playing these neon comps in themselves. But I think that comes with some weaknesses as well. It's been a while since Optic were the innovators. It's been a while since they were setting the meta on certain degrees, and the neon comps, they've been around for a while now. The weaknesses are known to a degree. It does give Boom a bit of an opening.
It gives both teams an opening, I think. I would expect.
Sabar, udah mulai guys. Let's go, Boom, let's go, Boom. Hungry beast, hungry beast.
Performances on this map have been fairly disastrous, but that's against top level teams. Look how fast Berserks
are
trying to collapse onto these Hall players.
Yeah, and they've just pincered them right into Halls here.
Nice, 3 lawan 2, let's go.
The positioning was there.
That's a really nice play. Whenever you're doing these A splits, it's so important for the dish players to reactively push.
No time wasted though. A lot of the ammunition just going straight from the pistol.
Oh, nice. Emang teh botol gila anjing.
Enough bodies there to get a reload off and trade and swing.
Glimpse of Us judul lainnya Boom Famous.
Exactly right. Bacot anjing. In terms of just taking space,
Kenapa jadi Boom Famous tai?
Posture the players, the defensive players were trying to hold Halls in that setup.
Yeah, for Boom on attack, it's all about the reaction. And so as they're taking this fight, you know, and as Flipsider rendezvous away, all of these players that were playing over a dish run in at the back and crunch the Optic guys playing Halls.
Kaget gua, Via Valen dilema cinta ungu. Thank you Baba, ntar ya. Kalau ingat. Thank you Baba, kita langsung fokus dulu ya.
It's only really Crashies to receive with a classic in hand.
Yeah, Crashies should know that this is coming, especially with the smokes drop down. Stuns to rip across now. Tower needs to be cleared though. It's a flash to play into this one. Berserk's got to be careful. Bit of raw spam. Why not? Now, while all this was happening as well, Hawes was being pushed out early on by Optic in this round. It's a double face from them, but are they going to have the discipline to clear this one through? Jump peeking in play. It does set up Ye nicely for the kill, but still working with very poor weaponry. However, manages to find himself an upgrade, a pretty good one at that. The Bulldog, can he do some damage with it?
Any economic damage here is useful, especially getting that Vandal out of the hands of Flipside.
Anjing masih dapat. Nice. Kaget gua, tai masih dapat tai. Kasih tau ya 10.000 biasanya suka lupa taruh di mana. Iya. 10.000 gua suka lupa taruhnya di mana. Gak bercanda lah. Nauji. Kita lagi fokus dulu, guys.
It's all been very standard so far from Boom. I think the pistol round was a nice idea. I'd like to see more of. Usually you see those reactive.
Bangsat dah. Kapitalis banget gua rasanya anjing. Padahal gua nggak pernah loh. Tadi namanya Via Valen apa sih? Gua nggak tahu lagi. Via Valen apa ungu?
This is part of a fast push. What a lovely.
Yang mana?
That's going to be punishing any player that just tries to hold on.
Via Valen ungu.
That's a fragment nade. That's going to be used. Full line. Crashes should not be favored there, but still. The singular shot that he needed.
Anjing Crashes.
And a bit of a spray down, even while he's fully blind, locking down the tower.
And he gets a third as well. I mean, Crashies.
Udah deh Yor, gak usah pura-pura take note ya, enggak. Gue puter.
Yeah, and Crashies finds 3, Marv finds 2. That was a huge sight exec. And the anchors held strong. Perfect.
Via Valen kan?
First bullet. And then full blind.
Apa sih?
He's stunned and he's full blind.
Dilema cinta. Via Valen kan? Kok nggak ada sih? Oh di ini nggak ada ya di apa?
Yeah. Make sure that nobody can swing into him. Buys enough time for the rest of his team to rotate as well.
Yeah, it's smart play. Crashies has always been
nggak ada cok.
You look at his online stats and you might be like, ah, well, is this really a guy who's in the talking for best?
Gak ada ya, emang gak ada soal 10.000 kan? Gak, itu bener gak ada cok.
There's FNS tucked his way.
Oke, kita fokus ya guys, kita fokus ya guys. Anjing hilang dia.
It's only Berserk who's got themselves onto the site with the rolling thunder, but already the Optic players, they've lined up for it. Oh, so much damage being done. It's Puddle again who comes up with the kills. Lining up the kill feed, blazing with a slight off angle. And he's found his target. Victor just right into the sight lines.
Aduh, botol yang mati lagi.
Post plan for Blaze King. Has the molly, orbital strike, huge tools to work in. But Ye knows where he is. And this flash is going to be for Ye to peek. Oh, doesn't even use it.
Nope.
And that's the molly down, that's the orbital strike gone.
Pinter anjing, sumpah.
Blinded straight into his eyes, but he avoids it just for but a moment.
Pinter anjing FNS. Dia pasti gini. Hey, Ye, gua stun ya, MN-nya lu puter ya, anjing.
Immediately there with the swing.
Just fantastic identification from Optic on where the players will be. And therefore how to pick them apart and force 1v1s.
Itu tadi dia banyak bacot sambil nunggu stun itu.
There's a piece on the chessboard there to go back into halls and just sends his most powerful piece to duel the player with post-plant utility. As soon as Blaze King fell.
Enggak, ini gue di YouTube bener-bener gak ada tai nih. Ya Allah, via Valen. Ungu, dilema cinta. Gak ada tuh, ungu mana? Gak ada, cok. Via Valen. Dia nyanyi di mana, cok?
When they know they're going to get pushed a little bit as they're anticipating on fracture.
And that's why you don't do that peek. We saw Marv doing it on bind. Easily enough to get punished or just the jump peek. He had the smoke in his hand still.
Iya, York, emang gak tau kalau dia bacot nih Rixi Kiamal. Anjing, salah kasih obeng nih gue kayak.
You will never get crashes out of
Cover, iya kalau misalkan cover pun ketahuan kan.
Yeah, he can give you it, but you can't take it away from him.
Yeah, listen, the no command has popped off here. They should know he's pushing.
Nice, Iko!
He's worked his way all the way around the back.
Yeah, he's got a great lurk timing there, up through the back as Crashies was focused on tree. And I spoke, obviously, far too soon.
Light his reposition though.
Yeah, Ye takes the ropes.
This is so fast, I don't think they're going to expect this.
Does he get an angle onto
Please lah, please. Lihat belakang juga. Please lah.
The timing. It's absolutely everything, and somehow El Diablo still gets the better of it. Down to that 1v1.
Sebutannya El Diablo nggak?
He's given away with his positioning.
Sidestepped. Yep, that fault line is going to be revealing it. Flash through the box as well. It's dodged, but time running so low now. And
Ya Allah!
A side angle, the shoulder peeking through, and it gives Ye every opportunity, all the information to make the right moves.
What a sick play from Ye. That is a nasty clutch.
Buset, ngentot, buset, NetX kasar banget, anjing. Astaga. Guys, ini beneran ini gue nggak bohong, ini gue bisa show. Tapi gue nggak mau show, karena ini terlalu kasar. Ini chat. Kalian bisa lihat ngentot. Nggak goib ini, guys. Ini nggak goib.
A bit of freedom, I think, to work with, honestly. Crashies did give up tower control very easily. Wanted to hold that crossfire at main, open things up, but
he's back in there now.
Yeah, safe hands from Ye to secure that round, and a steady lead. Precarious, isn't it? Just the one round.
And it feels a little like some of the beginning of the bind rounds, where despite the fact Boomer pushing them to the very brink, Optic have been able to secure the final few kills, the clutches, the reason.
Victor's starting to feel it now. Heat being applied to him as well. You can see the players have already dropped themselves down onto side from
Anjing, masih dapat satu lu, Famos lagi yang dapat.
Where's Berserk finding these then? Straight through the smoke. Head found, FNS taken out.
Nade being held, trying to deny the plan, but it's not a default. Berserk's falls, forced out.
Wah, gila, bro. What the fuck is this, bro?
But they realize that there is these post plans that are being played. The orbital strike held down, waiting for the movement. It does force them into the line of sight angle. That's going to be the rolling thunder again. Cuts across.
Is there a molly lineup?
Misses the shot. Off onto the corner. The aftershock to push them away. It's on half, and the molly does miss. Blazekin doesn't realize he's still on it, but now with that spam, he's got the information and a tap. Blazekin, he has to make the play, but 3 bullets, not enough. Doesn't know he's there, running it around in circles. Marv eventually wins it out.
With such little health, Marv is still ice cold there in the clutch. Just playing around.
So my Basi, thank you, welcome, bro. Thank you, welcome.
Making him think that he has to dash towards the spike after it already got halved. If Blaze King had a molly lineup for that position, it could have been a completely different scenario. Maybe he thought he had one and it just missed, but I don't think from his angle on Dish, there's a great one unless you have a big arcing lineup. And Boom, they're struggling here. They're getting things down to winnable situations, but they just can't close it.
Oh, udah mulai ini kah?
Yeah, you can see that overdrive going to be used now to try and get them deeper into the side damage.
Anjing.
Look at the stinger in play. Yeah, still collects the kill. Victor is in trouble though. He's been isolated.
Ya Allah!
Okay.
Temennya lama.
A couple more right there. Asus now to try and make a faster play into halls. Actually using the entire kitchen sink just being chucked to them into the back of the sites. It's Optic. We're making sure that they're oh no leftover players, no crumbs whatsoever.
And it feels like the comm structure might be falling down a little bit here for Boom. When Victor finds
Pause.
You know, you just got to Botel looking the exact opposite way without trying to clear it out.
Pause.
Indicates that the pressure's getting too much. Take a look at the replay here where he's just
Ini sih, tai sih.
he just finds the Botel who's already set up for like a fine position to stop.
Teh botol sakit punggung. Greedy scoot.
A little bit of pressure, and that body language says it all.
It's time for a bit of a break. What's gone wrong for them? The last few
Pause.
rounds so fast when they've been taken.
Yeah.
Open in 10 seconds, you're seeing moves being made, and honestly, the round's just ending almost instantaneously.
They are really struggling to get rid of these side anchors. You think about one of the big execs where they had that long molly lineup.
Ayo santai aja. Iya, kalem dong, kalem.
In some of these other rounds, it's been so difficult to get crashes out of tower. In that round there, Victor manages to get 2 while he's anchoring the site. You know, there's just so many situations where Boom, if they were cleaner on getting rid of the player that's dug into the site, they might be able to hold off the retake that comes afterwards.
There's 1 or 2 things that are going missing.
Dua gapat. Tank.
Correcting it for them to try and get back into this map, maybe bring it even.
It feels like Boom might be thinking a couple of steps ahead and just ignoring what's happening in the present and just getting themselves refocused on every step of their attacking execution.
Itu ini pegang sama Bani apa nih orang namanya hit apa ya gue namanya ya? Warmer apa gitu? Hand warmer kalau nggak salah namanya. Lupa gue. Jadi tuh nanti lu kalau itu tangan lu jadi anget gitu. Jadi nggak dingin. Hah, tank apa? Tank jam tank.
Early fault line over towards halls, but it doesn't stop the Boom guys whatsoever. They fake a little bit of control in that direction, and now the spike's going to be coming back for a B pinch. Victor though, jiggle peeking. He's going to start to get this info fairly shortly.
Go.
Have to be concerned though if they know weaponry situation. They're worried, I think, about op angles that are being held down. But look at this, the stuns are just being offloaded. Orbital strike as well. Maybe expecting there to be a player there, but it just delays.
Gak bisa masuk anjing. Besok harus gila. Sampai Blasking yang maju loh.
Gliding across the angles, and it allows for an instantaneous response. Boom, are taking all the
nice
in the world, and they're winning every single fight.
Nice banget.
It's over in an instant. Boom just decided to go for the execute even without all of that utility.
Yeah.
They'd used flashes, they'd used smokes, and the fast lane. Decided they didn't need any of it. It would be a better risk to commit to the hit instead of trying to go somewhere else on the map.
Nice.
Boy, were they right.
Yeah, and a bit of a difference maker be in the fact that they weren't able to hold that tower control.
Aduh, Fracture ini mah attack atau defend? Dua-duanya sih bisa sih. Nggak tahu, tergantung lah. Ngehe ye babik. Ini orang kaya udah ulti masih nge-save anjing. Ya lu lihat dia punya ekonomi 1.800, 2.400, 1.100 bisa ngedrop 1 anjing. Keluar. Headnya sampai kayak gitu anjing.
This is the role that he used to play. Before Famous was brought into the team, Flipsider was the heavy hitter for the squad, who was playing more of the chamber, more of the classic sentinel roles as well. But he's a nasty player. I think you can tell in this round with that flick onto Crashies, who was putting some pressure from tower. Flipsiders.
Dia bisa mati draw temannya buka ulti. Dia nggak mau buang-buang duit anjing tuh. Victor yang pakai AWP tuh. Kayak gitu maksud dan tujuannya anjing. Bangsat dah.
Fight being taken. Not enough to remove Ye from the angle though. He collects that first kill, and look at this. While all this was going on, where's Victor got this operator from?
Yeah, Victor ran out arcade and into tunnel with an op. I thought he was going to be ulting And he's just set up an op on that sight line towards Tree.
You just don't expect that. You don't expect that. Especially when presence is being moved.
Famos skill 1. Anjing. Tumben banget.
Which they already cleared out because they pushed it with 2 players.
Yeah.
Or
wah, ganti crosshair.
And if you've got an op on that sight line, it makes it
so early.
Difficult. Yeah, it's so early. You don't expect it. The Neon is able to get on that sight line so fast. And he gets it again.
Yep. Victor's everywhere, all around the map right
Why not?
now. Whoa!
Goes for it again. Classic pulled out.
That's a lot of damage.
Quite a kill. Dropping the gun. Okay, orbital strike to try and push them back. Berserk will eventually fall.
And Marv just seems unflustered, anchoring B. Blaze King doing what he can. Current top fragger for Boom.
Yeah, this guy has been...
But he's in a 1v4.
30 seconds left.
Quite the heavy hitter for his team in this map so far, hasn't he? But like you said, Josh, this particular scenario, now a 1v3. They know his position and 20 seconds remaining in the round. Not a lot of time to work with.
He's already used that orbital.
Save aja, sumpah. Save aja, duitnya nggak ada. Nah, udah cakep.
He's got the funds. Just doesn't see an opportunity.
Sabar teman-teman, sabar guys ya, sabar. Banci plus saya kayak gaya lu main bubble. Kenapa gue yang kena bangsat lu Bang Dre? Lu udah kalah aja anjing.
Just stay very still. Just stay very still.
Yeah, okay, ice cold. Make no noise.
Anjing. Bisa-bisanya.
Look, there's the operator being picked up and he goes for it and sets it on this.
Bangke lu ya.
Are less to do with the compositions for Optic and more to do with the micro of like what they're doing within the rounds. They're doing
Kenapa yang disalahin gua tahi?
Was opping on greens. Yeah. And now Victor's doing it here. Maybe the adaptation and innovation is going to be smaller.
Gila gerakannya, bro.
Another fight taking place and again. No one's really looking down at one angle. It's a crossfire to spam through the wall. FNS warbang kills.
Nice Ban. Ban ini sih gila sih. Dari tadi dapat. Ban, sabar Ban. Nice banget Bani, anjing. Masih dapetin 1 Bani. Yei tai sih, sumpah Yei tai sih. Oh, gila, awareness-nya bangsat banget dah. Anjing banget deh nih orang dah. WH tai. Enggak sih. Enggak awareness lah itu namanya anjing. Bagus. Gila banget tuh orang.
1v2, 40 seconds. 2k in the bank for Blaze King, but he might be...
Tuh, main pinter guys. Main pinter ya. Udah tahu infonya di sana. Dicek di ini lagi. Main pinter anjing.
He has been given a lot of free reign here because Crashes has been just avoiding it, but through main positioning, still avoiding it. Short tags him. There it is.
Main pinter tai.
To a crawl enough for Crashes to eventually catch up to him.
And Crashes is saying to the rest of his team, what's he doing planting there?
Yeah, it's like a horror game, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Crashes was just around every corner. And now Ye goes back for his operator. He had picked up a Vandal to try and help with the clutch. Smart play. And Crashes just dances around.
Today, I'm afraid.
Or rather, Ye dances around while Crashes goes on delivery duty for him. Yeah. But that's a very well played.
Ini sih Kasya ini sih gila sih, nggak di-expect loh. Padahal pasti ada.
Never at risk of actually being killed and just played around with Blaze King the whole time.
He's very safe, always making sure that he was setting them up for the 2v1. It's so joyous.
It really is.
So
bangke lah nonton kayak gini, gue jadi lapar anjing. Pengen makan orang tai.
Yeah. Is that true?
Nunggu ngambil OP itu nak. Iya.
Fake fan.
I'm a fake fan. Sorry.
Fake fan.
Yeah, you caught me
Kenapa sih ini?
Boom have a half buy with Spectres, Stingers, but it might still be good enough if they can set up a decent execute.
This forward position by Marved. Over the ropes. How many players are going across? Pure silence. No!
Ya Allah, what the fuck is this, man?
I don't think we will ever witness anything like that.
Last round in the half.
Ever again in VCT history.
Oh, I don't know what I've just seen. friend. That was a slaughter. Oh, don't. No.
One enemy.
I mean, look at Crush, he's smiling. He's smiling when he's killing them. He's picking it up. He's just smiling. He's just smiling.
He's a psychopath. And boom, in that moment, know that they've just made VCT
Anjing
for
dah.
all the wrong reasons.
Malah main tali anjing.
You gotta rally back. You gotta rally back.
Rally back.
The map isn't over. The map isn't over, John.
back.
One more round and a half.
Rally back.
You gotta rally back. Okay. They got weapons. Listen, they got weapons.
They're boomed esports.
No. Okay.
The problem here as well, though, seriously, is that Optic have so many ults to be able to work with here. Boom going for the classic B exec.
Yeah, no command.
But Ye's in a great position to grab a kill.
Yeah, on top of Jenny, not really being cleared out here. Stunned up, and it's being watched for. In the smoke, FNS. 3 kills on top of it. Cherry on top, isn't it? The prime gaming flawless for a 9-3 half.
Wajar sih guys. Gua kalau misalkan dia kalah dari Optic, gua wajar. Kenapa? Optic tuh juara master guys. Lu harus tahu itu guys. Dan Boom ini baru pertama kali masuk ke champion, masuk ke stage. Optic udah berkali-kali. Jadi wajar lah, it's fine bro.
I don't know what.
Wajar mulu ya, wajar lah. It's fine, bro.
I don't think there was a round 11. I think we went from 10 to 12.
Mereka tuh pengalamannya udah lebih tinggi, guys.
Right? We're just gonna.
It's all about experience, no.
You know what?
Just gonna move on from that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's talk about Ye.
Yeah, that's it. That's always in the book, just in case fire emergency. Ye.
Rhyme. Take it away.
Yeah, I think the thing about Ye as well overall is that
realistis aja ngomongnya ya, Yor. Iya, kita harus realistis lah. It's fine, bro.
Through the last chance qualifiers over in APAC, he had a 275 ACS on this map. Ye had 280, and right now Ye seems to be building on that performance, playing chamber on this map. But not only that, the way that Boom are playing this is so they have like 4 players roaming around together to go for executes, and then Flipside is going for like lurks, trying to go through like underneath towards B, find those peaks. And FNS has been finding him every single time. Why? Because that's exactly what Optic like to do. Ye's the one that likes to go for those lurks and find space. So it's not only a case of
Yor, ini Igelnya Bani kan? Igel.
But Optic know exactly how to deal with a problematic chamber player when it comes to the micro as well.
It's not even about just problematic chamber players. I mean, you spoke about the fact that they were able to lock down areas because they do the same thing.
Yeah.
We said on the pre-desk, you have to do the very thing that Optic does, but better. These are the masters that created this. This is their recipe, and you're somehow trying to make it better than the Nonna herself who created pasta. Good luck. I don't think that's gonna happen. And I
udah gue capek diginin sama Boom.
Look, I had to put an Italian.
Ya udah nonton MU aja Bang Dre, MU.
I did notice Crash is over towards tower. How many times is he given free reign?
Kalau misalkan nih Bang Dre ya, gue tanya lu kan pecinta MU kan. Kalau misalkan MU kalah gimana Bang Dre? Masih ada lower juga lawannya Zeta, habis itu lawan Optic. Kalau nggak load lagi susah Boom ini kalau main turnamentalis ini. Gue sih nggak jadi masalah sih. Gue kalau lawan Optic ya, karena ya realnya Optic juara master bro. What can you do gitu. Dan dia tuh di stage sebelumnya juga gila-gila juga. Jadi kayak
that's where my fingers run out. Yeah. And I normally wear socks.
Lu ya udah gitu loh. Yang penting kan Boom masuk champion itu kan suatu Indo gitu. Kapan lagi kan?
Well, this is going to be an extraordinarily difficult comeback for Boom. I mean, 9-3 down.
Good run lah maksud gua.
Absolute necessity.
Gitu. Santai aja guys.
These rounds have been fairly decent, and it looks like they've got the right read.
Yeah, this crossfire is pretty brutal.
Masuk gua Gue sih MU sih gue tinggal lihat besok sih. Lah dia kan si Rizky kalah nembak. Dia si itu kena stun kan?
Yeah, good headshot from FNS. Immediately puts the aim punch down, and Flipside is in a 2v1, a 1v2 rather.
Okay, jump peek.
A single bullet in the headhunter.
Yeah, it's difficult. A difficult ask. flip side, especially with this cross. He has to take the fight one step at a time. Has to try and bait. Again, the favorable fight, but yay, that's a wider swing from him. Justin Hall's making sure that he's covering the IGL's back.
And it has been somewhat of a brutal opening for Boom at the global stage. Bind was destructive, and this map seems to be going.
Anjing sih, langsung headshot sih, tai juga sih.
You know, if you take a big picture look at this, I think everyone would have expected it to be a 2-0. So the fact that they were even able to take Breeze is
NTD semoga MU menang. Lu nonton gak sih?
Anything that they can get
Trauma
out of
tali
this
dah.
map,
Iya
any
anjing.
little bit of experience they can get, stress testing their defensive side is also going to be useful.
We're looking forwards to it. It's an attempt to try and shut down a Dish aggression once more. Met with just Famous left alive, and guess what? Only a shorty in his hands. Not the weapon for the job.
Fake lu clutch, gue traktir lu Yukaku premium 2 hari dah.
Probably the most difficult team in the group. The Boom are facing off the rip. You've got a Zeta division that looked like they were struggling a little bit this morning, and sure, Loud have been at the absolute heights of Valorant before, but they got group last.
Anjing mereka ini cok.
Things are not impossible.
Farming orb cok.
Positives to still take away from this experience for Boom. It's a long tournament, but for the moment, they're getting wrecked.
Yeah, one after the other. The rounds are just piling up, aren't they? And just 2 more away until the series is carried away by Optic.
Famous down at the bottom of the scoreboard as well, 2 and 12, kind of struggling on the KO. We were talking about how much depth there was to this guy's agent pool. Playing the Raze as an entry, playing the Chamber sometimes as well, and some of the more supportive initiator roles like Sova and KO, just depending on what map it is. But something just hasn't quite clicked for him.
Kayo kita udah loyo kah?
With his job being to, you know,
Famous clutch year dapat 1 juta. Tai juga lu Bang Dri. Aduh anjing udah kena mental dah ini, bisa 2-1 gini aja udah GG bisa main 1 map jir. Menurut gua sih fine aja sih ketika Boom ketemu Optic. Kalau misalkan Boom kalah ya gua fine aja sih, sumpah. Tuh kayak
the spike was making its way into the site,
and it is pure chaos. Pandemonium has been injected into this round. Damage is done with the shots that are being rattled off. The body shot there onto Famous, dragging him down to very low health indeed. Just no one.
Wah gila masuknya sih.
On tower control, still being locked down by Mark. The molly pushed through. That's the bottle. Trying to make the most of it right now, but it is that 2v2.
And for Crashies, he doesn't know where to put his crosshair right now. The bottle still with a stun, still with a flash, playing in tower.
Wah GG anjing dah. Kena kalah bonus kah? Wah gila. Udah kita bangga sama tim Indo, at least udah masuk champion dapat 1 map. Bisa sih, masih bisa sih masuk ke playoff sih. Santai aja guys. Lawan Zeta harusnya menang Boom lah, jauh lah. Ketika dia kalau misalkan menang lawan Zeta, yang lawan Optic Loud ini kan nggak tahu kan. Ini kalau misalkan Loud turun ke bawah, kalau misalkan Optic turun ke bawah sih bahaya lagi sih. Tapi kalau misalkan Loud sih masih bisa menang sih. Memang bahaya, Sachinya bahaya sih.
Heavy push up through into B main through tree. It's up to Flipsider now. He's got the judge, but way too much discipline from the Optic guys. They know there's going to be that second player there with a flash play. Crashes covers it, locking.
Rame, buset.
3v4. Footsteps abound. They can hear where they're coming from. The flash play pops right into it. One singular player left standing. It's all down to Blaze King. He does do a lot of damage, a lot of work, dropping Crashes down to his knees.
GG guys kayaknya.
Another one for the stats, Blaze King.
Time running so short.
If he gets another kill, he does actually have Orbital Strike online.
Smoke as well.
Oh, Blaze King's been nasty before.
Opens up the door. He does not know where these players are currently located. And time is running so low. You have to start to get a move on now. If there's any shot, any chance.
Ada yang bangsat guys, Lamkets namanya. Gak apa-apa, ente Boom ngentot lah. It's okay bro, it's okay bro. Lu pikir nih ya, it's okay anjing. Ini udah gila banget. Gue waktu nih Gue kasih lihat ya. Gue dulu dibantai berapa anjing lawan special dia tai. Lawan Santares anjing itu it's fine anjing, itu pengalaman penting cok buat naikin mental. Nih gue dibantai Rusia 2-0 anjing. Ya 16-4, 16-4, 16-3 dulu nih dibantai Elektronik, World Edit, Dosia, Hot Says ya. Tuh. Terus gue dibantai Space Soldier 16-6. Tuh. Yang penting pengalaman, bro. It's fine, bro. Itu LAN tuh. Pengalaman tuh penting, bro. Kalau lu nggak dapat pengalaman kayak gini tuh susah. Dapat pengalaman kayak gini tuh susah banget.
I have a feeling that won't be the last time we see it. It smiles all around. I mean, what can you do but smile about that?
I mean, at least he took it. At least he took it the right way. I gotta say, the right mentality for it. Smiles all around.
It's over. Crashy's putting his shoes on. Calling it over before it even.
Betul, pertama kali masuk juga nggak langsung runner up. Iya, semua tuh butuh proses anjing. Ini gila sih. Ini gue dibantai 16-4, 16-3, tai. 16-4, 16-3 sama Elektronik. Tembakannya udah kayak setan semua, tai.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Lu lihat Sersia mana pernah masuk playoff?
One of the things though to pull away from this, Ye is having another fabulous performance, as you would expect from Ye. But he did have that slow start in the group stage at Copenhagen, so it's just nice to see that he in particular is not falling prey to the slow start by any means. Optic looking good even without their coach in the building.
One step closer. That goated status that we were talking about, you know, they've already got the one title before. They were denied the back-to-back.
Banyak lu kalau kasih Bang Krisnya nanti live chat lu terancam. Kenapa? Semua ini karena Yei babi. Saya proses oleh out. Dayor konser lagi ya, bacot. Iya, GoPro kagak, netizen tolong.
Because they've been looking weak on some of the maps that previously they were strong at. Like we were mentioning about Fracture, but
you know what this does as well. I mean, you can vote for the in-zone MVP here. You got Ye.
Sangat disayangkan episode 3 belum banget. Semoga menjalan Zeta. Amin. Kita mendoakan aja yang terbaik, bro. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine, bro. Oh iya. Saatnya gak sih? Saatnya kita giveaway gak sih adik-adik? Saatnya nggak sih? 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 Let's go, let's go! Aku cinta Tokopedia. Cepat, 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 cepat! Let's go, let's go! Jangan lupa follow ya guys. Biar gue bisa itu tahu juga. Ntar ya guys, gue sekalian ini.
Lu so asik bangsat. Lu asik bang.
Lu asik bang.
Das nabisna absul.
Kebalik anjing. Lu so asik, lu asik bang. Bangsat lu anjing lu Bang Ri bangsat.
Lu siapa?
Kamu siapa? Kamu siapa?
Lu siapa? Bangsat lu. Lu siapa? Aduh. Gue lemes banget anjing lah. Tai. Aduh. Aduh tai. Wah, anjing lah. Lu. Tai lu baru lu anjing. Aduh, tai dah. Ayo guys, mana nih dikit banget ya ikut. Aduh bangsat dah. Oke ya, kita go ya. Karena ini. Cuma di Tokopedia tanggal 5 sampai akhir bulan diskon gede-gedean. Sepuluh, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maksi. Kongres Maksi. Maksi. Si Agil lagi live gak sih Agil? Roseau.
Di lot ada si Sodok cuy, jago dia.
Maksi.
Yor, nih gue kasih buat viewers. Keywordnya lo asik bang.
Keywordnya lu asik bang. Abis ini ya. Gue giveaway dulu abis ini ya. Kita roll 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Strivel. Ini pada kemana sih orang-orang ikut tadi cabut anjing. Hangus gak nih? Pada ketiduran kali. Iya pada tidur ya. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shit, tabrik Om Tegang. Buset. Namanya gak ada yang bagus apa ngentot. Namanya shit, tabrik Om Tegang. Oi, ayo, mana? IG, minta IG, bro. Minta IG, faster. Minta IG. Boy, Om Tegang, bang, satu ya. Putar lagu dulu nggak sih? Putar lagu apa ya? Ada yang bisa kasih saran nggak? Ada yang bisa kasih saran?
Do you think that is the most, I'm going to call it wild, for lack of better, you know, adjectives to throw around it, what is the most wild moment of the year in LAN moments? Like, are we talking that, like the Tarzan effect? I'm calling it like the Tarzan. I think that was. That's got to be it.
It was the most crazy moment, I suppose. Yeah, not in the sense of like this guy is insane, like crazy.
Yeah, what do you mean? He's just, that was the fastest ace in the world in Valorant history.
Gila, ini orang baik banget loh sama gue loh guys loh. Gila, gue baru lihat pas gue sakit GWS bang. Gimana kondisi bang? Gokil, Om Tegang. Gokil, gue ini lagi ya. Satu kali lagi. Ntar deh. Lasnya ntar pas PRX deh. Kita ini dulu deh. Yang punya apa? Bang Dre apa tadi? Lu asik bang. Let's go. Lu asik bang. 100.000 nih dari Bang Dre nih. 100.000 dari Bang Dre. Lu asik bang. Lu asik bang. Sabar, gue masukin ini dulu ya. GoPay. Kita masukin GoPay. Masukin dulu GoPay 100.000. Oke. Lo asik bang. Anjing lah, Bang Dri tai dah. Anjing lu Bang Dri. Ini kalau misalkan masuk Bang Dre yang masuk guys, sumpah gak masuk akal. Lo asik bang. Thank you. Sampai lagu ini habis ya guys ya. Langsung kita roll ya. Ivan Saputra. Gue minta IG lu. Kasih gua nomor WA nomor GoPay yang bisa gua kirim. Say thank you dong. Ngomong dong, Van. Say thank you dong ke Bang Dre. Jangan ke gua. Thank you Bang Dre gitu. Thank you Bang Dre gitu. Thank you Bang Dre, lu asik bang, anjay. Mana ya, minta nomor WA dong. Minta nomor GoPay dong. Udah gue kirim ya. 10.000 aja tolong. Pada mampir bentar dong ke channel Kacau, 10.000 aja tolong. Tuh guys, mampir guys, 10.000 aja tolong. Udah kelar guys, udah. Ntar ya, abis satu mapnya PRX ya guys ya. Hasilnya kita giveaway, oke.
In the same group, but how different is that approach versus a team that, like you said, you are familiar with?
Similar to how we played last time. It was very, very similar storyline. We'd already played them previous, so we kind of knew it's going to be one of those, like, both teams are trying to anti each other's antis. So it's one of those things, there's going to be a mind game, but I think it's going to be a dogfight early on.
Ayo kalau rame gue kasih lagi nih 100.000 tuh guys. Kacau stay sampai final berarti. I don't know man. Gue nggak tahu sih. Harusnya iya sih. Mereka 1 bulan kan. Kalau sepi kasih gua aja bang. Wake me up when semuanya momen gak sih? Ya kalau misalkan ada yang kasih ya kita nyanyi lah guys. Kalau misalkan ini macam. Sampai PRX gak Yor? Ya kita lihat aja sekuatnya gua aja ya. Saya gua capek banget gua baru landing anjing. Oke, sekuat gua aja, oke? Kayak thumbnail. Oke, siap. Jangan marah-marah dong. PRX lawan siapa sih? PRX lawan siapa sih guys? Leviathan ya? Leviathan tuh dari mana ya by the way? Leviathan tuh dari mana sih? EMEA bukan? EMEA bukan sih? Chili, EMEA bukan? Leviathan EMEA bukan? LATAM ya, oke LATAM. Thumbnail gue ganti jadi PRX punya PRX streaming. Bicarain Kacau, kenapa Kacau? Kacau kenapa Kacau? Kacau kenapa? Asik bener ya. Asik bener. Jangan lupa oleh-oleh.
Asik bener. Aman ya, buat lu mah aman.
Buat lu mah.
Anjir, memori card gua menyesal gua. Lu ada memori card 2 di sini ya, Ren?
Lu mau pakai apa?
Ntar gua coba deh yang satu lagi. Ada soalnya ada 2. Kalau misalnya kosong, gua enggak usah beli kayak. Lo asik Bang Yor. Lo mau pakai apa GoPro-nya? Hapus aja. Oke. Ya udah. Buat ngevlog doang. Gue ketemu bikin lagi gak? Apa kita main Ome? Aduh gak bisa. Gak ada device-nya anjir main Ome. Ome tapi regionnya Turki. Terus aja orang ngomong bahasa Turki. Oke ya, aman ya. Pakai foto jangan, oke. Ntar gua ngomongnya pakai
Yor, donate berapa nih? 100.000.
Cari suara cowok.
Mana ya?
10.000 dari Samuan. Pesan ceban.
Thank you Samuan. Itu Wilson tadi live pakai apa? MacBook. Nonton PRX ya. Kan Kan masih 4 menit. Aman. Oke.
Pam.
Paket internet di sana berapaan? Lumayan. Gua tadi beli sama Wilson 30 giga atau 50 giga gitu, Bro. Harganya 600. Karena IRL kan beli yang giga yang gede sih. Gua kangen sama lu. Jagib sus coy. Sus gak sih? Jagib. Ya 50 giga 500k enggak 600. Soalnya 625.
Tahu kan?
Weh Burik, mana lu Burik? Wah Burik nipu cuy. Burik katanya di Arab, siap. Ternyata omongan transaksi kemarin dekat banget sama gue ya. Sama Arab ya. Burik nipu cok. Lu kayak sakau, memang kayak gini bawaannya. Sorry ya. Gue gak sempurna kayak lu Jagib. Lu serba ada apanya, maksudnya apa adanya. Ada semua.
Kita putar pakai kasih lagu.
Burik.
58.
Yang penting bisa nge-vape sih. Itu gue udah seneng. Gue bawa rokok. Itu juga titipan orang. Halo Aldo Zugara. Udah selfie bareng ya enggak dong.
Oh sekarang kalau misalkan social bus ada pajaknya ya anjing, gokil juga.
Udah habis berapa di sana Bang Kaco? Habis apa? Gue kira Marlboro-nya buat lu. Paling 1 bungkus ya buat Wilson sama gua lah. Gak tahu sih ada yang nitip. Coach Syabung nitip 5 bungkus.
Pum pam pum pum pum. Tang 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 tang. It's my life, it's now or never. I just wanna live forever. I'm gonna live forever.
Aman ya, suara aman ya.
Rumors on the desk, so I invited myself, you know.
Just mau dikit kok walaupun MT boom. Thank you Aisyah. Wah gila nih lagu gokil.
The out from the fill I feels live and direct rocking the scene. Breaking on down for the B-boys and B-girls, we're in it, do they think. Pump it, come on, don't stop, keep it going, do it. Let's get it on, move it. Come on, baby, do it.
La ratita talilai.
Blow my mind.
Nana tita dai dai. Oi. Cashback guys, gue dikasih balik, thank you aja. Cashbacknya 100% anjing.
Lihat lah live-nya, turun kan dia.
Joget lu itu namanya joget apa ya, asik banget soalnya, yoi dong.
Pakai iPad, coba ya.
Lu asik banget. Lu asik banget.
Woi anjing, woi ada suara gua sama
babi. Lu babi anjing.
Anjir ya.
Lu babi. Lara hitatarilah.
Parah cuy. Dia harusnya bisa padahal bisa nyusul dia tapi dia nggak mau. Parah ya.
Abis banyak bro.
Dia tadi mau nyusul katanya. Pasti geli sendiri. Iya anjir. Aduh gue lagi ngecas cok. Nggak bisa. Nanti iseng.
Abis banyak bro, duit abis.
Nanti kita isengin deh. Kita isengin ya nanti ya. Aldo Zogara, welcome to membership. Kok di chat gua?
Aduh guys, ini lagu yang ada di film hamster kok film. Aduh, asik banget sih. Gua mau dengerin lagu apa ya guys ya? Kalian tahu lagu ini nggak guys?
Oh harus yang dari Streamlabs ya. Streamlabs. Oke. Nanti. Gua harus masukin juga ke sabar ya. Gua masukin deh semenitnya. Semenitnya gua masukin. Ya. Menit ya.
Gue ngerasa ya guys ya, gue ketika mendengar lagu ini ya, gue ngerasa tuh gue rasanya tuh berasa kayak Tom Cruise ya guys ya. Gue ngerasa kayak gue tuh Tom Cruise anjing.
Ada lagi kamar satu di sono, pojok sono, pojok. Panas, dingin cok.
Balas WA gue ya lu WA lu siapa anjing? Balas WA HP. Kacau kesel asap dengan si paling Tom Cruise. Si paling Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise
ya.
anjing.
Gua ganti kameranya ya.
Tom Cruise tot.
Pas mulai deh. Belum. Pas mulai deh. Gimana? Setuju nggak teman-teman? Pas mulai. Setuju nggak teman-teman?
Wow, 500.000 dari Drake. Pesan, lo asik bang.
Cabut orang.
Jadi 2 jam cok. Thank you Bang Andre. Wah lanjut 2 jam kita ngap. Anjir.
PRX kapan nih? Gue ngantuk nih bentar lagi.
Cok cabut obeng Rizky Amal. Oke. Buat Ior yang udah minjemin GoPro, gue remove Rizky Amal yang nggak berguna di gua babi Rizky Amal ya. Gue juga nggak tahu dia kenapa bisa obeng babi.
Babik lu ya.
Nah, sikat dia.
Babik lu ya. Babik dia. Dipikir dulu. Dipikir dia berkuasa.
Ada mau lihat nggak guys? TO-nya Rizky Amal. Lihat tuh Rizky Amal TO-nya tuh.
Babik lu ya. Lu pikir lu berkuasa di sana? Gak bisa bro. Gue lebih berkuasa di sini anjing. Mampus lu ya. Yor, inget gue gak di HW? Yang mana lagi? HW kapan gue ke HW anjing?
Dada Rizky Amal.
Jahat anjing. Itulah. Lu bermain-main dengan tank.
Main tebakan yuk, cosplay apa ini Bengkai? Dia cosplay jadi tukang jual kurma. Yakin
Lu bermain-main lu ya sama tank lu gak bisa, bro.
Combo lu Rizky Akmal ya. Combo,
Bisa-bisanya lu ya. Bermain-main dengan api lu ya. Biar gue Theo di sini.
Udah ya.
Kasihan banget Valre. Di mana-mana di silent treatment anjing. Di sini Theo lagi. Hidup ya anjing. Maksudnya kasihan Taik. Gak inget di tukang nasi uduk yang mana? Nasi uduk mana? Gue lihat ditambah-tambah itu Theo-nya anjing. Ini sama Raka Pradipta, sama si Putra, sama si Putresi.
50.000 dari Zara. Pesan.
Di sini Theo, di sana Theo, di mana-mana aku di Theo.
Kita gak jadi tamat hari ini. Hari ini masih bisa tamat sih.
Anjing dah.
Cuma 2 jam.
Babik
You know,
lah.
local, it doesn't matter if I want to put 2 people on my screen to give the most exciting early to mid round. It's going to 2 guys. Jing, quite possibly one of the best.
Hari-hari ke Bung Yor, kasur gue dikencingin kucingnya. Terus kenapa ya curhatnya ke gue bangsat? Kalau misalkan lu curhatnya kayak gini nih, Yor, gara-gara lu gue jadi semangat kuliah. Yor, gara-gara lu gue jadi semangat, gue pengen banget namanya berusaha. Itu baru lu curhat ke gue, lu ngomong lah yang baik ke gue. Lu ngomong tuh, Yor, kasur gue dikencingin kucing. Yor, kasur apa anjing gue apa segala. Apa urusannya sama gue, tai? Jeruk enak, ini enak gak kok? Enak nih, bentar ya. 5, 4, 3, 2. Gila, gue udah dapet lu padahal dropnya lu, anjir. Wah, tadi apa namanya, Aisyah, apa namanya? Sumpah itu udah enak banget sih. Iya gak sih, awal-awalnya sih gokil sih. Apa sih? Gokil sih. Apa tadi namanya? Apa tadi namanya, bro? Gokil sih itu. Adnan Veron Remix. Yang mana? Ini. Apa sih nama lagunya tadi? Industry Baby. Oh ya. Ini apaan sih? Ini kayaknya gue mesti premium nih, anjing nih. Belum. Na. Angkot tarik bang. Yor, gue cabut dulu bentar, ada taruhan. Oke, siap. Anjing juga lagunya kok gue jadi ini ya. Jadi lagunya tuh jadi ini guys ya. Jadi ketagihan. Gue nggak tahu kenapa ya. Gue tuh nggak suka koplo, nggak suka dangdut loh, anjing. Gue tuh bener-bener sama sekali nggak suka loh. Tapi kalau misalkan ditambah remix, ditambah ini rasanya tuh dari yang awalnya kayak anjing lah, tuh jadi kayak gini terus nih. Lama-lama ayo cium. Degam online gini. Ayo tebak BNK jadi apa sekarang? Ini 5 angkot tengah malam ya.
That's a tricky one. I think getting a sent out really does mean LEVIATHAN. Like if I'm being objective, I'm not using my LEVIATHAN prediction bias here, and I wipe that out of my brain. I think PRX takes, you know, sort of the lead in the map veto.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys one more warning. This is your break to take, go to the toilet, get some drinks, get some snacks, because I'm telling you right now, you're not gonna want to leave your seat once this break is over. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Sebenarnya tinggal di Turki tuh mahal atau enggak sih? Gue nggak tahu deh, karena gue kaget sih sekarang lihat kayak euro tuh harganya di bawah USD anjir, what the fuck? Murah yor, kurs lira jadi lemah. Iya, gue anjing sih. Kemarin gue diajak sih ke Turki, cuman kayak bukan yang gimana ya, gue abis dari Bali sih gue. Kalau gue nggak dari Bali sih enak anjing. Mungkin gue ikut. Gue dari Bali cok. Yang lagi naik Rusia anaknya Bali banget. Bukannya anaknya Bali banget. Kemarin gue habis dari Bali kan. Ke Bali kemarin habis berapa totalnya, segitulah pokoknya. Tebak-tebak aja udah. Habis di Atlas ya yor duit ya. Enggak sih, Atlas enggak sih.
Melsa.
Atlas soalnya gue dapat promo, dapat 2 bet, 1 bayar 1 bayar dapat 2 gitu. Kalau nge-slot pakai di Turki aja kali. Goblok anjing.
King.
Zowie. Hyojin. Tetap aja tai pakai promo mal juga. Ya memang. Tapi kan dapat 2 bet lumayan buat 8 orang anjing, jatuhnya murah. Jing lucu banget, kenapa sih cewek-cewek itu bilang anjing dah. Kenapa jadi kuli anjing? Nguli dia.
It's only day 2 of Champions, and we've already been treated to one of the most exciting matchups we can get, especially out of this group. I love Takalia's impression of Chamber there. I've seen a lot of Sovas already. I think that was the Chamber. I want to make this a trend.
Ini Takokila jago anjing, sumpah.
I want to see a builder agent in the game after Benkai now at this point.
This is not Fortnite, Ryan. Come on.
Kus katok lu asik banget Benkai. Iya, asik banget ya. Lu asik banget, Bang.
PRX, the most entertaining team in the world to watch versus Leviathan, that have so much to prove on an international stage and are doing it dominantly. They were the better team wholeheartedly against Team Liquid. There is a chance they could come into this series and be the better team here.
I am finally going to get an answer to my map pool question. I think people in the audience, and of course Yansu's sick of hearing me say that I want to hear about the map pool.
You're right.
I am trying my best to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to predict against them because I hope with all the scrims they boot camped for weeks.
Jing imut diam sopan gitu. Terus gua apa? Gua kan imut sopan.
On 2 maps on an international stage, one of which is not in this pool at all. Ascent was taken out by PRX. Haven is the only one. Versus PRX that literally play every single map and have wanted to do that for the longest time. FPX is the map pool is so important for a team to do well. It really is a test of merit on whether Leviathan could do it. Not only win on this map, which is hard enough, but then go on to Bind and maybe even Pearl to try and do the same.
I know there's no audience here just yet, but I feel like
langsung serang buset. Serang langsung gila. Dasar binatang kalian serang semua lu serang tai.
And we're beginning history of a nice rivalry between these two teams. Like we got the Loud, the Optic, for example. That's a rivalry I love. But don't tell me that these two teams are not going to rock up to many more future, tournaments and go head to head again and have a chip on their shoulder as a result of another revenge tourney. I'm all about that. Let's kick it off here right now. That's what I want.
Lu asik bang. Yang penting lu asik bang. Lu asik bang.
We've seen both of these teams play Haven already. Ryan, was there a one that you felt like you preferred the performance of? Like who do you think is taking this Haven?
I really preferred Leviathans for sure. Like Liquid is a hard team when you have players like Scream and Yampi looking for jewels all over the map.
Prediksinya mana Yor? Oh yeah, sorry
They were so scared of Liquid when they had an eco buy. Like they were Leviathan on their defense was sitting in their own spawn, just watching certain areas of the map, letting Liquid make the first move because they don't want to overstep. They don't want to give away an advantage, which is nice and clean. PRX, we sort of expect them to be super aggressive and punchy, but that was Edward Gaming in that series yesterday, right? So there is an element of like PRX having to be kind of like FPX were, just a bit more composed, sit back, let the other team play aggressive. You just let them walk into you. You find those wins and those advantages and push on from there. So PRX is still evolving as a team, despite that series yesterday looking a little bit more awkward than people expected.
Yeah, I think awkward's a nice sort of descriptor for it because, if you run a Jet and you're running the Reyna in combination, I want to see you really dominating in first kills, for example. Like if you have such aggressive and also a little bit of a selfish agent, I want you to be dominating the map way more than you did. So,
guys, ada something nih.
Do we see a change from Reyna? I hope not personally, because when you combo them and you work well, and that dynamic duo we've already referenced, that's a scary prospect. But
well, you've answered your question. We are into the Prime Gaming Agent select here. We've completely ditched what we saw from PRX yesterday. There are 4 changes, so Mindfreak is the only person that is playing the same agent as yesterday.
That's the comp that they
Lu siapa yang of course PRX lagi gila lu ya. Siapin 9 kalian guys. Sorry baru pencet like-nya. Mantap Noval. Kalau di gear di sana boleh bawa sendiri kah? Harusnya boleh. Itu si Famous kan pakai gear sendiri itu. Keyboardnya.
Typical, right, to what the meta is. PRX wanted to do something a little bit different. The Sage is nice, and it's good for stall, but on the attack, this is going to be a little bit awkward, I think.
I prefer the Cypher.
Yes, no, I do agree with you partially there, but my big macro...
Ini map apa ya? Ini map Heaven ya? Benkai pakai Siege ya?
For the Copenhagen composition earlier. Then they would have seen this new composition re-prepped overnight, done a refresh. They've come in and they've gone, oh, you're kidding me. We've just re-prepped all of this, refreshed our memory with a brand new composition. Now we have to be prepared for the old composition that we're now not ready for again. That is such a mind trip to have to go through.
Prediksi skor 13-8, 13-9, 13-9 menang PRX.
So much to the desk there for being so ever kind to welcome us to the show. And yeah, what an absolute belter of a game we get to start with. High tempo, you can have volatile approaches, but it'd be a miss.
Udah nggak meta Reina sih. Yang nggak tahu sebenarnya. Sebenarnya Reina ya tergantung dari orangnya. Kalau misalkan bisa ngekill ya bagus. Kalau misalkan nggak ngekill susah. Cuma main Reina kan lo harus agresif. Kalau defendernya lo agresif, kalau nggak agresif kayak percuma buat main Reina gitu. Even kayak si Phoenix mau di buff juga nggak ada yang pakai Phoenix ya, padahal Phoenix tuh bagus loh.
And Leviathan, I think a lot of people thought Liquid would have potentially bested them to this spot. However, it is going to be very proving, very telling, I think, overall of this group standing almost.
I think this is going to be a more taxing series for Leviathan. Let's put it that way. We talk about maybe a dip in terms of expectations from Liquid, but this is a real test here in their second series.
Right, so starting things off, it is going to be Haven, of course, PRX on the attacking side, which of course means Leviathan.
Cuma Scream kayaknya yang pakai Phoenix kayaknya ya.
As it ticks the boxes, and speaking of aggression, volatility, already taking so much space over towards A-Long.
That's it. Leviathan look to reinforce behind this. Jing gonna be revealed.
Lah, yang kedetek kan kanan. Dia lihatnya kiri, kocak gaming. Dia membunuh yang kiri, anjing. Tapi kocak gaming.
Looking at the space being closed on the other side of the map, C-Long now being just tested further and further. Now losing Adverso is a bit of a problem because King's on an island. Plenty of players hearing that prowler clear through a long. Smoke going to be committed, but there's the contact. Taco not going to get what? But King does. Finding two is huge, but Taco caught on.
Waduh, Jadon.
Forsaken with a shocker and Mind Freak. Well, 1v2. He's got himself a bit of room to play with.
To get through again, deal with the trap, but really a decent idea of where he's positioned. Probably B in Melza. To stack up with Takalia because he's down to 22 HP. Leave the back door open here for Mind Freak to potentially find this plant on A for free.
30 seconds left.
Still a decent amount of time to work with.
Waduh. Dia nempel lagi kayak biji anjing. Kelas ini tapi
wasting no time on this.
Plant's going to be pressured.
It will be. They're close enough that they can.
Lah!
And there's the tap on the spike. So
sakit Ron, sakit kaki lu patah.
Mind Freak has no idea where they are. Zero clue as it stands, so commits the utility as early as he can, gives himself a chance. But as two players coming back in, they can trade Taco if they have to. Melza was a
dia kalau puterin set sih pinter anjing. Wah, tai masih ada flash gak anjing? Masih ada flash tai. Ada-ada aja ya. Suara gamenya gedein dikit.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that's a big concern coming to Haven is just how poor Leviathan's retake statistics are, right? So expect this to be the trend that's set for
ini anjing sih.
for them to really enforce.
Wah, ini Jason rip tai.
I guess emphasis on map control. We were talking about obviously how the first bloods in terms of
mukanya kayak twist dah, tai.
The other day, something PRX have got to keep in check very.
Si Melzer. Si Jason kenapa dah kagak lagi tadi wave aja anjing. Biasa. Tadi dia juga dapat first skillnya anjing di short santai aja bro. Sayang aja.
It ain't much to bring in, but maybe he'll do the job. So on the other side, it's potentially Melza to feel a lot of the strain early on if they did spin through Garage, but it will be towards B. So Adverso smokes on either side. He's very much alone, going to deal with the Prowler and push further forward. Now, there's two players already in the side, but he's been able to cut through that.
Pinter banget dia mainin ininya dah.
Can he deal with the rest? Yes, apparently he can. And these Stingers aren't quite finding the value until now. But Jing down to 3 HP in this race.
Pinter dia reposisinya anjing, gokil.
Mind Freak, well, that flash does feel as though you've been noted, but again, Spike not to hand. Does he get anything out of this? No, Shy smartly played right to the back. So there's a bit of damage.
Ace, what the fuck?
The rounds for Leviathan.
I mean, this all just came apart. One fault line stopped them from maybe getting in 2 seconds earlier. Again, there's a slight chance for them to recover. Leviathan just close it off. Really well played from Adverso. Actually repositioning perfectly here. And Benka, I don't even think fully aware of where Divide taking that damage from. beautifully done.
Verzo, what a start for confidence too.
They're rolling thunder on nice and early as well. It's actually not necessarily in this round. We've got a couple of sheriffs coming in, but could be huge if they do carry across some of these SMGs. They're around ahead in terms of the expected time.
LATAM di champion kenapa jago ya anjing?
Purchase coming out from PRX, but
Tapi emang jago sih.
This is rolling my mind back a little to that Liquid game, right? I looked at Leviathan, who got, I think it was 5-0 up in this.
Anjing.
Sticking around as long as he could, does take down Jing.
Fires off 3 bullets so quickly there as well.
Seems unreasonable, but again, it's the playing dangerous games with the economy, right? Playing on those force buys, going back in with the sheriffs here. And for Leviathan, they already passed that test the first time in my mind. Now, I would say PRX are a different team to Liquid when they work around this, but still, for Leviathan, it's such a passing of the test this early on. So for what PRX have left, chip damage would have been fine, but again, it's only against the Spectres and odds and ends. It's really not much.
Iya, ibarat lu lagi nge-perform ketemu sama teman-teman yang jago nggak sih, Yor? Ya emang semuanya jago kok, nggak mungkin gak ada yang jago sih. Ya benar, nggak salah.
Run the clock down just a little bit, but don't expect anybody from Leviathan to be scrambling to find these kills now.
Oh, the double stack on long.
Tapi PRX nih malah pilih attack ya.
Impossible to clear like this. Lovely double stack for Leviathan. Go back to it as well, Benkai. I mean, if he can get one, that'd be pretty much the best he can hope for here. Feels more like a formality, and it is 5 standing for Leviathan.
And here at a 3-0 scoreline, you think about it, again, what they bring into this round is kind of irrelevant when you look at the ultimate progress.
Yo, di Semarang Martabak Mas itu kue Bandung ya? Iya, mereka sebutnya kue Bandung.
We're looking at potentially the next round, even if, God forbid, Leviathan convert this as well. They're going to come into the next so well equipped.
But and in my mind right now, I want to see if Leviathan are able to. Any damage here is huge.
Itu kayak gua abis ini gua giveaway terus kita udahan guys. Gila nggak kuat tuh anjing, sumpah. Bangsat.
God's gift for Leviathan in their first debut here in the group stage. So PRX need to wake up and wake up now, otherwise that scoreline becomes a real issue. But of course,
ini dari dulu ya, PRX suka banget kayak gini. Cuman kayak nggak ada yang aware sama gerasi tai. Smoke sini. Nice.
Comes soon. Actually, that's a little ahead of the curve, just desperate to try and slow things down or get a kill at least. The PRX has 5 will find the plant.
That's perfect.
Lemah.
5 standing and the plant to go down. Now, keeping 5 alive would be obviously the dream come true. Keep those rifles, maybe build back some finances in this.
Kagak, gue bangun pagi tadi jam berapa ya? Jam 7 ya, jam 8. Terus gue pergi-pergi, terus gue flight, terus gue nyampe nggak terbahan, nggak sama sekali, nggak rebahan, gue langsung live. Capek anjing.
If anything, Shy maybe go through, try and find a kill before we get that ult orb online. Really said for King, one off the showstopper.
Jangan dipaksa ya, nanti lecet. Apanya yang lecet anjing?
You're not going to be given an exit at all. PRX making their way back down long. Actually, Mindfreak will find King. Shy will actually potentially give this up. There we go. Fall through. Doesn't want to actually give the ult progress across to PRX.
Probably the right choice considering how many.
Kesehatan mas 1 bro, bener. Tadinya gue mikir apa gue tinggalin ya, tinggalin PC-nya anjing, gue tidur. Anjing dah.
A couple not far away, so let's see if that comes into effect. But you couldn't ask for a better start for Leviathan, but again, same sort of thing can be said for PRX. Now they had that full buy, right? They got everything they needed. It was clean enough. They'll be happy with that. But now we get into the meat of things, right? Taco's got the op out. That's what we want to be seeing coming to play. How does this change things?
When we get to these buy rounds, that's when we're kind of more interested in what happens in the early round, right? How deep Leviathan want to dig for these opening engagements, and how much success they find as well. See Takalia actually tucking in pretty deep here. Adverso already preemptively rotating away. He spotted a barrel.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting to see how they plan to force him off angles. How do they try and force this man away? He's already quite an aggressive player. He's very confident in approach, and normally rightly so.
As well.
Yeah, Prowler being sent through down towards middle from that defending side, but it's all about timing now. Taco has committed great deals of time towards this. Now, the rest, though, of the attacking side, still eyeing up the rest of the map. They've taken control towards B. They're holding for this potentially. And they're just isolating one. I mean, it is Forsaken. I don't blame you for trying to go for it. But it's Taco slipping the net just a touch. Benkai now down. You're going to have Forsaken left all alone.
The problem being they noted Forsaken's reposition, so they can
Anjing, dipakai nggak tuh ultinya?
Forsaken just charging up. Zowi's here.
How? How is he not
Tai dah.
all Forsaken? Still going to carry on forward. Now Taco's going to push himself just a little bit deeper towards the site, and he's actually got here in time, right? Time enough to hold this down. They can't overcommit just yet. There's still that exploration.
Mereka nih mau kemana sih?
That could cause problems. They seem all too aware. The double stack towards the connector.
Wah, gila, Aaron ditebak anjing.
Hyper aware of that. Very smart play. Taco sitting deep on the site. This is beautiful.
Wah, gila nih orang sakit anjing.
It seems like PRX scrambling for a response there. I mean, Benkai picked off, not being aware of the potential Forsaken's been spotted and tackling.
Katanya di pesawat lu juga nggak tidur tapi nyetir buka lu anjing.
Again, you can see the intent, but it's just picked apart by a couple of individuals from Leviathan. Again, great work. Yes, it seems a little weird to see the investment there.
Anjing, nih orang sakit banget cok. Takolila ini cok.
They have the weaker end of that default. If they can flush.
Ya kalau dapat izin mas party ke Valo itu bayar enggak.
You know it's getting hyped up when you're literally blowing out the mic already.
Takolila emang dari kemarin dari stats sebelumnya juga sakit anjing dari master. Gokil lah ini orang. Nggak nonton MU. Aduh, gua kalau Premier League nggak bisa nonton gua. Kepagian anjing. Gua nontonnya ntar paling gua lihat di FYP TikTok aja ntar hasilnya gimana. Ya suka nonton Breaking Bad gak? Breaking Bad apa ya?
They left a couple of late pieces they were looking to rely on, but Leviathan's proactivity is what ultimately nets them that round.
It's quite lovely to watch, and again, I think a lot of us were quite impressed with the first time we really got to grips with Leviathan over in Copenhagen, right? They finished
they're a tough drawing.
They absolutely did.
For that to be, you know, they're
yang Walter nggak nonton gua kayak. Aduh, gua udah ngantuk banget tai. Enaknya makan mie nggak sih Yor sekarang? Makan mie apa anjir malam-malam segini, gila lu ya? Yor nggak keinstall mulu, nggak ada duit. Lagi saving money bro. Gue bisa dari Bali juga. Gue lagi nonton film namanya Carter. Ya Allah.
And that's Aeon to Raps, and again, they're already exploring that. They're already taking that space away. There's no even moment of doubt in mind. It's perfect. Now, the response in kind, not incorrect from PRX to try and take B. Take somewhere on the map. Nightfall comes in, so audio now just dimmed down. So little to be heard. They've got to be cautious about this. Plant is going to come in, though, but they can't hold this for now. Advert's already going to find Benkai.
Jump across Mel's at Advert, so going to find another one. Mind Freak now. Last man standing. For the first hurdle.
Gila bang. Bakul lelah dibungkam. Aduh, gue udah gak ada tenaga lagi. Subaton kapan ya? Nggak tahu nih, gue bingung Subaton atau enggak. Ke Bali habis berapa duit Yor? Lupa gua. Ya boleh kan, nggak tahu. Si Takolila gila jago banget anjing. Si Alverso juga dia lagi naik loh.
Now, a little bit of a switch up to an extent here for PRX, but again, look at the purchase. It's still going to be Stingers and Sheriffs. It's far from pretty. Now, you've heard the ult come through, so Forsaken does get his name in the feed. That's the first to be found, which is Melza. So C looks way more vulnerable. Oh. Code timing could be devastating. Only going to get one, though. Takes down one, the quick trade out. Averzo's still going to do damage, but this is good so far. This
D5. Ambil senjata.
They are desperate for a round. Wall still in place towards CT. Should buy time. And
nice.
Just getting bodies. It's all on Shy now. 1v1.
Nice banget.
They found the vulnerability. Both of these rounds really coming from that C piece now.
I mean, it comes on the back of that opener, right? It's the first time PRX have comfortably, or at least got away scot-free with finding.
Pokoknya gue kalau misalkan tiket tuh tiket kan sekitar 1,4 tambah 1,3 itu 2,7 tiket ke Bali. Terus ditambah penginapan tuh gue Masuk murah sih itu. 2,7 atau kalau berapa? 4,3 ya? 4,2 ya? Makan dan lain-lain gue nggak tahu. Anjing tipis banget.
He's still here. It's so precarious, so dangerous. And Jing, Shy just dives into the smoke. And Verzo's still on the site though. Quick rotations, reaping quick rewards, and a 3v3.
Kemarin rasanya tapi siapa Persija kan? Tai lu ngawat manja anjing. Babik lu ya.
We can see where Taco is. He's already got himself towards that A site. But where do PRX take this now?
Window of opportunity here to...
Apa sih Jason punya crosshair tai sih? Sniper scope-nya tai sih.
Because of how versatile this aggression has been from Leviathan, they've got to consider every possibility.
They have no info, Mike. Walking back to clear this.
With this amount of time now, they're left guessing. If Takali is repositioned, he finds himself back towards garage, back towards B site.
30 seconds left.
They might have the read though.
Absolutely right for now.
The ping coming through again. They're guessing that it's a hard clear through plat here, just in case anybody's playing very close contact.
Gila mereka maunya retake ya.
We know it. All going in towards garage and actually Benkai playing in front of that. So I'm going to go down. Nothing to really deny this as it stands. This will be a post-pon. We've already questioned some of those statistics coming in of these retakes being a potential problem, but let's see how they work out here because Verzo's got.
Oh, pantas mau retake. Mereka mau ada ulti anjing.
No, I don't think he does. They're just going to set up. They're going to double stack here towards CT.
They're trying to get proactive and maybe just trying to get... Oh, didn't get ahead of this one. Benkai needs to deliver. Forsaken's got his back. We're going to find one turn.
Anjing takol gila dia jagain belakangnya anjing.
Forsaken, but he doesn't need help. 2 kills already and needs 3. 1v1. Taco to the site. Rifle to hand, but time starting to tick and Forsaken waits. A tap on the spike, draws him in! And Taco takes him down. The time is gonna be close, Mike!
I don't think he's got it. Oh my god!
Nice. Anjing Takolila masih jaga belakangnya imba sih. Tai.
Down to the wire though. Again, the rolling thunder,
good,
almost in a position where Benkai's getting. But look at the awareness to put this smoke up, just to negate any possibility there's any aggression coming back through that window. So heads up from Melza.
No one else could do this.
Oh, a fraction earlier. Different scenes completely.
Jago cok dia cok.
5-3.
Anjing rambut gua.
What do they do with this now? Finding a little bit of room here, PRX.
Gila nggak ada yang jagain anjing dia. Uset jaganya.
Quelling Taco could be huge.
Oh my god.
Like that flash.
Mamam lu.
How did they get away with that? I thought the Verzo was good for potentially 2.
Gak ada yang jagain anjing. Nggak jelas tai.
20 left on the clock and already they're wrapping back through B towards A. They know that the aggression's come back through A lobby.
This is really good adjustment from PRX. What a response. These mid-round calls, these heads-up plays. Yeah, King maybe can fill a bit of the gap here by playing towards Su.
Kalau nggak jago nggak masuk champion Yor. Ya nggak salah. Tapi jago banget anjing. Boleh.
Mindfreak actually very late piece here. Melza, I'm not sure if he's heard a step or what, but he's actually aware of the possibility. King will find Benkai down in sewers.
There's 2 on long. That'll be so difficult to get past.
Forsaken actually gave up the angle for a moment there. At this point, just looking to try and punish the economy a little bit. Melza's position as well. That gives you that impression. But Forsaken's missed this cross here. So he was holding it initially, but they got to come through. Melza spotted elsewhere on the map.
Good. Really nice damage for King. He's going to be happy with this one. Not bad at all. And actually, Melza's found Mike.
Gila. Exit killnya dapat semua. Tapi masih bisa. Ini kalau misalkan kalah, PRX udah no money. Tapi karena exit killnya dapat semua. Ini kayak twist dah anjing Melser nih.
Desperate to try and follow through on it, create these openings, and actually Adverso pretty unfortunate not to be rewarded with that flash in mid, I gotta say.
It did look
3 players able to turn it
yeah.
perfectly. I think it was initially Forsaken, I think that was the first up towards mid, but wow, what a start to this. Again, even just from a stylistic standpoint, this is both of these teams able to create chaos, right? So it's always kind of a flip of a coin of how some of these rounds play out, right? It's if you're there to greet the aggression on the defensive side, what actually happens in turn from that. Leviathan happy to follow through though.
I
Immediately there, after that pressure came in mid, you could see, it's like, right, cool, A lobby, let's take it, let's push all the way through.
But I think that's why we say like a volatile team.
Jago-jago dah, iya turu yor. Ntar lagi lah, entot.
They don't play to the same style as PRX to a degree, but they just have such volatility to them, which is so exciting to see because you could have one player having impact here or there because they will take that space. They have a really interesting approach to the game. But at 5-4, we can't discredit the start that Leviathan had, but giving credit where it's due to PRX, this is just pedigree showing through here. These 4 rounds have been able to build back, have been fabulous. Kind of surprising they've been able to carve this back through after the back of the timeout. Taking a little bit of time, but
ngantuk tapi nanggungnya yor. Iya, gue pengen nyelesain map 1 anjing. Ini gue gara-gara capek sih. Kalau enggak kalau gue tidur ini gue bisa kelarin mapnya.
Forsaken on a mad swing. Try and find that opener.
Besok ada map seru ya, 100 Fanatic ya atau enggak ada? Gila, Aaron maju sendiri, Ron. Mantap, Ron. Mantap, Ron. Mantap, Ron. Gokil. Ini baru nih.
Chip damage achieved towards Divine Forsaken, but okay, that's clean. Utility divide goes in though. This now gets so tricky to work further forward on. One towards long, one towards
mantap, Ron. Gokil.
Mike, his entry work alone was very impressive.
Yeah, it's beautiful the way they can create all this
setup turnamennya kayak kerja kelompok anjir. Apa ya? Itu mah udah biasa.
Because they were stuck in garage at this point. In my mind, I thought this round could have been cooked. There was 3 players on site. They had rotations in. It was a lot of what the win conditions would have been here.
Even Adverso is able to get behind this setup where they can put a little more focus to stopping him. He's able to
benefit anjir.
One way, but beautiful. Mindfreak just carves the way for his team to follow through. Actually, all tied up now.
The buy is. Alright, man. Alright.
Forsaken's taking so much damage in these opening engagements, it's crazy. I mean, once again, not falling here, we'll get the heal. Very proactive from Leviathan once again. On the back of that, PRX, they flip the switch.
And Mindfreak all too aware of this, but there is still that potential danger. There's something lingering in the sewer, and it will be Taco. Now, they've navigated around this, they will be aware that there is that chance of it, but again, how much danger can be made with these weapons? You've got a couple of Stingers, 2 rifles in there, a Spectre as well, so it's bits and pieces, but the backline is being watched. Mindfreak so cognizant of this now, going to tuck himself in. Shy, first one to make the real test happen. This is a fight across the map. Keep in mind, actually Mindfreak's gone down.
Waduh!
Shy's opened up space. Taco now makes his appearance.
Wah gila, itu gara-gara si ini jadi berantakan anjing, gara-gara Sly. Siapa? Shy, tai.
I mean, Shy being good for the first is great, but
the second?
And then the whole time, Taco's just tucked into sewers. The Rat King himself comes through, backstabs this, opens up the retake. Leviathan actually come through here, find their 6th.
Hello, Respite.
PRX is by now.
Oh, right back at you. Welcome back to the Stingers. Yeah, and finding this,
It's the awareness as well.
Anjing, apaan tuh Benkai?
Benkai actually popping off now.
Teko gila kagak ketahuan di shot anjing. Iya, nggak ada yang mau ngecek sampai clear susah tai. Udah gitu belakangnya dapat 2. Shotnya nggak dicek. Ya, coba granatnya berhasil tuh. Anjing mati dah Benkai.
That would have been a double. I'm pretty sure. Res gone, wall gone.
The impact that could have had.
All of the awareness here is that Jing's going to try and open his way onto B side.
Here comes the party.
Sound cues there now. No way. Shy's got beneath him. Oh.
Benkai got him this time. Okay, the Stinger wins out. He takes all this space and will eventually send
it.
He's going to catch him. He's going to find Taco. That's unbelievable. Almost the over pushing, but good work for Info. King right back though. Gonna pop the ult and try and clear out the B side, but you can still see PRX are on the site itself. TP away, really nicely done. Calm and composed under pressure. These three players for Leviathan gotta get a wiggle on. They just can't find the players. Benkai chip damage is done, but it's not enough. Device want to do it, and now 2 left alive. And Device wants in, gets denied. Adverso's there, 2v2 now, but time is ticking. He's got to get this to halfway, and there's nothing that can stop this. Surely the spray's coming in. He's not.
No way! Oh my god!
Saving him again.
Nice banget Ron, anjing.
Ridiculous, Mike. These rounds are so close.
And how we coming out is 6-6 as well. PRX showing stability here, or at least the ability to stabilize. Jing does so well again, posting this, finding it blind. It may be a slight overstep here to try and secure the second, but all the meanwhile, counter aggression comes back.
Untung smoke-nya abis, anjir.
That was terrifying to me, seeing it down so close to this. But what a perfect scoreline, 6-6. I could not ask for a better way to start this one off.
Oh, I could not either. Pansy, thank you very much. I'm back here with Jess and Ryan, and thank God they stabilized Ryan, because for a second I was really worried for PRX.
Another bright start for Leviathan, like another pistol as well. They're constantly sort of pushing those through, but it's the fact that PRX are winning those 1v1s as well. Like we just saw there, like
Manfred panas banget.
Still 2 alive, but still, and then that Forsaken.
Gokil ya Aaron ya, jago ya,
anjing.
anjing.
Small margins between the two teams, so the fact that it's this even is great. You look as well at the fact that it is a comp change for PRX. They go back to something a little bit more comfortable from beforehand. It was the stats fully from the Haven game versus Edward, and a lot of those kills were on that defense. That's where we're going to be seeing that chamber go now for Forsaken, but so far he's been looking pretty solid on the agent.
I love the fact that we can sit here at halftime and be like, okay, this is a fair and square game. We expect it to go to map 3, but as per usual, you know what it's like with me. I have to put a little bit of a, an asterisk on that and say the defensive side for the side of Leviathan, especially against Team Liquid, was impressive. Like, I don't label impressive size, very often, but that one was impressive enough for me to say PRX needs to be able to take the momentum of evening it up at the half, win pistol. Like, I'm saying they have to win the pistol out of a team that wins almost all their pistols so far at this event.
Gotta break the streak.
You gotta break the streak, not only that, but you have to one-up them on one of their best sides on this map. So PRX wants to snatch this away from them. They gotta do that at least.
It's hopefully people are getting it into their heads now that this Leviathan team is the real business. Like, this PRX squad is still strong, they're still adapting and improving, but this is a hell of a series.
Sensialnya berapa sih sama di PS? Setahu gue 0,5800 deh. 0,5400 deh, lupa gue. Hampir sama kayak gue kok. Hampir sama.
Yeah, the scoreline for me is the perfect way to lean into this game, because I think the Death said it quite well there, that this is very much a clarifying moment for Leviathan of their capability, right? That they are proving once again they are a very diligent team. Copenhagen wasn't a one-off. They found value once again. But Mike, here for PRX, they're being tested time and time again. These teams are just getting better and better.
This is the real test now for Leviathan, though, because PRX have a phenomenal defense success rate. In terms of round wins, this is going to be an absolute... But I expect the same thing once again, but PRX to dig even further. We've got a triple stack towards A site right now, and Leviathan as 5 are creeping this way.
Woo. There's the contact, Jing. You better be ready. They're coming your way. That's one. The second, not going to happen. Benkai trying to keep...
Kok nge-lag gitu ya, anjing?
Actually, Leviathan hit the brakes for a second here. Maybe readjust consideration. Look a little closer towards Sewer, but no one's going to give him much play here unless they snap towards Benkai. He's got you.
He knows
and now player advantage. Yes, huge information.
Actually, Leviathan with the correct...
Nyamain aja, Yor. Ya segituan 0,5an ya.
20 seconds or so until this wall comes down. We'll have to deal with the reveal at least on long. Still
aduh, terserah lu dah mau head apa anjing, gue udah gak bisa mikir bangsat.
He's able to navigate his way through. There's a trap stopping him in garage at the time. Let's see if that pulls anything. On the back of this wall about to drop in, yeah, it does just do so now. Completely unfazed so far though. Forsaken still just holding on to B site.
And look at this composure. He's seen 2. He's absolutely seen the second. He couldn't
Trade's fantastic, though.
Get it onto show, which is kind of surprising. I thought he was dead to right, seeing both of those barrels, but not to be. Spike now going to go down, but it is a 2v3 still. A little bit of utility still in play for Melzer as well. Keep that in mind. And actually, Shy's going to use that as the springboard.
Wah, dia naik ke atas loh.
Finding both. Now the HP's low, and Mind Freak was so clutch on the first.
Gak ada, Ron. Oh, ada ya.
A little bit more of that now. How much can you get done here? Just the tap on the spike, he wants to draw them in. And then he might need to check this. He wants at least one of these two players enough. The tap on the spike, and it's so tense. They're waiting for this one. He's got to fight the both.
Wah anjing, Aron hampir Ron, 1 HP tuh Ron.
This paranoia is pixel
Yo
perfect.
cek IG apa sih ya kalau di farewell.
Doesn't actually catch Shy as well. Puts him in a position to dig even deeper into A-League. Beautiful synergy between the two players from Leviathan. Again, it's unfortunate as well. Mindfreak, ton of time here, but neither player biting on those first two baits of the tap. And another pistol converted hit.
Those are awesome. Seeing the watch parties around the world. So damn good. And roll your mind back to how that round started. It felt like PRX had such an upper hand at the very beginning of that round.
Even being able to cleanly disengage from that 1-for-1 trade. Like, yeah, you get the first blood, it's traded, but they're able to reset, and that's key for the defensive side, right? They don't get overwhelmed. You know, Benkai's able to slow things down with that wall. So even considering that, it's the recovery factor from Leviathan is fantastic.
Yeah, such a dangerous team. I feel like there's just threat at all times. And the same I feel can be said for PRX, to be fair. Just seeing it clearly so far, at least in that first pistol. Now, late haunt towards long. Not going to find too much. It might spur on PRX going on a fact-finding mission here, because you can see this somewhat very deep default, taking the time down to about 50 seconds now for Leviathan. Just going across the board, trying to go through all those check marks, which not necessarily a bad idea, but the timing could be pretty brutal, because they're just clearing through A, so they're going to be making this call over towards long that, well, Forsaken, you might have some people coming your way. And there it is. Already has to be forced away. Wants to do some damage here if he can. Oh, there's one flying towards you. The flash comes in. He's so dead.
Anjing, bener-bener nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Klik apa kanannya tai.
But Taco's gone down on the back lines. Now, there are sheriffs here. Excuse me, Zowie has a sheriff still, so don't think it's over just yet. No, it's not. Zowie's still going to do damage. It's 3v3. But surely they don't get any more here. Look at a nice post plan. Lovely crossfire in place. You play safe, right? You swing off contact. There should be no problems. There's the first one found, the second, and there it is. Shut down before it started. They keep the 3.
Aduh guys!
They get the second round.
Chat dong!
I mean, Tackle falls in. It's only a classic that he gives up here, so makes it a little harder for PRX. I mean, they still find a follow-up on that, but...
Pagi Ior, pagi.
Jing just desperate with a short way to get on side, get close
Ngeri gini, iya ngeri ya.
I'm just actually... Ryzen going to bring 2 Bulldogs and 2 Spectres. Obviously tackle here. We'll have the sheriff.
Chat dong, lagi fokus lagi serius nonton Yor. Oh ya, oke. Yor wibu nggak? Of course tidak. Gua nggak pecinta banget sih. Gue tapi yang bagus-bagus gue tonton.
I mean, him being proactive does, I guess, allow Jing to push down middle. So this is not bad at all. Testing this default pretty early on. The flashes. He turns it so well, but he can't.
Wah anjing, Forsaken.
So now you're gonna have a 4v3.
Kena ini dia apa palanya ditembak jadi miring. Apa sih namanya? Fuck, lupa gua. Tai.
Benkai just tucked in here. There's a chance he is overwhelmed though. There's all 4 members.
Bukan ding, apa yang namanya ya? Fuck, kalau ditembak tuh M-punch ya, M-punch.
So he should be very aware of this, but taking no risks. They want to invest behind this. Benkai going to sit behind the wall. Prowler going to come his way no matter what. Horde comes in. His position's noted. There's no escaping that fact. But can he still do damage? He absolutely can. Back to the wall. Benkai still going to get 2 in this and bring it down to a 2v2. Zowie and Mindfreak surely have a big say in this matter. Zowie gonna find the first, taking down Adverso and Taco. This is not a comfy 1v2 at all. Using the wall for a little bit of comfort. Mindfreak isolated the second now. Zowie looking
nice!
So vulnerable. That could have been all but over, but I mean, they make it across the line with 1 standing.
What a beautiful setup from Benkai though.
Nyawa lu udah di kasur, iya nyawa gue udah gak tau dimana. Sama aja tuh wibu juga, wibu kan bener-bener pecinta anjing. Ngantuk gini, iya ya. Close round banget lu, sumpah. Untungnya sih dia langsung headshot anjing, kalau enggak.
Again, you put his own back to the wall because it was the best bet he had.
Sumpah ada mat solar cok anjing.
And at 8 to 7 though, you need a couple
Ih,
of for these boys.
handuknya nggak diganti-ganti ya. Ih.
Because you see Leviathan are heating up here already towards the top of the board.
Apa jangan handuk hotel diambil anjing. MU 1-0 ya orang seriusan. Serius lu yang golin siapa?
Back in we go, Judge out for Forsaken. That's going to be in play. Rifles galore on the other side.
Wah gila, Jing gila sih. Jing gila banget, cok.
I do.
It's a little brave.
I do. Punished for it though. Early advantage created here for Leviathan and expect them to reset back to this very deep default.
Such precision.
Double tap.
Gets both of them, and he was so vulnerable for a little while. They had to fall away, fall into so try and not be found, but to still bail him out with two. PRX thanking their lucky stars for some of this. Now, that will really show that the judge is in effect, so potentially telling that 2 players are on towards that A site.
Exactly, 2 weapons noted now at least. So, see how Leviathan actually formulate a plan on the back of this wall now drop. No, actually. What the end plan is here for PRX, because they're giving up B site. I mean, this mid hold is going to be a little weaker just considering the numbers. Shy's got to stay alive in Garage though, and that's Mindfree going to find him.
Okay, just 2 though, Taco and Melza. Melza. It's all on Taco. A 1v3, so many angles to worry about.
Shalalala, go PRX. Shalalala.
And an opportunity for PRX to reset, so they come into this with an extremely scrappy purchase and make it work.
Look at this, the precision on this. Wow.
Maybe not double tap. Didn't look as intentional the second time around.
You take it when you get him, and he'll tell you is I absolutely meant it. However, it's and look at the damage it's done as well now. Leviathan down on those.
Wah tapi tetap Jing gila banget guys, anjing. Bener-bener dia bisa lompat ke atas situ loh, anjir. Gila juga.
Exchange view tilt towards A lobby here. It's actually 4 members, but actually on the other side of the map, Taco's found Mindfreak.
And there was it felt like there was almost no intent for that to be the end game plan, but you find value, you might lean towards this now. Can they punish this rotation? But look at what PRX are up to. They're pushing 3 down long. They're going on an exploration mission. And surely if you're Leviathan, you are not even considering this timing yet. Surely there is 0 alarm bells ringing just yet. And he's seen 1. He's got a glimpse. He pulled the trigger and he does a little bit of chip damage. But now you're going to be sweating bullets on the other side of the site. It's Benkai. He is so good in these rounds, though. We need him to go clutch again. How much time? How much value?
Oh, no. YOLO.
Nothing. King is there. Dives on in. Think I can do nothing about it. Taco gonna catch Forsaken on the flank. And now Divine Ching. Oh dear, it's falling to pieces. Divine now the last one alive. This is ridiculous this round.
And whether or not Devi's even gonna be able to find one here, the hold on site so well reinforced here. That's exactly back.
Wow, what the fuck this round, bro?
That pick.
Pulling something from nothing. And it's the timing of
bisa masih ada tenaga buat nyanyi loh. Udah Yor mau dewasa jam segini iya ya. Udah capek anjing. Gue capek banget dari pagi. Anjing sih.
It's almost just ahead of it, but you can see how overwhelmed he was. The timing of the TP to backside, just everything, everything thrown his way.
That was a bailout round from Taco, I've got to say.
Absolutely.
Well. That guy delivering in just such ridiculous ways. So much talent that man has. Cracking open opportunity. Now, similar scenes. Right back at it. Stingers out.
Yang udah sih PRX sering ini ya, sering ikoin orang ya. Yor makan Yor enggak ah. Gendut coy.
Spike not committed just yet.
Gue dari tadi minum doang.
Almost feel as if PRX might get a little curious. No confirmation either way just yet. But I mean, with this early progress, Leviathan will hear this rotation. And PRX love doing this. They'll kind of wait it out for the first 30 seconds or so, and then scramble, just gamble, stack elsewhere. Like I said, with King being that deep in sewers. You have a real opportunity here, but I mean, need to get ahead of Forsaken. I mean,
he's gonna be back sometime. I guess the smoke's gonna be going up now. Yeah, okay. He had a split second.
Make dia enak Yor, emang enak, gua tahu kok
So the
enak.
gamble stack doesn't particularly work out this time, so the spike will be planted.
Tai lu. Lo di jam segini masih bisa jadi monitor sih nggak Yor? Tergantung gua. Gua niatnya bangunnya jam berapa dulu. Kayaknya besok gua nggak live sih. Kayaknya nggak live sih besok. Istirahat gua kayaknya. Tapi lihat besok ya, lihat besok ya. Kita lihat besok ya. Live siang maksudnya. Gua istirahat banyak sih. Besok enggak, maksud gua hari ini kocak.
I feel like PRX have to answer back now. Needs to be relatively clean as well. Ultimate's here to support it, but Leviathan again so well handled in Santiago. So this is something that PRX do time and time again. The gambles.
Kemarin live di rumah siapa? Di rumah Lita.
At least they can get confirmation.
Vamos, chicos.
Again, not rewarded for it this time around. This is a region, yeah. Go on.
In my mind, though, that round to me is nothing to worry about. Now, right time to call the timeout though for PRX because this is when it could spiral terribly. They have ults to play. They've got everything in their arsenal that if they wanted to bring out, it has to be now, right? Like to stop the rot, it has to be now. They've got everything they could potentially dream of bringing into this. So, where do they take it?
PRX kalah gini ya? Why?
They were fighting for either of these key areas of the map. And don't expect them to do it now. I feel like they're in control of the pace of this half.
Kayak twist anjing nih orang sumpah. Dari samping sekilas. Gara-gara rambutnya kali ya. Kecilin brightness-nya Bang Si. Kotap bencing rambut jadi silau. Mana nih Bang Dre nih tai nih. Anjing info 1-0 MU 1-0 Yor anjay data-data langsung 1-0 aja lu kocak. Udah lemas banget gua. Siapa yang golin? Soalnya gua butuh bacotan lu anjing. Lu nggak boleh cabut bro. Lu udah terjun bersama gua. Harus tetap jurang bareng-bareng bro. Sancho, Gonzalez, siapa yang golin bangsat? Banyak banget yang golin pada 1-0.
Hasn't confirmed Leviathan's rotation just yet, and they're pretty deep. I was going to say now that Devi's jump peeking, we have to confirm it here with Prowler.
Oh my God. Though, the speed in which King just took towards the side. Benkai's deleted, Devi left in no man's land. They're just trying to send it in. It's a 1-for-1 trade out. It ain't enough in the end because there's a 4-man pack of players standing. Devi gonna lean on in, though it's a 1-for-1 trade out. This is so wild.
Pelatihnya yang golin Ten Hag, tai lah. Tai. Firman Utin, Nih gimana nih PRX kalah nih?
PRX had everything they wanted that round, and the pace in which they burst towards the site, Leviathan take it all.
Barely breaking a sweat. I mean, it was synonymous with one of the rounds in the first half where I was talking about PRX scrambling for some sort of direction mid-round, and here again it's just desperation. King gets ahead of the curve. It's very unorthodox for him to come through here, but after that it's just throwing bodies on the line to try and get back on site. They're desperate to try and prevent the spike from being planted.
Ini bajunya kayak liquid dah, tai. Lu lemas Yor, makanya kalah semangat dikit apa biar menang. Gimana gua juga lemas anjing, lu pikir capek tai.
Waving the Leviathan banner, the spike's gonna go down, and yes, a little bit of maybe backfill gonna come in here, maybe a little bit of chip damage, but you need Jing to have masses of impact. Right now, there's two players facing him down. They're just going to spray in. They don't care for the Prowler. And Benkai in the 1v4 with just a Sheriff.
Cannot do anything, bro.
Them, unless a miracle comes true.
Ini kalau menang, gue bugil anjing sekarang.
No wall, just the one slow orb. Okay. Burst unreturned.
Not too much chip damage, but marked, noted, slow invested, and here's that late round utility, even worse for the post plant. Oh, he's still finding it. He's trying, man. You can't say he's not trying. But Leviathan with 2 standing, make it to 12.
Panik anjing lah. Goblok anjing lagi pick segala. Bangsat ya. Si botak main kagak ngomong doang, berisik lagi kan dia coach bangsat. Ya coach dia nggak bisa main, coach cuma bisa ngomong ngentot Akmal anjing. Tai ya, pantesan aja lu dihujat, dikacau tai. Untungnya yang minta lu tuh, untung yang kasih obeng, yang kasih tuh Bandri bukan, wah tai sih. Setengah bugil dong, kan menang, kan kalau Ronnya menang kok.
Takes out Jing, removes that forward player away, and A looking a little bit more vulnerable. There is a 3-play stack towards it for PRX, but
this is key as well. Leviathan coming back in, knowing the res is online, they're going to pressure this position.
They absolutely need this though. Forsaken needs to be good for, I'd say 2 at this point. He's still going to find 1. Actually gets to keep his life. No trade. Takes the TP away, so bringing it back to this 4v4.
Good Melza though. Keep your eye on that minimap.
I love this readjust though from Forsaken here. This is super diligent work. One towards long. Shows nothing, so if anything might make Forsaken.
Kalau emang ini 13-9 guys, berarti gue memang jelma gue berarti memang gue bisa tahu multiverse. Emang anjing di sekarang ini masuk DC aja kacau bayawan Valo. Tahu so asik anjing. Lah si Aaron lagi ngebengong tai. Aduh, Enteron. Enteron. Lu bilang 13-9 tapi paling iya sih. Sorry dah.
Oh, they have no idea. Bullet to the back. Gonna find Forsaken. And they're ready for this fight. Look at these 2 players. Shy's already jump spotting towards this. He's got his ult, he's got his horn, he's got plenty to work with, but they're gonna funnel him towards Garage. What do they have to try and negate any of this presence? Okay, you're going to use this to clear the site. There's nothing there, nothing towards CT. They need to get a move on. They got to do it now. It's right on back through. Jing going to be taken down low. Does get out before the nade hits, but he's going to have to pressure this. Melza finds Jing. It's a 3v2. Make it just 1. Benkai, how much can one man do? It's not enough.
Yolah menangin, gue traktir gultik.
Leviathan pick up.
Daul dong, Daul.
What a statement.
Yo, langsung nightbot langsung giveaway. Gokil giveaway itu bobo. Mau lihat besok pagi. Gue mau lihat besok pagi gimana nasib MU guys. Oke? Karena gue tuh paling suka lihat MU main tuh ketika besoknya guys, TikTok. Gue suka lihat FYP TikTok guys. Entah Maguire-nya dibully atau gimana, gue nggak tahu lah pokoknya. Bukannya lu demen gutik ya? Bukannya enakan gulai daul ya, Bang Dre? Lu udah pernah coba gulai daul belum sih? Hah? Belum pernah coba ya? Gulai daul ya? Bukannya enakan gulai daul ya? Gue di Batam adanya cuma gultik. Bawa bisa Gojek. Gojekin aja dari Jakarta. Lu bayangin Dior gue bawa. Masalahnya gue nggak tahu ngapain ke Batam sih. Kecuali Vicky orang Batam tuh. Gulai gua di Blok M nggak asik bang, bener. Jakarta lah sini lah. Lagi pada ini ya, lagi pada live-nya tidur semua emang. Ya terus anjir takut. Gua kalau gua baik lah gila lu. Gue pikir gua predator bangsat. Diskon gede-gede. Di Tokopedia, waktu Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just follow. Bisa just Valorant yang dapet tai. Babi anjing just Valorant. Aduh, sila mana? Apa sih lu punya IG? Mana? Minta nomor WA sama ini dah, nama. Congrats lah. Oke guys, kita lanjut besok ya guys ya. Gue udah gak kuat guys, gue udah gokil gila. Tulis nomor WA lu di chat. Spill nama asli soalnya enggak, gue gak spill, tenang aja. Oke guys, anjing gue udah gak kuat bangsat. Lah, tai lah juga Bang Re, tai lu. Oke lah guys, gue Rizky Akmal, lu bacot anjing. Oke, gue off dulu. Lanjut besok lah, mampu gue. Gue capek dari pagi anjing. Anjing dicari abis itu off Kenton. Gue gak kuat anjing Bang Re, tai lu. Oke. Dah semua, thank you udah nonton, subscribe, like, thank you udah donate semuanya, thank you, gila kalian luar biasa. Bye bye guys. Apa anjing gue diam gak boleh tidur woi. Tidur aja tai. Goblok streamer tolol. Oke. Kalau misalkan lu memang mau gua off ya udah silakan. Tai lu orangnya babi. Lu asik bang yoi. Emang tai nih Firmin disuruh gua off nih tai bang.